America, success in both fame and fortune. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 351: Terminator Cheyenne Ken. The Los Angeles Country Club, one of California's most prestigious clubs, also hosts the Pan American Open. Cody Horn, accompanied by her father, Alan Horn, and producer Paul Haggis, arrived at the beginner's hitting area in an electric scooter. She entered the reserved VIP area, where Martin Davis was swinging with an awkward mechanic. While his form was off-kilter and the ball flew wildly, his handsome face and impressive physique made him a striking sight. Thomas approached and led the group into the VIP area. Martin hit the ball again, then turned and saw someone approaching. He put down his club and went to greet them, shaking hands with Alan Horn first. "I heard from Thomas. Alan, you're a great golfer. You need to give me, a newbie, some pointers today." Alan smiled. "Sure. I'll see to it that you can quickly get past your novice phase and become an amateur pro." Martin shook hands with Paul Haggis again. "Crash is a masterpiece. I hope we'll have a chance to work together again," Paul Haggis said. "I hope so." Martin looked at the only woman. "Hi, Cody, we meet again." Cody picked up the golf club next to her. "Would you like me to teach you how to play golf?" Martin said. "I'm in need of a teacher." While that was the word, the group hadn't come to play golf. After chatting about golf for a while, Alan Horn quickly turned to the film project. He said to Martin, "I heard you haven't decided on your next project or role yet." Martin, understanding his intention, replied, "I only have a few options for now, but nothing specific." Alan Horn, the boss of Warner Brothers, naturally had a psychological advantage over movie stars. "Let me put it this way. Warner Brothers has a project, and I think you'd be perfect for the lead role. Come and continue working together." Thomas chimed in, "Can I ask about the details of the project?" Alan looked at Paul Haggis, who pulled out the script and handed it to Martin. "Take a look." Martin took it. The cover of the script had only a codename, T, but no specific name. Alan waited patiently. Though seemingly casual, he was thinking of Limitless, which had already surpassed $200 million at the North American and international box office. Since The Hills Have Eyes, Martin had consistently proven his market prowess, and with this film, he even proved his ability to dominate the box office on his own. The Terminator franchise was a copyright deal heavily facilitated by Alan Horn. After Warner Brothers spent heavily on acquiring the rights to produce the sequels, they needed to recoup their investment by producing new films. Aside from the third film, released by Warner Brothers, the profits of the first two installments had nothing to do with Warner Brothers. While Terminator 3 wasn't a huge success, it was profitable. Alan Horn specifically brought in Paul Haggis to write and produce the film, hoping to recapture the success of the second installment. Alan approached Martin not only because of his market appeal, but also because he could secure investment. Revitalizing the Terminator series requires massive investment. Carlock Pictures invested an unprecedented $100 million to make Terminator 2 a success. Alan had made preliminary plans, predicting that this film, including marketing, would cost over $250 million, perhaps even $300 million. Warner Brothers couldn't afford it alone, the risk was too great. Martin was flipping through the script, and after just a few pages, he was completely convinced it was a Terminator film. Thinking back, it was the fourth film, Terminator 2018, a rather difficult one. Martin couldn't recall the exact box office figures, but he knew it wasn't a big hit, given the subsequent reboots, and then the reboots, the endless Terminator reboots. If a film is even slightly successful, like the third installment, there's definitely no subsequent reboots. In my previous life, a big shot in the group said that Terminator without James Cameron isn't Terminator at all, it's just some SHT. In an interview, James Cameron said the Terminator story concluded with a second installment. If Hollywood sequels are mostly just lame duck tacks, then the Terminator series, starting with the third installment, is definitely a prime example. Martin read dozens of pages of the script, closed it and asked, "A new Terminator?" Paul Haggis replied, "Yes, Alan and I are going to push for a new one, and the plot will be set after Judgment Day." Alan thought that Martin could get the funds, and said, "The production cost is expected to be around $180 million US. It will be a top commercial production, and you will play the famous John Connor." He threw out a reward like a gift. "You can bring money into the group, and the treatment will be similar to that of Wanted, and you can serve as a producer." Martin looked at Paul Haggis, and then at Alan Horn, the latter being the head of a film company under Warner Brothers, one of the 6 major Hollywood studios. Even if he wanted to refuse, it would be better to be tactful. He said, "Alan, give me some time to think about it. A project this big is no small matter." "Okay." Alan Horn thought for a moment and said, "Let's put it this way. Give me a clear answer before the Oscars." Martin said, "No problem." Seeing the conversation going smoothly, Thomas asked, "Paul, are you directing?" Paul Haggis shook his head, saying, "I'm the screenwriter and producer. The director will choose someone more suited to science fiction." Nearby, Cody Horn said to Martin, "I'll teach you how to play golf." Martin exchanged a few pleasantries with Alan, picked up his clubs, and followed Cody to the driving range. Following Cody's instructions, he began to play golf with meticulous technique, creating a harmonious atmosphere. A short while later, Alan and Paul Haggis said their goodbyes. Cody exchanged contact information with Martin. Martin and Thomas then left the country club. After getting into Bruce's Escalade, Martin handed the script to Thomas and said, "Think of a good reason and excuse to turn down Alan Horn's invitation." Thomas was slightly surprised, but not completely shocked. "You don't like this series?" Martin offered. "I'm not interested in being the savior." Thomas didn't ask any more questions. This was one of his strengths. If Martin didn't accept, he wouldn't insist. Besides, judging by the current situation, Martin had a good eye for film selection, so there was no need for his random opinions. Thomas was more concerned with how to reasonably reject Alan Horn. After all, he was the head of Warner Brothers, and turning down an offer like that could be embarrassing. Martin left the hard part to Thomas, no longer worrying about it. He found his phone and called Chad Stahelski to inquire about the project's progress. Chad said directly, "The gunfight scene is almost designed. The next step is to connect the literary scenes." I found Brad and asked him to participate. Brad has worked with Martin on Wanted and Never Here Again. Martin knows his abilities and has confidence in him. He said, "I'll let Jessica call him." Chad said again, "For Close Combat, I need a more professional action director. I'll find a way to find one." Martin thought for a while and said to Thomas, "Do you know Yuan Wu Ping?" Thomas nodded. "The action director of the Matrix series." Martin said, "Find a way to contact him and send him an invitation." Thomas understood some of the situation. He may not accept it. Hollywood is not friendly to him and his team. Martin roughly heard from Chad that many action directors secretly film the action routines of Yuan Wu Ping's team and use technological means to analyze them frame by frame. He said, "Give it a try. If it doesn't work, find someone else." Thomas took note and went back to the previous incident. Although The Curious Case of Benjamin Button isn't directed by Alan Horn, it's also a Warner Brothers project. If we can reach a collaboration with David Fincher's crew, perhaps we can use scheduling conflicts to decline Alan's invitation. Martin said, "That's fine. Try to be as tactful as possible." This heavy burden weighed heavily on Thomas' shoulders. Perhaps he was thinking too much? The sunlight shone through the car window on his forehead. Martin had just returned to Burbank when Louise called and asked him to have lunch together. After a short rest, Martin went to the smokehouse near the Warner Brothers studio. Louise had arrived a little earlier and was waiting for him in a booth. The waiter brought the menu. Martin saw that it was Maya from the studio's ice cream parlor. "What brings you here?" Martin asked. Maya whispered, "My part-time job made too little money, so I found a new one." As she spoke, she looked at Sebastian, who was playing the piano on the stage. "Also, I want to be able to hear his music often." After Martin finished ordering, he said, "I wish you all the best." "Thank you," Maya replied politely and left. Louise also recognized Maya and said, "There are probably hundreds of thousands of girls like her in Los Angeles." Martin said, "There are more and more second-generation stars in the industry now, and it's too difficult for ordinary actors to make a name for themselves. Ability, opportunity, courage, and determination." Louise said, "Your success story is hard to replicate. I was just lucky to meet you." Martin asked, "You said you had something?" Louise said, "One thing I want to ask for your opinion." She felt that Martin had a unique vision in film selection. "Yesterday, Alan Horn from Warner Brothers invited me to invest in a big project, the fourth film in the Terminator series. Martin couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence. He asked me this morning to play the leading role of John Connor, and he also promised me the opportunity to bring in funding if I joined the crew. The production cost could reach $180 million. If it's successful, Louise reacted and said, "Did you turn down Alan Horn?" Martin said, "I asked Thomas to find a way to decline the invitation as tactfully as possible." Louise understood. "You're not optimistic about this sequel." Martin easily found an excuse and said, "Without James Cameron's Terminator, is it still the Terminator?" Louise nodded. "I'm worried too. It might become the next Alexander the Great." "I was thinking about the fame and appeal of the Terminator series," Martin said. "Aren't you planning to invest in a new Batman sequel? Will you be able to allocate funds for other projects?" Louise thought about everything that had happened in the past 3 years and said, "Forget it. I won't consider such complicated matters. I'll turn down the invitation." Chapter 352, Get Started. A black extended Lincoln was driving along Cody Road towards the South Slope, with 3 bastards in the car. The eldest asked, "Leo, what gift have you prepared?" Leonardo pointed at Martin and said, "I will give it to the protagonist of today's party." "It is definitely the best gift," Nicholson retorted. "This is my gift, you go find something else." Martin interrupted, "You 2 bastards, you want to give me away. Have you asked for my opinion? Because you are the most hypocritical person." Leonardo said disdainfully, "You say no, but you are already very happy in your heart." Nicholson agreed. "Leo, we finally reached an agreement." Martin replied coldly, "How could a principled person like me do such a bastard thing like you? Bastards know bastards best." Once, after drinking too much, Leonardo also heard Martin say, and he still remembered it, "You are indeed principled. You don't take the initiative, don't refuse, and don't take responsibility." Martin's mouth was as hard as his extra bones. "This is also a principle and bottom line, so I am a good person, and you 2 are unprincipled bastards." The car went up the South Slope, and from a distance, they saw colorful lights lit at the door of Olson's house. The driver presented the invitation, and the Lincoln smoothly entered the mansion. Martin and the other 2 exited the car and entered the villa, only to find the Olson sisters, accompanied by Elizabeth Olson, greeting their guests in the foyer. Elizabeth, overjoyed, approached Martin. Martin offered her a gift, "Happy birthday." Elizabeth quickly took it, wanting to open it but restraining herself, saying, "Thank you." Martin introduced the 2 jerk-offs behind him, Jack and Leo. "You should know them." Leonardo and Nicholson each handed over their gifts, saying, "Happy birthday." Elizabeth excitedly accepted the gifts. "I'm so glad you could come," Nicholson said. "I heard you and Martin went through the Burbank incident together and helped others. That's amazing. You and Martin were friends who had been through life and death together." "We're close friends with Martin. We absolutely have to come on your birthday." The Olsen sisters also came over to express their gratitude. The other guests, primarily Elizabeth's classmates, were overjoyed to see the jerk-off trio appear in the hall together, and they gathered around them. Envy filled Elizabeth's surroundings. "Elizabeth, Leonardo and Martin Davis are here to celebrate your birthday." "That's Nicholson, the Oscar-winning actor. Oh my God, your birthday party will be legendary in this school." 18-year-old girls, at the height of their star-chasing years, looked at Martin and Leonardo, their eyes full of stars. Elizabeth wasn't particularly vain in that regard, but it was fully satisfied. What girl wouldn't want to be the talk of the town? Martin and the other 2 satisfied the children's desire for a group photo, then went with the Olsen sisters to the adults area. This was mostly filled with the Olsen sisters' friends, and when the jerk trio got serious, they absolutely nailed the act of being the most sophisticated and polite gentlemen. Just like the gentlemen of the British Empire, one exterior, another. The party was nothing special, blessings, cake, wishes, and then a wild party. Although some high-spirited girls tried to seduce Martin and the other 2, they weren't fools and kept their distance from those they didn't know well. There are countless examples of people being ripped off and then having to pay a huge price to settle in Los Angeles. After dividing the cake, Elizabeth quietly found Martin and spoke in a corner. "Do you have any other activities tonight?" she asked. Martin answered truthfully, "No, I'm going home after your party." Elizabeth looked at Martin, and memories of their time at Burbank High School flashed before her eyes. From that moment on, Martin had been her only hero. Elizabeth said, "Go home and wait for my call." "Okay." Martin has always been a man of principles. "You can call me anytime." Elizabeth smiled particularly sweetly. "I've always remembered your number." On the other side, Leonardo finished chatting with someone, found Nicholson, and quietly pointed at Martin and Elizabeth Olsen. "Something is not right. There is an affair." Nicholson, who is knowledgeable, said thoughtfully, "A young girl is saved by a handsome Hollywood man who sacrifices his life. The girl has a secret crush on him. How can she repay his life-saving grace?" Leonardo sneered. "It's a waste of talent if you don't become a screenwriter of cheesy romance movies." Nicholson was quite confident. "I've been through ups and downs for 60 years. What kind of crappy love stories haven't I seen? As for a jerk like Martin, the moment he stands in front of a woman, I know what he's thinking." Leonardo said, "Keep an eye on him quietly and wait for the opportunity." "I think something is going to happen tonight," Nicholson warned. "Idiot, don't use your three-trick pony. Show me your acting skills. Don't tell me you haven't improved in all this time." Leonardo couldn't promise, his three-trick pony almost becoming instinct. He simply said, "I'll try to be quiet for a while and pretend to be tired." The two of them kept observing Martin. The Olsen sisters followed Elizabeth's advice and ended the party before it went on too late. As Martin said goodbye and left, he was surprised that Nicholson and Leonardo, two such idiots, hadn't caused any trouble. After getting in the Lincoln, Martin asked, "You two don't have any other plans?" Leonardo closed his eyes and leaned back in the car seat, not bothering to pay Martin any attention. Nicholson said, "Aren't we just here to support your friend's birthday party?" Martin glanced at Leonardo, who was sauntering around and ignoring him. Then he looked closely at Nicholson, but didn't notice anything unusual. Nicholson pulled down the tailgate and told the driver, "Take Martin home first, then we'll take Leo to Brentwood." The driver drove down Cody Road. Soon they arrived at Martin's house. Nicholson patted Martin. "Get out. You're free tomorrow night. Let's go wash up together." "Sure, I'll call you then." Martin got out and went home alone. Worried about the two idiots, he waited behind the door for a moment. He watched the Lincoln drive away and quickly disappear. As the Lincoln left Cody, someone in an ordinary Volvo was already waiting by the roadside. As they got out of the car, Leonardo said, "Well, did I do well this time?" Nicholson remarked to the idiot, who had no self-awareness of his acting skills, "Your sleeping scene was really good." The two got on the car and quickly returned to Cody, stopping at a distance to observe the situation in front of Martin's door. After a short wait, a Porsche drove down the south slope and stopped in front of Martin's car. The horn honked, and the driver's window opened, revealing a head of long hair, as if waving to the security camera at the entrance. Sure enough, there's an affair. Leonardo had excellent eyesight, and in the bright light from the entrance, he could clearly see that the driver was Elizabeth Olsen. "Martin, that bastard, is cheating on us," Nicholson said. "The car's in." He tapped Leonardo and said, "Get out, get ready." The two men got out, opened the trunk, and each carried an RPG firework on their backs. Like ghosts in the night, they arrived at the location they had chosen. Nicholson shouldered his RPG and said, "Martin's yard is big enough. Even an idiot could land a firework in Martin's house from here." Leonardo suggested, "Why don't we wait a little longer until they get to the crucial moment and make Martin impotent? See if he still dares to say 11 seconds. No, this neighborhood has a lot of police patrols." Nicholson, a scoundrel with plenty of money and free time, had done his homework to get Martin. "At most, a patrol car will be here in 15 minutes, he smiled grimly. "Leo, how can we, righteous men and good citizens of Los Angeles, let a jerk like Martin take possession of a beautiful girl?" Leonardo took out his lighter and lit the RPG fireworks Nicholson was carrying, then lit one of his own. A puff of white smoke and sparks followed by a muffled thud. Two bright beams of light streaked through the night sky, landing one after another in Martin's yard, exploding with a loud bang. Leonardo suddenly became excited, his throat hoarse as he roared, "Fire! Fire at Martin!" Nicholson finally got his revenge, imagining Martin pissing himself to death. Flash bomb after flash bomb was launched, sending a chaotic explosion through Martin's yard. In the villa's foyer, Martin dragged Elizabeth behind a stone wall. Elizabeth, terrified, thought of the newspaper reports and cried, "Is it Russian revenge?" She didn't panic, for Martin was right there with her. "What should we do?" Martin stared out the window. Flash bombs rained down into the yard, destroying countless flowers and plants. Several exploded near the surface of the swimming pool, sending water flying everywhere like the excrement and urine from the toilets of my childhood. He had given the bodyguards who had been following him in the dark the last 2 days, and those two bastards had started a scene. No wonder the party was so normal, it turned out to be here. Water splashed, grass scraps flew, and flower petals swayed. This beautiful moment brought Martin the heartfelt blessings of the eldest and second oldest brothers. He pressed the intercom on the side. "Old Bruce, have you spotted those two bastards?" At a specially modified window in the annex, Bruce lowered his AR rifle and said, "Yes, what do we do with them?" Another bang, and the window glass shattered. Martin opened a nearby drawer, pulled out a pistol, and said to Elizabeth, "Wait here. Don't move. I'll take care of this." Elizabeth, remembering Martin's rescue of old Bruce and the gym, didn't hold him back, simply saying, "Be careful." Martin walked out, fearing an accidental discharge, so he removed the magazine midway to ensure the gun was empty. He also installed a tactical flashlight. There was a moment of silence outside. After using the RPG pyrotechnics, Martin knew the two idiots had taken one out, and he and Bruce immediately rushed out. The iron gate opened, and the tactical flashlight illuminated. Nicholson was blinded by the light, and noticed a sudden red spot on Leonardo's face. He remembered then that the guy he had dealt with tonight was a true ruthless person, the backbone and the main force of the bastard trio. It's so unfair that he's being shot by his own people. Nicholson immediately threw away his RPG fireworks and shouted, "Don't shoot, it's me." Leonardo also reacted and shouted, "Martin, it's me." Martin knew that his yard was littered with garbage from the explosion, and he had to teach these two bastards a lesson. Pretending not to hear their voices, he shouted, "Drop your weapons, put your hands on your heads, get on the ground, and let me see your hands. I'm going to shoot." Without waiting for the two bastards to reply, he emphasized, "I'm going to shoot." Leonardo threw down what he was holding and plopped down on the ground. Nicholson hurried to catch up. Martin quickly approached, shouting, "Don't move. Put your hands on your heads. Don't make me shoot. Do what I say, and now let me see your butts. Quick, do what I say." He was going to kick these two bastards in the ass. Chapter 353. A photographer with professional ethics. In the spacious courtyard, Nicholson and Leonardo rubbed their buttocks, each holding a broom, pretending to help Martin clean the yard. Elizabeth stood inside the villa's entrance, curiously observing the two men, then her gaze flicking towards Martin at the main entrance. She couldn't understand how these celebrities could be so private. She also found male friendships strange. Martin briefly explained the situation to the LAPD, who came to inquire about it. Seeing that nothing was wrong and reminding them not to disturb the neighbors, the LAPD drove away. Neighbor Jenny looked embarrassed. "I thought there was an accident at your place, so I called the police," Martin said. "It's okay. It's just my friends who got too violent." Jenna wanted to ask about a copyright licensing of Limitless, but it was too late to discuss it. She said, "I'm going home." Martin waved, "Good night." After watching Jenna turn into the house, Martin returned home. After closing the door, he stared at Nicholson and Leonardo. Nicholson seemed oblivious to the mess in the yard. "Okay, the job's done. Time to try some of Martin's fine wine collection." Leonardo, still fuming over Martin's kicking, decided to stay drunk tonight. "You said last time you had some fine wine from the East." Martin, not a jerk who'd forget his friends for the sake of a woman, said, "Come on, let's drink." The two jerk-ass arrived at the villa's entrance. Seeing Elizabeth showed no sign of embarrassment, Nicholson asked, "Hey, why are you here?" Martin, worried Elizabeth wouldn't respond, said, "I left my phone over there, and she brought it to me." Leonardo glanced back, slightly surprised. Elizabeth Olsen was too young, and he'd never heard of her having a boyfriend or husband. Logically, that didn't fit Martin's aesthetic. Martin went to the wine cellar to get a few bottles of wine. When he returned, Elizabeth said goodbye. "My sister called and told me to go home early." She was reluctant to leave, looking at Leonardo and Nicholson with a hint of irritation. "Martin, take me out." Martin handed the wine to Leonardo and escorted Elizabeth out. The two bastards were still somewhat tactful and didn't follow. Martin walked her to the car and said, "We three are used to messing around, don't mind." Elizabeth was bothered, but she didn't show it. She smiled and said, "It's okay." She opened the car door but didn't get in. "I'll call you later." Martin nodded. "I'm always online." Elizabeth wanted to get in the car, but she was reluctant. Her 18th birthday had just passed by in her days. She had waited for nearly 2 years. She turned solemnly, opened her arms, and hugged Martin tightly. She felt a soft touch on his chest, and red lips were right before her. As a good man, Martin would never refuse such a cruel and lifelong pain. So, he kissed her without hesitation. The two kissed passionately. Elizabeth, feeling Martin's strong attack, instinctively took a step back, bumping into the car door. The door slammed shut, and she leaned back against a car again. After a passionate kiss, Martin cupped her face and said, "I'll wait for your call." Elizabeth nodded and finally got in the car. The car drove towards the gate, moving as slowly as a turtle. Everyone in the car kept looking back until they were out. Martin returned and saw those two bastards, Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson, and asked, "Aren't you leaving?" Nicholson had been messing with someone tonight. Only to be screwed back. The old bastard was shameless and said, "I'd rather die here." Martin glanced at Leonardo, seeing him unmoved. He opened a bottle of Maute, determined to teach those two a lesson. Martin ended up getting them drunk and lying on the floor. Leonardo cried, "Gisele Bündchen is my favorite." Nicholson yelled that his biggest regret was not taking advantage of Marlon Brando's youth and using his butter hands on his ass. Martin filmed the scene and, when the two bastards woke up the next day, sent each a copy. The two eventually fled, and Martin, true to his professional ethics as a photographer, completely deleted the video. Afterward, he arrived at Davis' studio and met with Thomas and Chad. "Bad news," Thomas announced. "Yuan Wu-ping has declined our invitation," Chad replied. "The Hong Kong team truly possesses unique skills in close combat. Even if Hollywood is studying them, they're still a ways off." Because of the time, Martin had more memories of the John Wick series, especially the close combat scenes in the third and fourth installments. Keanu Reeves was aging and not in good physical condition, making him appear clumsy and his movements relatively unsuccessful. This, of course, also had something to do with the action design. Chad continued, "I remember Yuan Wu-ping had a student who left his team. It was that student who actually trained the actors and served as the action director during the filming of the second two Matrix films." Martin remembered the one who filmed Man of Tai Chi. Recalling the name carefully, he asked, "Chen Hu?" "Yes, that's the name," Chad continued. "People in Hollywood call him Tiger." Martin immediately said to Thomas, "Find a way to contact Tiger, as soon as possible." "Chad, if Tiger is willing to work with us, you will be in charge of the interview. You're an expert in this field," Chad replied. "No problem." Thomas didn't know such a person existed in the industry. "I'll find out which agency he belongs to." Martin then inquired about the script's progress. Chad and Brett had already begun writing the first draft. Brett soon arrived to discuss the relevant storyline with Martin and Chad. Martin was well aware of the crucial topic of "You want my life, I want yours," and he strived to keep the main plot concise and clear. Furthermore, the first film also needed to establish a bit of the high table world. Tie-ins with other films would be a matter for the first film's success. After Chad and Brad left, Thomas and Martin went to the Warner Brothers building. After Thomas contacted the crew of The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, David Fincher requested a personal meeting with Martin. Martin met the Hollywood noir director in a modest office in the Warner Brothers building. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they got down to business. David Fincher frankly stated, "Originally, my first choice was Brad Pitt, and I didn't consider anyone else, but unexpected circumstances forced me to make a different choice." Martin knew Pitt had worked with Fincher on Fight Club, and under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have been able to compete with him. But Pitt fell prey to the Me Too wave. "Last year, I heard that director Fincher was developing this project." Martin's words were more than 90% true. "I've read the original book and I'm a huge fan of the character of Benjamin Button. He means something special to me. There's something strangely satisfying about snatching up women, grabbing endorsement fees, and then snatching up iconic films and roles." Nicholson, who has been a jerk for decades, once summed up a lesson: jerkhood always needs to do some perverted things to feel truly satisfied. David Fincher was curious. Special significance. Martin calmly revealed his unique strengths. "Last year, I took on the role of Sam Mendes in The Reader, starring opposite Kate Winslet as a man who ages from 16 to 60. This unique acting experience has been extremely rewarding, and I want to challenge more layered roles." David Fincher had heard of The Reader and said, "Experiences like this are truly rare." He asked, with a tone of inquiry, "What are your thoughts on Benjamin Button's childhood?" Fortunately, Martin had recently read the original novel carefully and had some memories of the film. After a moment of thought, he said, My personal understanding of the character in the novel involves an exploration of the fragility of human life and emotions. Benjamin was surrounded by the elderly during his childhood and often faced death. He tried his best to empathize with the character, experiencing everything. Benjamin's psychological maturity was extremely low at the time. He was just a child. It was a huge psychological challenge and extremely difficult. I tried to imagine what would happen if I were a child facing a large group of 85-year-olds. I might collapse. David Fincher remained calm for a moment before deciding to end the meeting. He said directly, "You'll have your third makeup audition. I'll let your agent know when the time is confirmed." Martin knew it was time to leave and said, "It was a very pleasant meeting. I hope we can work together." David Fincher shook Martin's hand and saw him off. Martin rejoined Thomas and briefly recounted their conversation. Thomas warned, David Fincher's film projects are known for their lengthy preparation times. "Your audition will take at least 2 months, which is over 6 months, he added. "We have an advantage on this project. Daniel, who has been working with us for a long time, is the director of distribution for the film and has a significant say." Martin said, "Be patient." Currently, he was focusing on 2 projects, Nolan's Batman sequel and The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. They had just returned to Davis' studio when Louise arrived from Pacific Pictures, across the street. "I just replied to Alan Horn and turned down the offer to invest in the 4th Terminator film." In the office, Louise handed Martin a copy of the script. "This is Jonathan Nolan's Batman movie script. It's currently codenamed Rory's First Kiss. The official name of the project should be The Dark Knight." Martin took the script and quickly flipped through it. The main plot was exactly as he remembered it. "Thank you, dear." He looked at Thomas again. "Find a suitable opportunity to reply to Alan Horn and say that I have 2 projects to prepare for and my schedule is not suitable." Chapter 354. He wants to dig up our roots. In the president's office at Warner Brothers, Alan Horn listened to Thomas's words on the phone, his face slightly grim. He'd personally extended an invitation, only to have it turned down. Though the offer was politely made, using the excuse of competing for roles in Nolan and Fincher's projects, Alan Horn still felt uneasy. This effectively sealed the deal for his plan A. There was a knock on the office door, and Paul Haggis entered. He sat across from Alan and asked, "I heard there were some unexpected developments." Martin Davis replied, saying his schedule wasn't right and he declined our invitation. Alan said, his voice neutral, as if speaking from a bystander's perspective. "The day before yesterday, Louise Mayer called me and said Pacific Pictures was trying to finalize their investment in another major Warner Brothers project and couldn't spare the funds." Paul Haggis immediately understood the situation. Without a leading actor with such strong market appeal, the Atlanta and Asian funding behind him was also gone. Rumors abounded about Pacific Pictures' Louise Mayer and Martin Davis, and it wasn't surprising that she declined, and Martin also declined. Alan Horn tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said, "We're going to have to change our plans. The new actor doesn't meet our requirements." Paul Haggis didn't want to risk casting a newcomer as the male lead in such a massive project. "The investment is too high." Alan nodded. "It has to be an A-list star." "We still have time to find one," he frowned. "The key is actually funding. There used to be a lot of hot money flowing into Hollywood, so it wasn't difficult to attract investment for Warner Brothers projects. But since the end of last year, the situation has changed drastically. The influx of hot money has dropped dramatically. Even Spielberg is going to India to raise investment. Although he excelled at filmmaking, his years in high positions gave him a keen sense of smell. He sensed that something was amiss with the American economy. Most noticeably, Wall Street's enthusiasm for investing in Hollywood had plummeted. Paul Haggis didn't understand any of this. He was a pure filmmaker, considering it solely from the perspective of film investment. "Can we bypass Martin Davis and connect with the Atlanta and Asian funds behind him?" Alan, decisive as ever, said, "I'll have someone try." After Paul Haggis left, he called Lauren and asked her to contact the people in Atlanta and Asia. Paul Haggis left the office and went downstairs to the lobby, where he met John, Legendary Pictures creative director. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Haggis asked, "You should know about the new project I'm leading. Don't you plan to invest in it?" Although Warner Brothers and Legendary Pictures are both under the Warner Brothers umbrella, they are not affiliated with each other, but have a parallel relationship. John shrugged and said, "Legendary Pictures' focus for the next year will be the Batman sequel. It can't do anything else." Haggis was surprised. "Didn't you raise a lot of funds from private shareholders and hedge firms on Wall Street?" John replied casually, "Small investors on Wall Street are also short of money." Footsteps were heard nearby, and Christian Bale came over from Warner Brothers, greeted him, and asked, "What topic are you talking about? You seem very involved." John smiled. "Money, of course," Haggis said. "Many big projects are looking for money." Bale didn't understand this, and said, "Actually, I'm looking for money too." The three laughed, and John quickly said goodbye. Bale was about to leave, but Haggis suddenly remembered what Alan had just said and quickly stopped him. "Chris, let's talk privately for a few minutes." Bale gestured toward the lounge area. Over there. They sat down, and Haggis spoke directly. "Warner Brothers and I are working on a new Terminator film. The budget is around $200 million, and the lead actor hasn't been confirmed yet." Bale said, "I'm also going to play Bruce Wayne." Haggis said, "I asked John about the filming dates, and they don't conflict." The first film, Begins, had revitalized the Batman film franchise, and Warner and DC were confident in the sequel. The fourth Terminator film would definitely arrive after Batman. Haggis pondered the matter for a moment. With the foundation laid by the first film, the new Batman film should be a hit, and it would capitalize on Bale's momentum. As for salary, that wasn't a problem. The high budget was intended to attract A-list stars. Bale was very good at dealing with people. He neither said yes nor no. "According to industry regulations, I cannot discuss roles and job acquisition issues without my agent present," Haggis said. "I will contact your agent." He opened his briefcase and gave Bale a script and a plan. "Take a look," Bale said. "Paul, thank you for your appreciation and invitation." Agent Patrick was waiting for him in the car outside. Bale got in the car, handed him the information, and said, "I've got an offer." Patrick flipped through it and said, "I've heard about this project. They say Martin Davis has been offered the lead." Bale was immediately intrigued. "Martin Davis," Patrick said. "Alan Horn has met with him privately." He then brought up the crucial point: the budget for the new Terminator film will be no less than $180 million. "If you can secure the role, I can negotiate a minimum of $15 million for you." In the world of fame and fortune, who wouldn't be interested in money? Hearing this figure, Bale's interest intensified. Tried to contact Warner Brothers. Paul Haggis has spoken with Legendary Pictures, and there's no conflict between their schedules. Following his boss, Alan Horn's instructions, Lauren sprang into action. She researched all the film projects Martin Davis had starred in and quickly identified 4 major sources of investment to support him: Pacific Pictures, a Hollywood studio; Gray Pictures, Atlanta's largest film company; Beast House Entertainment, also from Atlanta; and Wu Maoding, a wealthy Asian businessman. The directors of the first two, Louise Mayer and Kelly Gray, were too deeply involved with Martin, while the latter was far away in Asia and unavailable for a face-to-face meeting. Lauren put these aside for the time being and planned to contact Beast House Entertainment in Atlanta. They also had an office in Los Angeles. Lauren learned that one of Beast House's owners had recently arrived in Los Angeles. He immediately drove to South Broadway and found the Beast House office. He entered and explained his purpose to the person who greeted him. "I'm Lauren Corner from Warner Brothers Pictures, here to visit Ms. Sophia." "Please wait a moment," the person said, turning back. A moment later, a middle-aged man emerged and beckoned Lauren. "Follow me." Lauren noticed the man's gait was quite strange, his legs splayed outward and his steps limping, as if his butt had suffered a severe injury. Unrelated sentence fragment. "No mistake, one song, one post, one content, 1-6, one book, one bar, one look." Scott suddenly turned around, and Lauren, looking straight ahead, as if she hadn't noticed anything, followed him into a reception room. "Sit down," the woman said, causing Lauren's lips to twitch. The workout clothes couldn't hide the woman's muscular figure. The muscles bulged with every movement, more exaggerated than Dwayne Johnson's today. Lauren could only think of one suitable description: a female King Kong. Then he realized that the head of Pacific Pictures was a woman, the head of Gray Pictures was a woman, and the head of Beast House was also a woman. Did Martin Davis have a big appetite? He could even do that. Wasn't he afraid of breaking it? Lauren was quite knowledgeable, and though she was thinking a lot, her expression remained calm. She introduced herself. "Hello, Mom, I'm Lauren Kerner from the planning department at Warner Brothers." Sophia, always direct, interrupted. "What do you have to say?" Lauren had come prepared and quickly discussed Warner Bros.' projects and their commitment. Sophia didn't respond much, but she listened intently. At Brioni's on Rodeo Drive, Martin, fresh from filming the new season's commercials, was trying on a formal tuxedo. "This is the Oscar suit Bryony had handcrafted specifically for him, tailored to his measurements. It would be worn this weekend." The store manager, Clydia, was nearby. After carefully examining Martin, she said, "Perfect. Martin, you have such beautiful proportions and a model-like frame. You perfectly embody Bryony's distinctive elegance." Martin smiled and said, "Thank you, I'm very pleased." To someone like him, who lacked much fashion sense, formal attire was just that. For someone like him who desired a more mature and stable look, dark colors were a must for public occasions. In the lounge, Bruce, holding Martin's phone, received a call. Hearing Sophia's voice, his heart inexplicably tightened, and his legs shook. But Sophia was talking about something serious, so he patiently listened. He quickly hung up the phone and went to Martin, whispering, "Sophia wants to see you." Martin asked, "What's going on?" Bruce said, "Someone from Warner Brothers has contacted Sophia, trying to solicit investment." Martin nodded. "Tell her I'll be right there." He went to the dressing room to change. Bruce considered calling, but he didn't want to hear Sophia's voice, so he sent a text instead. Martin changed his clothes, said hello to Claudia, and went downstairs with Bruce to drive to Burbank. Bruce knew Martin had recently turned down an offer from Warner Brothers, so he asked, could it have something to do with Alan Horn? Martin said, "Alan Horn is the president of Warner Brothers. Bringing in a new investor definitely requires his approval." Bruce frowned slightly. "He wants to dig up our roots." Martin closed his eyes and thought, considering the situation in Hollywood and the investment returns of Beast House, and pondered his future conversation with Sophia. The car soon arrived at South Broadway, where Beast House's Los Angeles branch was located. Martin and Bruce went upstairs and first saw Scott. After more than 6 months, Scott's legs hadn't spread out to the sides anymore, but his gait seemed fixed, always split. Chapter 355 New and Old Accounts. Seeing Martin, Scott showed no curiosity. He walked over and said, "Idiot, come with me." Bruce stood at the front desk, unwilling to move, intending to let Martin go to see Sophia alone. Martin grabbed his arm and pulled him, saying, "What are you afraid of?" Scott turned around, baring his teeth and chuckling, "You'll be like me, at most. Once you've endured it enough, you'll realize it's actually a pleasure." Martin patted Bruce on the shoulder and said, "I understand why you're always nervous and scared. You've endured it so few times." Bruce said nothing. With a jerk like Martin, the more you resist, the more excited he gets. Scott, for Elena's sake, reminded him, "You know Sophia. She cares most about reliability and safety." Martin nodded and said, "Thank you." Scott opened the door and led the two into the reception room. Sophia sat on the couch and said, "Martin, Bruce, sit wherever you want." Martin chose a single sofa. Bruce leaned against the wall as soon as he entered, his back firmly pressed against it. Anyone trying to attack him from behind would have to break through the concrete wall first. Sophia never wastes words. She glanced at Martin and Bruce's buttocks and said, "Someone from Warner Brothers came to me this morning and invited me to invest in Terminator 4. Martin said, "They invited me to be the leading actor, but I refused." Sophia asked, "Are you not optimistic about this project?" Martin was indeed not optimistic, but he would not say that. "In the past few years, the film projects I have participated in did not represent myself. Louise, Kelly, and you, Sophia, are the key to my where I am today." With his acting skills, plus Jiu Fenshen's words, it was exactly the same as Zhenzhen's. "When I consider commercial projects, I not only consider myself, but also whether your investment can make a profit. The more profit you make, the greater your support for me, and I can go higher and further." Sophia thought of the several investments she had participated in. Louise turned down the investment, and so did I. Martin didn't say anything about the character, or the Terminator or Cameron, because those things meant nothing to Sophia. "If it weren't for Pacific Pictures, a veteran company in the industry, I wouldn't dare invest, let alone get you to invest." Everything he said was true. In the past few years since I came to Hollywood, what impressed me most was not how much profit the investment made, but the deception. They do everything, especially targeting investments outside the industry. Sophia continued, "It's not just in this industry." Martin nodded and gave an example. "Sophia, you must have heard of the movie Saving Private Ryan. It was a very successful movie both commercially and in terms of awards, but can you imagine? This movie is a loss for the investors." Sophia was a little surprised. "Loss?" Martin continued, "Through this film, Spielberg made a fortune, Tom Hanks made a fortune, And the distributor, DreamWorks, also made a fortune, while investors from outside the industry lost money. There are many similar examples. Take Warner Brothers, for example. Brad Pitt made tens of millions of dollars on Troy, and the distributor, Warner Brothers, also made tens of millions of dollars in profit, but in the end, the investors saw a loss. Sophia asked, "Are these people in the industry colluding to perpetrate a financial scam?" Martin shook his head. "No, it's not a scam. It's all legal. For example, the distributor has to advance publicity and promotion costs, and many media channels are already affiliated with Warner Brothers. As for the cost of overseas promotion, even God knows. Furthermore, the distribution fees advanced by Warner Brothers can be borrowed from other Warner companies, and the high interest is also calculated into the publicity and promotion costs." Sophia understood and continued, "They don't care about overseas investors. Many North American investors are like me. Even if they can recoup some of their investment, they actually make a profit. For some reason, even if they are dissatisfied, they won't resort to legal action." "That's right," Martin said, seizing the opportunity to turn back. "Our investment is channeled through Pacific Pictures. While there's a management fee, we'll generally get the profits we are entitled to." All of Sophia's proceeds from her investment in The Hills Have Eyes were invested in Wanted, a project that had its first settlement last December, yielding more than double the investment. Martin said this precisely because he knew all this. He also invested in Wanted, and although the official financial settlement wasn't made until a full year after its release, Davis Studio received over $12 million in the first settlement for its $5 million investment. Subsequent offline revenue will be settled annually. Sophia's face lit up with a smile. "Martin, you know I've always supported you," Martin said. "Pacific Pictures and my Davis Studio will invest again this year." Sophia sought stability and manageable risk. "Remember to let me know." After chatting about their Atlanta past, Martin and Bruce said goodbye and left. Sophia called her highly paid entertainment lawyer and professional accountant. After a few calls, she pulled out the business card she'd just received that morning and dialed in. Lauren was sipping coffee in a cafe, pondering her next breakthrough. After answering the phone, her expression darkened. They just discussed it that morning, but the people from Beast House had rejected Warner Bros.' investment offer that afternoon. These country bumpkins. Lauren couldn't help but shake her head. If Hollywood wasn't short of money, why would Warner Bros. Give her an investment opportunity? If they couldn't handle it here, then the Asians would be the only ones. Lauren decided to go to Asia. Bruce drove over, and Martin got in and called Louise and Kelly one by one, even contacting Wu Maoding. It was hard to say for the latter, but Louise and Kelly wouldn't abandon him just yet. Kelly once said, "If it's beautiful and practical, you should enjoy it while you can, and of course, enjoy it for a few more years." As for Sophia, Martin also had to make some necessary preparations. Putting down his phone, he asked, "Brooke, is Ivan still in Los Angeles?" Bruce roughly understood Martin's thoughts. He's been keeping an eye on Pete's situation. Martin had a lot to think about. Can Ivan stay in Los Angeles for a long time? Bruce immediately understood Martin's concerns and said, "Even if Sophia chooses to cooperate with Warner, it will be a simple business cooperation." Martin said, "It's just risk management." Bruce nodded. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Ivan has no relatives in Atlanta. He and I were partners when we were working in other industries. Both times, Ivan played a role." Martin simply said, "I'll give Ivan a long-term, stable income." "No," Bruce interrupted him. "Ivan is employed by me, not you." Martin pointed at him and said, "Brooke, your head is full of bullshit." Bruce said, "You caught it." Martin took out his phone and called Thomas first. "Keep an eye on the news about Warner Pictures' Terminator project," he said to Bruce again. "Go to Pacific Pictures." After a moment's thought, Martin found a phone number Cody Horn had left him at the golf course. "Hi, Martin." A familiar female voice rang through the receiver. Martin had already prepared an excuse. "Cody, you said you teach me golf last time. I've been waiting for you to teach me the ropes. I wonder when you'll be free." "What a coincidence," Cody said with regret. "I've been getting in shape for the Oscars these days, so I'm not in a good position to play." She tentatively asked, "Martin, can we wait until after the Oscars?" Martin replied, "Of course, we can meet then." Cody smiled. "Then it's settled." Martin hung up the phone, suddenly noticing the strange looks from the people next to him. Bruce said, "Sure enough, I'm a jerk for a reason." "Don't make excuses for your jerkiness," Martin said helplessly. "I'm just trying to get information." I want to stay up to date on what's going on over there. If anything happens, I can respond immediately." The Oscars were coming up soon. Arriving at Pacific Pictures, Martin entered Louise's office and discussed recent events in detail. When men and women discuss matters, they sometimes use both hands and mouths, moving their bodies and minds simultaneously. Just the day before the Oscars, Martin received a message from Thomas that Christian Bale's agent, Parker, was in preliminary discussions with Warner Brothers about the Terminator project. It seemed Bale's chances of starring in the film were very high. Martin remembered clearly that Christian Bale played John Connor in that film. This proved to Hollywood that without Batman, his commercial appeal was weak, and he couldn't single-handedly dominate the box office. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. But Martin was still being watched. Bale had tricked him in The Prestige, and if he had the chance, he would get back at him. The British media and police had proven that Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep were responsible for Bale's sponged hair at Pinewood Studios, and Martin Davis had nothing to do with it. So, the score wasn't settled. And not just with him, but with Bale himself. Every detail was clearly recorded. The last weekend of February 2007 arrived, and the 79th Academy Awards ceremony kicked off on time at the Kodak Theater. This year, the biggest question was whether Martin Scorsese could realize his dream. Those in the know knew the odds were a whopping 90%. Although Martin knew he was destined to be a runner-up, he still walked the Oscars red carpet. He wouldn't make the same mistake that DiCaprio made in his youth. During the heyday of Big Ship, DiCaprio refused to walk the Oscars red carpet because he wasn't nominated for Best Actor, publicly stating that he was worried about stealing the Oscar limelight. Anyone who follows Hollywood knows the rest of the story. On the day of the awards ceremony, Martin arrived in a Cadillac flagship, wearing a handmade Brioni haute couture gown. On the red carpet, he raised a Coca-Cola alongside members of the Coca-Cola cult. He then joined Nicholson and DiCaprio in the press area, and together, as the super team of the Bastard Trio, they entered the Kodak Theater. Chapter 356 The Mysteries Revealed. The Oscar, Hollywood's ultimate prize, has been a source of intense obsession for industry figures like Steven Spielberg and George Lucas. Even a devoted fanatic like Daniel Day-Lewis would settle down in Los Angeles for 2 years, dedicating a full year to public relations. Even the uninhibited DiCaprio has been a runner-up year after year. Can we not mention the runner-up, sitting in the second row, as the cameras turned and a commercial played on the big screen? Leonardo whispered to Martin, "I'm sending you a blessing." Nicholson exposed the situation, "Come on, cover your ears. Leo must be saying a curse." The scoundrel trio has always wavered internally, each one a power-hungry opportunist. Martin didn't care. "Leo, if you dare to offer it, I dare to accept it," Leonardo said. "I wish you 10 years of Oscar runner-up status, starting this year." Martin responded with the same words, "I wish you 10 more years of Oscar runner-up status." Leonardo, struck with a fatal blow, instinctively wanted to unleash his 3 ultimate moves. Martin quickly reminded, "The Oscars are being broadcast live. Be serious," he deliberately said. "I won't be a runner-up for that long." Leonardo glanced at Martin's profile. "With your face and figure, who of those old men wouldn't envy you? When you are old and vicissitudes of life, the awards will come naturally." But Martin said, "I will soon ruin this face, change my body shape and temperament, and let people see that I am not myself." Nicholson, a fence-sitter, leaned to the other side at this time. "Leo, I have a knife here, you can help Martin destroy his face." Leonardo saw the award presenter coming on stage, and said to Martin, "Remember this valuable runner-up experience, because you have to experience it for 10 years. Renee Zellweger, winner of the Best Supporting Actress award at last year's Oscars, walked onto the stage, came to the microphone, and read out the names of the 5 nominees for Best Supporting Actor in conjunction with the pictures played on the big screen. Alan Arkin, Martin Davis, Jimin Hoon-soo, Eddie Murphy. She opened the envelope, glanced at it, and read out the most popular name, Alan Arkin. Amidst applause, Alan Arkin, already in his 70s, stood up, hugged the crew, waved to everyone, and strode onto the stage to accept his award. Martin had known this would happen, so he remained calm and applauded with a smile. Host Ellen DeGeneres took the stage and cracked some silly American jokes. After the opening climax of the Supporting Actor and Actress Awards, a series of technical awards began. That was fine. The most tedious part was the endless retrospective segment. The Academy's core members grew older with age, and with age, they became more nostalgic. In recent years, the nostalgia for each Oscar has lengthened. Consequently, this time of year marks the lowest ratings for the Oscars. Many viewers don't even turn back until the 4 major awards have been handed out. Still, nostalgia still has its appeal. The near-crazy ZZZQ of the future has caused Oscars ratings and influence to fall to unprecedented lows, turning them into a veritable carnival for a niche audience. Martin, drowsy, served as a presenter for Best Cinematography and then went backstage. The backstage area was somewhat chaotic, with many backstage staff milling about. Some presenters and winners took the opportunity to chat, while others took the opportunity to pose for photos. "Can we take a picture, Martin?" A young woman with long reddish-brown hair approached with an assistant, looking at Martin expectantly. "My name is Emily Blunt. I've always been a fan of yours, ever since Zombie Gigolo. I even learned the zombie machine gun dance." As she spoke, she performed a few hip-swinging movements. "I've never been able to do it that fast." Although familiar with the movements, Martin nodded. "Sure." Emily Blunt happily skipped over, slipped her arm around Martin's, and gestured to the assistant. The assistant quickly took pictures, several in a row. "Thank you, Martin." Emily was very happy. Martin seemed to see his past self. "You're welcome." She quickly left the place and found George Clooney again. After a similar conversation, they took a photo together. Although she had gained some fame, it was too difficult for a small star to rise to the top, and it was not something that could be achieved simply by taking off clothes. Martin did not ask Emily Blunt where she learned his skills from. He went to the bathroom and turned into the corridor when he came out, ready to go to the lobby. At the entrance of the lobby, he met Anne Hathaway. Anne had cut her hair short, leaving a handsome short hair. When she saw Martin, she thought of breaking up with her husband. The best love was ruined by her own actions. Anne murmured, "Martin." Martin nodded. "Good evening, Anne. You look beautiful as always." Anne asked, "Can we talk privately sometime?" Martin pointed to his watch. "The Best Actor awards are about to be presented, and my brother is nominated." Anne paused for a moment, then realized Martin was referring to Leonardo DiCaprio. The reputation of the 3 villainous brothers was already circulating in Hollywood. "Let's talk some other time," Martin said. As Martin walked away, Anne's vision darkened. She quickly clung to the wall, a wave of regret filling her heart. "I ruined the best love, ruined it." She thought of Martin's scandals, and her heart ached again. "Because of me, he no longer believed in love and became a playboy. It's all my fault." Anne, heartbroken, didn't want to go back. She simply turned and headed for the door. In Hollywood, who of her age could compare to Martin? The more Anne thought about it, the more her heart ached. Martin returned to his seat just as the previous year's Best Actress winner, Reese Witherspoon, announced the Best Actor winner, Forrest Whitaker. Applause erupted, and the burly black man ascended the podium. Numerous eyes, including a camera lens, were trained on Leonardo. Year after year, all was coming up just shy. Leonardo's Oscar obsession only grew stronger. When the cameras turned away, Martin reassured Leonardo, "Don't be sad, don't be upset. It's no big deal." Leonardo nodded, thinking he'd finally said what he was supposed to say. "Because it'll be the same next year," Martin said, his tone stern. "And the year after that, it'll be the same." Unrelated sentence fragment. Nicholson beamed. "Leo, the 10-year blessing you gave Martin has been bestowed upon you." Leonardo really didn't want to talk anymore. If he could reach Satan, he'd sacrifice his 2 teammates, asking nothing in return. Tonight's theme was respect for the elderly. Helen Mirren, in her 60s, took home the Best Actress award. Then, Spielberg, Coppola, and George Lucas took the stage together. 3 of the 4 great directors were in attendance, with Scorsese sitting in the audience. The symbolism couldn't be more obvious. "3 of us have 3 Best Director awards," Coppola said first. Spielberg followed up, "Who here doesn't have a Best Director statuette?" George Lucas replied with a look of resignation, "How can I say I don't?" The joke faded with laughter. After the introduction and the nominations, Coppola opened the envelope, and the 3 of them spoke into the microphone together. "Best Director goes to Martin Scorsese." The long-awaited applause erupted, and Scorsese burst into tears. After nearly 4 decades of directing, he finally received the award he had always wanted. Martin reacted quickly, turning around to hug Scorsese. "Congratulations, Director." Scorsese smiled cheerfully and hugged the rest of the crew. As he walked towards the stage, Martin waved his arms, signaling everyone around him to stand. Nicholson, the most shameless, stood in the aisle and waved. Leonardo DiCaprio turned and gestured to the back, also standing. The guests around him all stood, leading everyone else to stand. The entire audience rose to their feet, applauding. As Scorsese took the stage, he turned around and spotted the three idiots dancing with joy, and couldn't help but laugh. After chatting with his old friends, Scorsese accepted the Best Director statuette, stepped to the microphone, and began a frenzy of thanks. He uttered the three Qs 12 times in a row. Then, Scorsese thanked specific individuals, including Martin. The success of this film is largely due to the actors. Thank you, Leo, we've been together for 6.5 years, and I hope we can continue to work together for another 20. Thank you, Martin Davis, for your courage and inspiration. Thank you, Jack, for being the leader of the Idiot Trio. So, I thank the Idiot Trio for not bringing us down, but for helping each other build on each other and delivering an extraordinary performance. Amidst applause, the camera panned to Martin, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Nicholson. Standing side by side, the three wore innocent smiles, their demeanor reminiscent of Tom Hanks. After the cameras turned away, Leonardo asked, "Are we going to steal the show?" "No," Martin said. "When you win the award, if Jack comes on stage and takes off his pants and shows his butt, that's going to steal the show." Nicholson sighed. "I doubt Leo will win the Best Actor Oscar even if I see God." Leonardo sat down and said, "When I get the Oscar, I'll melt it down and make 2 middle fingers for you." Nicholson said, "Martin, don't do that after you win the Oscar. People who don't win Oscars will be too sad, and if they get depressed, that's not good." Al Pacino and Robert De Niro took the stage to present the grand prize. These two have worked with Martin Scorsese so many times that their appearance made the Best Picture award a sure thing. As expected, Al Pacino announced the winner, The Departed. Producer Graham King called the entire creative crew on stage to accept the Best Picture award. Martin also stood on the podium for the first time, but unfortunately it was not an individual award. Chapter 357: How the Living Defeat the Dead. Cheers! Inside the banquet hall, the crew of The Departed celebrated wildly, toasting and drinking together, becoming the most eye-catching scene of the Oscar night party. "Congratulations to our director on achieving his dream." Martin raised another glass of champagne and shouted, "Congratulations to our crew." Nicholson, shamelessly, also raised his glass of champagne. "Let's thank Martin and Leo for being a runner-up." The crew laughed and congratulated Martin and Leonardo, who could only bite the bullet and drink. Scorsese came over alone and had a drink with Martin. He encouraged him, saying, "Don't lose heart. With your acting and your ability to stir things up, you could win an Oscar within 5 years if you find the right role." Martin chuckled, "Director, you really have good taste." Leonardo was displeased. "What about me?" Scorsese said, "Your three-stroke combo has become instinct." Martin put his arm around Leonardo. "Man, maybe in a few years, you'll be the runner-up." Nicholson chimed in, "You two idiots are destined to be runners-up." Martin glared at Nicholson fiercely. "You have 3 Oscars. You're so arrogant. You're so great." He turned and said, "Leo, when we get ours, I'll put mine in Jack's mouth." Leonardo naturally responded, "I'll put mine in his ass." Scorsese felt that the three of them, together, were a hopeless bunch and quickly left. Martin spotted Emma Thomas in the banquet hall and approached her. Emma was eating a mousse cake alone. Perhaps she didn't need to be on a diet, as she ate it quickly. When Martin went over, she had just started, and by the time he got closer, the cake was gone. "Have a seat." Emma picked up her napkin and wiped her mouth casually, then said, "Congratulations, Martin, the movie you starred in won an Oscar." Martin smiled and said, "Thank you." He deliberately said, "It's a pity that I can't win an individual award." Emma watched The Departed. "Actually, your acting is not bad, better than Leonardo. In terms of role and performance alone, Alan Arkin may not be better than you, but his advantage is too great." Martin said, "I'm still young and there are plenty of opportunities." He simply changed the subject. "A few days ago, I saw the script for the new Batman movie from Ms. Louise Mayer of Pacific Pictures." Emma remembered it clearly. Pacific Pictures is one of the investors. Martin continued, "The script is very well written. Both Bruce and the Joker are extremely deep. The conflict between justice and evil, the complexity of human nature, is breathtaking." Because Mean has done enough work, Emma Thomas admires Martin very much and reminds him, Warner Brothers, Legendary Pictures and DC Comics have unanimously requested that Christian Bale return to continue playing Batman. Martin said, "The script has a dual hero structure. In terms of the screenplay, the Joker is even the lead. Emma had discussed the film with her husband Nolan more than once, and knew Martin had hit on the key point. You're right. Chris told me Batman is just a tool, the Joker is the star of this film. She asked, are you interested? Yes, Martin said without needing to deny. I'm very interested. It's a very unique superhero movie. It doesn't even feel like a superhero movie, but more like a realistic crime film. Nolan wasn't yet a star, strictly speaking, a second-tier director. Emma was considering the practicalities. If Martin joined, the commercial potential was enormous. The project had a whopping $180 million budget. If it flopped, or even just made a small profit, Nolan's future would be essentially over. He would have to return to England and start over with low-budget independent films. As a producer, Emma always took care of all the miscellaneous matters for her husband outside of filming and production. She had her own assessment. As for Bale, apart from the Batman factor, his commercial appeal wasn't strong. Martin, on the other hand, has starred in 4 films that have grossed over $100 million at the North American box office, most recently in Limitless, proving his ability to single-handedly dominate a box office. Emma said, next month, we'll start recruiting, and the Joker is a key focus. Wait for my invitation. Martin nodded, no problem. This character has a key feature not found in other more recognizable superheroes. Martin can transform his appearance, remaining faceless throughout the film, even transforming his demeanor and appearance. Like Nicholson, he's not stuck in the Joker's stereotype. Such a deranged role demands a lot, but Martin has his own strengths. When he discussed this with Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson, they both gave him similar advice, telling him to just unleash the beast within. Bruce was more direct, saying, isn't this acting as if you're being yourself? Martin has been growing his hair long, exercising more, and working out to become more toned, while slowly losing weight in a healthy way. The Joker, with its paint and exaggerated appearance, makes it easier to separate the character from the actor. Martin's concern wasn't about that, but about the possibility of death. As everyone knows, the death of a star actor can be incredibly devastating. It's not easy for the living to defeat the dead. So, Martin had been planning this since last year, even enlisting the help of Nicholson, the former Joker. Emma asked, I heard you and Bale weren't on good terms. DC is very focused on him. This is a sequel, and Bale already has an established audience and fan base. Martin simply replied, I'm an actor who gives my all for a role. Emma nodded. The two chatted for a while longer, and then Martin took his leave. Not long after walking out, someone greeted him from the side. Hi, Martin. Martin turned around and saw Cody Horn, who was dressed in a dress, coming over from the side. I saw you a long time ago. I saw you chatting with someone, so I didn't disturb you. Emma Thomas, wife of British director Christopher Nolan, Martin explained, we just happened to meet and talked about director Nolan's new project. Speaking of movies, Cody had something to say. I went back to my parents' place 2 days ago, and heard my dad complain that you rejected his invitation to play a role. Martin must insist on a unified statement. The schedule is not coincidental. It conflicts with the schedule of The Curious Case of Benjamin Button that I am going to audition for, Cody said. I also plan to make a cameo appearance in that movie and play opposite you. No mistake, one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum. It's a pity. Martin acted quite helpless and tried to guide. Actually, I like the script and the role very much, but there are too many things to consider when choosing an actor. Alice, I don't know who will get the role of the savior. Cody obviously knew something. Paul Haggis has basically negotiated with Christian Bale's agent. Martin couldn't help but envy. Bale is such a lucky man. Cody smiled. David Fincher's project is not bad either. I will also sign up for his crew to see if I can find a role to audition for. Martin has done the preparation. You acted well in Rescue Me. Your acting skills are no problem. As a rich second generation and star second generation, Cody may not have anything else, but he is super confident. I think so too. Not long after, Martin returned to the Infernal Walker crew. Nicholson looked at Cody Horn, who was walking away, and asked Martin, I remember you were a very dedicated person? Or is your appreciation of beauty getting lower and lower? Martin said simply, the daughter of Alan Horn, president of Warner Pictures, asked her some news. Nicholson raised his thumb. Man, you are really good. Compared with you, Leo is a piece of shit. Martin said, I just talked to Emma Thomas, the producer of the Batman project. Nicholson asked, Are you sure the villain of the second part is the Joker, not a villain, but the protagonist? Martin lowered his voice. The crew will organize auditions next month. Don't forget what we discussed. Nicholson is almost in retirement. Every day he is either looking for fun or on the way to find fun. He responded, when have I ever been a dragon doing things? It's interesting to think about turning against each other and then making up. Leonardo came over. Don't forget me, Martin emphatically warned. Stop talking. With those 3 tricks of yours, if you use them in front of a familiar reporter, everyone will know you're acting, Leonardo said helplessly. I've been acting for over 20 years, and I'm the worst actor of the 3 of us. Nicholson patted him on the back. Acting requires talent, Martin said. That's right, Jack. We're both incredibly talented. From now on, avoid hanging out with average actors with average talent. Leonardo then unleashed his trump card. Next time there's a rave, I won't bring you. Martin and Nicholson's expressions changed simultaneously, putting on ingratiating smiles. Just kidding, don't take it seriously, Leo. With those 11 seconds, you're definitely going to need some help. Don't be so slanderous, Leonardo retorted. The last time I was a patient, the longest I lasted was 50 seconds. Afterward, the entire creative crew gathered at the banquet hall's photo booth for a Vanity Fair reporter to take publicity photos. Winning an Oscar is an achievement, but the ultimate goal is to promote the film. It's precisely the profits that attract so many film companies to this game of fame and fortune. The day after the Oscars, fueled by the media frenzy and frenzied attention, the already fully distributed DVD of The Departed was released in multiple markets worldwide. In North America alone, DVD sales raked in $17 million that day. The combined impact of the Best Picture and Best Director Oscars was truly remarkable in this era. On that single day, the film's Oscar-winning publicity and PR investment was fully recouped, and more than earned back. In just 2 days, The Departed surpassed $30 million in North American DVD sales. Even Martin would have seen a significant boost in revenue by the end of the year. Even his starring role, Limitless, capitalized on the Oscars' success, rebounding at the box office, accumulating $152 million in North America and surpassing $300 million worldwide. The film's phenomenal success also demonstrated Martin's ability to single-handedly generate revenue. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358: The Beginning of Competition. At Warner Brothers Studios, preparations were underway for a project codenamed Rory's First Kiss. A gray office building served as the crew's base. Thomas, in an electric scooter, took Martin to the set, picking up Louise along the way. Martin asked, "Honey, has the co-investment meeting for the project concluded?" Louise replied simply, "It's basically finalized. The production budget is $180 million. Warner Brothers will distribute, with DC Comics and Legendary Pictures co-producing. These 2 companies, along with Warner Brothers, Pacific Pictures, and some smaller companies, will also invest, along with the Nolans." She raised her black-rimmed glasses. "The offline window for the project will be 3 years, starting from the film's North American release date. Warner Brothers will be forced to buy out all online and offline rights." Martin then asked a crucial question. "Warner Brothers is also investing?" Louise replied, "The investment is similar to Pacific Pictures. Their main focus is still on the new Terminator." The electric scooter stopped at the entrance of the gray office building. Louise got out first, leading Martin and Thomas inside. Louise was a member of the crew, second only to Charles Roven, representing Warner Brothers, and Orlin, the head of DC Comics. Martin had made an appointment with Nolan through Emma Thomas. Just across the hall, Min emerged, approached Martin, and whispered, "I've infiltrated the crew." Martin wondered, "How quick was that?" he asked. "Actor." Min nodded gently. Emma spoke to the casting director. "I auditioned yesterday and landed a crucial supporting role for a black woman. I'm here today to discuss the contract." Martin nodded. "Keep an eye on the crew, boss. I'll handle it." "Don't worry." Min had been proving quite successful lately. Several key department heads on the crew are women over 40. Bruce approached from behind and pulled Min along for a private chat. Louise led Martin into a reception room. After a few minutes, the Nolans entered. Martin stepped forward to shake Nolan's hand. After a few pleasantries, they quickly got down to business. Nolan glanced at Emma and said, "Did you discuss this project with Emma? Did you say the Joker is the primary protagonist?" "That's how the script feels to me," Martin said bluntly. "This character is very unique and three-dimensional. I can't even call him a villain. I think the Joker in the script is very similar to the two protagonists in Heat." This information came from Mean. As expected, Nolan said, "Yes, when we were writing the script, Jonathan and I were influenced by the two heroes' duel in Heat." His gaze towards Martin shifted slightly, because every word the young actor said resonated with him, touching upon the very essence of his creative vision. The Joker was incredibly important to this film. In Nolan's mind, Batman was merely a supporting role, and he elevated the Joker to an untold height. Therefore, Nolan chose with extreme caution, needing an actor who could truly carry this complex character. If the Joker failed, the film would fail, and $180 million would vanish, along with his future as a director. Nolan thought for a moment and said, "Martin, I understand your situation. How about this? Wait for my notification and then go straight for the makeup audition." Knowing the meeting was over, Martin shook Nolan's hand and said goodbye. "I look forward to working with this fantastic director like you." After seeing Martin and his companions off, Nolan asked his wife, "A fantastic director? He's such a talker," Emma said. "He's got a great reputation in the industry and is very dedicated." Nolan understood. He's also a master of getting things done. This film was of such importance that he wouldn't make a decision lightly. "We'll have to talk to other candidates as well." After lunch and some paperwork, Nolan received a notification that Christian Bale was coming to the studio. Because the Batman series had suffered from repeated casting changes and box office failures in the 1990s, Warner Brothers and DC Comics had learned from this and, once the project was confirmed, strongly invited Bale to return and reprise his role as Bruce Wayne. Bale's agent was in final negotiations with the crew. Nolan and Bale had collaborated several times and had a close relationship. He invited him directly into his office and asked, "Is the contract negotiation almost done?" Bale was in high spirits. "My highest ever paid for a film was $15 million. Nolan glanced at Bale's physique and said, "Get back to training and get as strong as possible." Bale, known for his rubbery build, replied, "I've already started bulking up." He had come in today for other matters and asked, "I heard they've started casting for the Joker." Nolan nodded slightly and asked, "Why? Do you have a suitable actor to recommend?" "Indeed, I do. His acting skills are top-notch among young actors, and he'd do anything for the role." Bale offered a few compliments before naming the actor, Heath Ledger, the lead actor in Brokeback Mountain. Hugh Jackman had also recommended Heath Ledger, so Nolan wasn't surprised by Bale's recommendation. Bale was a sentimental actor, clearly wanting to help his friend. But Nolan had to consider the risks. Is Heath Ledger's condition improving? "It's mostly under control." Bale, a friend, was unwavering in his approach. "I can guarantee he won't get into any trouble during filming because of this, and the crew can even sign a contract with him with relevant restrictions." Nolan had known Bale for many years, and he was known for his reliability. He had to be confident when he said this. Bale added, "So many actors have been exposed to that stuff, so many that it's hard to count. Perhaps it's more accurate to say that those who haven't are rare." Nolan, with 10 years in the industry, knew this was true. That incident in New York wasn't a big deal. "I was there. Martin Davis and Aniston were so over the top that they nearly ruined Heath Ledger's career." Bale briefly recounted the situation from his perspective, adding, "Heath and I have a great chemistry. If he'd played opposite me, it would have definitely been a boost." Much like Hugh Jackman in The Prestige, Nolan was highly impressed by Bale's recommendations. After a moment's reflection, he said, "Bring Heath Ledger to the set. I want to see him firsthand." Bale said, "I'll call him and have him come from New York immediately." Nolan urged, "As soon as possible." Bale excused himself and left, calling Heath Ledger before even leaving. After the call, he contacted a production manager he knew well and asked, "Who are you currently considering for the role of the Joker?" Once the cast list was finalized, Bale could call them and try to dissuade them. He had used this tactic several times in the past. "Not sure yet," the production manager recalled. This morning, one of the investors, Louise Mayer, brought Martin Davis and his agent to meet with director Nolan. "I'm not sure what they discussed, but I suspect it was something to do with casting." Hearing Martin's name, Bale's gaze froze, his mind instantly fixed on the Joker. He was set to play Bruce Wayne, and there weren't many people on the crew who were suited to the role Martin Davis had. Bale hated Martin, not just because of the Heath Ledger incident, but also because of the Pinewood Studios incident. A grown man ripping a sponge became a joke across Hollywood, across the US, and even in the UK, with countless people secretly mocking him. Martin was integral to the actions of the scoundrel trio. Bale's stomach twisted, and he felt an inexplicable urge to vomit as he thought of Martin's sunny, handsome, and affable face. Working on the same crew was an absolute nightmare, especially since he was helping Heath Ledger secure the role. After saying goodbye to the production manager, Bale pondered how to deny Martin access to the production. Meanwhile, Emma Thomas, after a long day at work, left the crew's office building and headed to the on-set ice cream parlor as agreed. Mean sat her down at a table and ordered her a bowl of cloyingly sweet ice cream. Emma took a sip, the sweetness exploding in her mouth. The overwhelmingly sweet flavor was so refreshing that it filled her with a surge of dopamine-fueled bliss. Of course, she needed to double her happiness, so she devoured most of it in one gulp. While she was lost in her sweetness, Mean asked, "Emma, can my boss get that role?" "It's not that simple. Our opinions are important, but we don't have the final say," Emma said simply. "We can only offer suggestions. Ultimately, it all depends on the makeup audition. The project is too expensive, and no one can afford the risk," Mean boasted. "My boss's acting is impeccable. Even Nicholson and Scorsese praise him," Emma warned. "Tell him not to get carried away." "There are strong contenders," Mean asked. "Who are the people interested in competing for the role?" This kind of thing wasn't confidential on the set, so Emma casually said, "Bell recommended Australian actor Heath Ledger, and several other companies or investors have recommended their own candidates. We expect 5 or 6 people to participate in the final makeup audition." Mean wrote down the names Emma mentioned, especially Heath Ledger. His boss had mentioned this person, so he needed to pay close attention. Mean asked a few more questions about Bell's recommendation of Heath Ledger. After they finished their ice cream, they made an appointment to go for a sweet treat tomorrow. Emma returned to the office building to meet her husband and prepare to go home from get off work. Mean called a female executive producer he had hooked up with, and because she was nearly 50 years old, he was able to find out some information. The male lead, Bale, had already submitted Heath Ledger's information to the casting team. Mean left the Warner Studios and walked to the Davis Studios not far away to find Bruce and go to see Martin together. He detailed the latest news he had heard. "It is certain that Robin Williams, Josh Brolin, Jude Law, Heath Ledger, Paul Bettany, and Adrian Brody are all interested in this role." Chapter 359, Stepping on Martin to Get It Back. Big projects can earn big money. Not to mention the pay. If a film becomes a huge hit, the profit-sharing agreement between the union and the Producers Guild alone can net a substantial annual payout. There were many contenders, but Martin focused on one, asking, "Did Bale recommend Heath Ledger?" Mean nodded. "Bale strongly recommended him. He's British and has a good relationship with director Nolan, so his recommendations are highly valued by director Nolan. The casting team has already accepted the relevant information submitted by Bale and Heath Ledger's agents." Thomas asked, "Would the crew dare use him?" Martin said, "So many people use that stuff. If it weren't for Jen and me on set, no one would have taken it seriously. This is a sequel. If the lead actor, Bale, strongly recommends it, and Nolan insists on using him, Warner Brothers and DC Comics might compromise." Mean took the initiative. "How about I try to find a solution from Emma?" "The crew, no need." Martin simply asked Mean to get information and stay up to date on the crew's developments. There was no need to take any other risks. He thought for a moment and said, "We'll win the competition this time with honor." Mean and Thomas were fine, but Bruce, who had remained silent, knew immediately that Martin was up to something terrible. Whether in Hollywood or the entertainment industry across the Pacific, auditions are merely the basics. Ever since things like the red couch were removed from the audition room, the key to success is no longer inside the room. Mean, receiving Martin's warning, quickly left. Martin asked Thomas, which insurance company did the crew purchase the completion bond from. Thomas had already learned about it, Fireman's Fund Insurance Company. More than 80% of Hollywood film projects are insured by this company, Martin said. "Find out who is specifically responsible for Batman-related business." Thomas replied, "No problem, contact Bruce if you have anything in the next month." Martin picked up the script given by Louise and said, "I plan to open a long-term private room at the Four Seasons Hotel to concentrate on studying the script and the role. Thomas said, "As long as you can pass the audition, I am confident that I can negotiate a big contract for you." Martin nodded slightly and said, "Go ahead." After Thomas left, Bruce asked, "Do I have anything else to do here?" Martin said, "First, remember to remind those two bastards Leo and Jack. I'm afraid they will have too much fun and forget." Bruce understood. "If you work hard, you have to let everyone, including the crew, see it," Martin said, "as a matter of course. Otherwise, what's the point of working hard? No one will pay attention to your secretive efforts." Bruce asked, "Have you thought about Heath Ledger?" Martin didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Bruce, what do you think the chances are that he'll quit?" "It would require an incredible amount of willpower." Bruce understood Martin's meaning. "Back in New York, I observed Heath Ledger closely. He wasn't a man of strong willpower." He mentioned a recent news item: Michelle Williams and Heath Ledger broke up. "I saw that," Martin said. "I don't think he'll be able to quit." In his previous life, the internet and media were flooded with reports of Heath Ledger's death from depression caused by the Joker, as if he had truly dedicated his life to the role. So, Martin now wanted to be a good person. After all, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. After a moment's thought, he said, "The crew is based in Los Angeles, and all the auditions are also taking place there. Bale recommended Heath Ledger, so he's definitely coming to Los Angeles. Did Ivan return to Atlanta?" "Have Ivan keep an eye on him and keep in touch with TMZ," Bruce said. "No problem." Martin remembered something. "When Jen and I had a confrontation with Heath Ledger on the Brooklyn set in New York, you filmed it. I think you kept it for yourself." Bruce roughly guessed what Martin was up to. "I've kept it," Martin said. "Once you've cleaned it up, give it to Ivan. Have him pass it on to TMZ and leak the news about Heath Ledger's involvement in the Batman casting. With TMZ's way of doing things, they'll definitely keep a close eye on Heath Ledger." Bruce said, "I'll do it right away." Martin packed his things and left with Bruce, having Bruce take him to the Four Seasons Hotel to prepare for his retreat. Shortly after arriving at the hotel, the two seductresses, Jolie and Aniston, called him, demanding a game of landlord. Refusal would be too humiliating. Martin gave them his address and waited for news. A good person should ultimately be attentive to others' well-being. It doesn't really matter if it's time for retreat and cultivation, even if it's early or late. Warner Brothers, officially titled Terminator 2018, held auditions for the lead actor. Writer and producer Haggis, director Joseph Nietzsche, and production company representative Alan Horn all agreed that Christian Bale's audition was the perfect choice for the lead role. Not only did he have guaranteed acting skills and image, but he could also leverage the influence of the Batman films. Bale's agent, Parker, then negotiated with a production team. Besides the salary and the usual benefits for the lead actor, he added a temporary condition. Warner Brothers, which had invested in the Batman project, recommended Heath Ledger for the film's alternate protagonist, the Joker. This wasn't a big deal. In Alan Horn's eyes, what happened to Heath Ledger wasn't even a big deal. There were countless similar cases in Hollywood, and Alan Horn himself was one of them. The conditions weren't a big deal, but Warner Brothers wouldn't agree so easily. They told Bale and his agent that they had to see the audition results and that Ledger's acting skills had to meet the requirements for the role. Bale was willing to help Ledger out of friendship, but Ledger's own ability was also crucial. He believed that with Ledger's acting skills, he could easily pull off the role of the Joker. Having agreed to these terms, Bale immediately rushed to the Santa Monica Hotel and found Ledger, who had just arrived in Los Angeles. They went to a cafe together. Ledger looked rosy and energetic, a stark contrast to his languid demeanor in New York. It was as if the promising young Australian star had returned. Bale ordered coffee and said, "I've submitted your relevant information to the crew with your agent, and we've also secured the support of one of the investors, Warner Brothers and DC Comics. Warner Brothers and DC Comics already support me to continue playing Bruce Wayne. With me helping you out, the chances of getting the role are great." Heath Ledger didn't know what to say. Such friendship was rare. He nodded heavily and said, "I will make full preparations and give 200% of my performance in the audition, no mistakes in one song. One post, one content, one book, one forum." He added, "Thank you, Chris. Without you, I might never have gotten over this." Bale smiled and said, "Friends, let's not be so polite. You never know when I might need your help." Heath Ledger nodded, "If that ever happens, I'll do my best." Bale warned, "You need to be more careful about that." Heath Ledger assured him, "Don't worry, I won't use you on the set, And I won't make the same mistake I did last time." He forced a smile and said, "I can only focus on my career now." His repeated attempts to persuade him led to repeated arguments with his fiancée, Michelle Williams, that were irreconcilable. Michelle, believing his behavior would seriously affect their children's development, broke off their engagement and separated from him. Even after losing his daughter and fiancée, Ledger remained committed to his addiction. Bale was fully aware of Mitchell's breakup with Heath and specifically encouraged him, boosting his morale. "I've got confirmation that Martin Davis is also in the running for the role and will be auditioning." Heath's resolve was instantly ignited, and he declared, "I'm going to get this part." His current situation, with his daughter leaving him and his fiancée breaking up, was heavily influenced by the incident between Martin Davis and Aniston. After a brief period of withdrawal, he slipped back into his old ways, his mind increasingly affected by the drugs. "Without Martin Davis, I wouldn't be in this situation." Bale shared this sentiment. As a potential eyewitness at the time, he always believed it was a small matter, a matter of compromise that could have opened up new horizons. Later, after experiencing the rupture of the Pinewood Studios sponge, his belief in this was reinforced. Heath added, "What I lost, I'm going to take back with my own hands this time," and he could do it by stepping on Martin Davis. Bale wouldn't underestimate that jerk. He specifically warned him, "Don't be careless. Stay at the hotel and study the script and character, and prepare for the audition. Your agent and I will take care of the outside world. I'll leave you a car, but don't go out unless necessary. Try not to expose yourself to the media, as they were used to reporting things indiscriminately." Heath promised, "I won't leave the hotel before the audition. At most, I'll go for a walk on the beach." Bell stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and left the hotel. In Burbank, TMZ's editor-in-chief, Jody, drove to an underground parking lot and met Ivan, a news source and freelance paparazzi she had worked with several times. Since their last collaboration, he had followed her old ways, buying a car and a professional camera to film entertainment news for money. He would occasionally sell TMZ a breaking story. Jody got into his car and asked, "What's the big news this time?" Ivan turned on his MP4 player and said, "I bought an old video online, featuring Heath Ledger, the star of Brokeback Mountain." Brokeback Mountain was incredibly influential, and Jody immediately piqued his interest, watching the video carefully. It wasn't long, only about 20 seconds, and it consisted entirely of a frantic Heath Ledger raging. There was no way of knowing who was on the other end. The last part had clearly been cut. "The video is incomplete. These are the only ones I bought." The seller said he filmed it with his mobile phone, and it happened to be out of battery. Jody asked. Heath Ledger publicly announced that he would quit smoking. "Could it be?" Ivan said. "The time on the video has been processed, but it should have been a while ago. It's impossible to judge. He was like a real paparazzi." "Are you interested in news about Heath Ledger? I'll get some." "Can you pay a high price?" Jody was slightly surprised. "You're going to New York, didn't you read the American rumors?" Ivan said simply. "He came to Los Angeles, and someone broke the news to the American rumors that Heath Ledger is going to audition for the Batman crew and wants to play the Joker." Jody realized the value of the news. "Sell me the news clues, and you and my people can shoot. If you can shoot the key, I will give you another sum." Chapter 360, Good Journalists Produce News. Santa Monica, Sunshine Hotel near the beach. Ivan came out of the bathroom and walked into the hotel's beach area. From a distance, he saw Heath Ledger playing volleyball with someone. He found a place to sit and wait patiently. Jody came over with his assistant, sat next to him, picked up the newspaper 2 blocks in front of him, and whispered, "It's been 2 days, and I haven't found a chance." Ivan had just started working in this industry, and influenced by Martin and Bruce, his bottom line was much higher than these genuine reporters. "He may be hiding in the room or somewhere else. We can't drag him out to a public place and force things into his mouth," the assistant whispered. "I heard that Heath Ledger comes to the beach every day to get some fresh air." Ivan was very patient. "Be calm, wait a little longer." The assistant was younger and not calm enough, so he came up with a bad idea. "How about we take a few pictures of him smoking, and then look at the pictures?" "Shut up," Jody scolded in a low voice. "You work for TMZ, not American Rumors. TMZ reporters must have professional ethics, and the news they report must stand the test. They must never fabricate facts." The assistant stopped talking. TMZ was established not long ago, but it has established a brand precisely because of the authenticity of its revelations. Jody flipped through the newspaper. "Waiting this long isn't an option," Ivan asked, "What do you have in mind?" "Be proactive and give him a push." Jody thought for a moment and said, "When does he desperately need those medications?" Ivan, coming from a lower-class background and having extensive experience in this area, said, "Besides having a seizure, it often happens during extreme mood swings." Jody then asked, "Who do you think Heath Ledger dislikes the most lately?" Ivan jumped in. "Definitely that jerk Martin Davis." It's said that after the incident with Martin Davis and Jennifer Aniston in New York, Heath Ledger hasn't received any work, and the 2 original productions he was contracted to star in have also dropped him. Jody muttered. Michelle Williams broke off her engagement with Heath Ledger, and he couldn't bear to let her go. She looked at the people on the beach and gradually formed an idea. She asked her assistant to leave, walked away, and said, "Have someone print a few tabloids and bring a few more people here tomorrow." The assistant understood and immediately went to work. The next morning, Heath Ledger, as he had done for the past few days, studied the script and headed to the hotel beach on time to get some fresh air. Just like the previous few days, he walked down the sidewalk in his beach sandals. He stopped by the car Belle had left for him and opened the trunk to get a bottle of mineral water. Nearby, 2 young men were gossiping. "Hollywood is such a mess. I heard Jolie and Aniston were having affairs with Martin Davis," the mustachioed man said. "I envy him," the other man with a crew cut said. "That's all old news. Did you read today's tabloids? Michelle Williams had a tryst with Martin Davis yesterday and spent a long time together in a hotel." All this fell upon Heath Ledger's ears. Heath Ledger felt as if someone had struck him in the chest, breathing a little hard. There was a newsstand on the beach, and he walked over unconsciously. As he reached it, he saw a tabloid prominently displayed. On the front page was a photo of Michelle Williams entering a hotel with Martin Davis. The photo was clearly taken secretly, and the quality was not very high, making it look a little awkward, but Heath Ledger knew his ex-fiancée too well to be mistaken. He took out his money, bought a newspaper from the landlady, and began to read it carefully. The tabloid vividly described Michelle Williams and Martin Davis entering the hotel hand in hand, only to emerge alone over 3 hours later. Heath Ledger knew the atmosphere and dynamics of the entertainment industry all too well. A male and female star entering the same hotel together was a sight to behold. It had only been less than 2 weeks since they broke off their engagement. Michelle Williams could have found someone else, even bail, but she had to settle for Martin Davis. "She wants revenge on me." Heath Ledger felt as if he had been struck on the head with a club. He felt dizzy, his head turning to mud, his vision black. He mumbled, a million words stagnating in his mouth, unsure how to express them. Betrayal? Escape? Confrontation? Heath Ledger didn't know how to process any of this. After a moment of daze, he crumpled up the newspaper and tossed it into a nearby trash can. He walked a few steps forward and plopped down on the steps at the edge of the beach. He sat there, stunned, like a stone statue. Jody, who had just sold the newspaper, was even a little worried. This man didn't seem to have a strong mental endurance. If he committed suicide, it would be troublesome. Should he tell him the truth? Jody hesitated for only 2 seconds before shaking his head. Human life was not as important as the news. After sitting for a few minutes, Heath Ledger finally stood up. His depression made him feel very uncomfortable all over. When this feeling came, it felt like 1,000 insects crawling inside, pushing him towards the nearby car. Now, he needed a closed environment. Jody picked up the walkie-talkie under the newspaper and said, "He's heading for target number 1. Everyone, get ready." For today, Jody brought 4 photographers, all equipped with TMZ's best equipment. Heath Ledger got in the car, closed the door, reached into the gap between the seats, and pulled out a plastic bag. Not far from the car, several people with disguised cameras were filming Heath Ledger's every move through the front windshield and 2 windows. Jody quickly finished up the mess, gathering up several counterfeit newspapers he'd printed privately and stuffing them into his bag. He then dug through a nearby trash can, retrieved the newspaper Heath Ledger had discarded, and put it away. Then he waved across the beach. A middle-aged Latino man ran over and said, "So it's done so quickly." Jody produced a few dollar bills and held them in front of him. Just as the Latino was about to take them, Jody dodged and said, "This is the final payment. You've never met me, of course. I don't even know who you are or what you're doing." The Latino boss just wanted the money. Jody left the beach and went to a nearby parking lot. He got into a van and waited for over 10 minutes until his subordinates all returned to the car. "Boss, We've got it. Big news, the assistant said excitedly, clutching the camera hidden in his bag. Another person said, my angle is better. A woman lamented, the car windows have dark film, so the windshield won't be as clear. Jody took the cameras from the other two and checked the footage. After a short while, a smile appeared on her face. She had the news about Heath Ledger. She patted the driver's seat and said, let's go back to the office. The business car immediately started up and left the hotel. Boss, you're brilliant, the assistant flattered. Easily got a big story. Jody glanced around and took the opportunity to instruct her staff, we're TMZ. We don't report fake news. My team is TMZ's gold medal team. You must always uphold professional ethics and stay away from fake news. She then changed the subject. Remember today's case, when you can't find news, you must exercise your initiative. News doesn't just happen, we can create it. This was a real-life example, and Jody's subordinates were filled with admiration. A woman who came from a paparazzi background, rising to the position of editor-in-chief, truly earned the title. The editor-in-chief possessed real talent. Back at TMZ headquarters, the group immediately got to work. Jody first disposed of the illegally printed tabloids, completely erasing any trace of them. After her staff had finished processing the news and adjusting the resolution, she personally directed the upload. Jody, hands on her hips, stood behind a technician and directed, choose 3 videos for this story. The first one, the one I brought back a few days ago, shows Heath Ledger going berserk. The second one, the one where he held a press conference after the Brooklyn Studios incident, apologized to the public, and announced his complete abstinence. She smiled. The last one, the one we filmed today, shot through the windshield with a B camera. This video not only captured the entire process of Heath Ledger's attack, but also the various unsightly gestures during the attack. An assistant said, putting all 3 videos together in one story will create a striking contrast and help people see his true face. Jody nodded slightly and said, add the text news and publish it. The news about Heath Ledger was quickly uploaded to the website. Jody called the editorial office and said, this explosive news about Heath Ledger, the Australian actor and star of Brokeback Mountain, please get it approved and put it on the front page. Soon, the news appeared on TMZ. This past week, TMZ hadn't had any explosive news, yet the Heath Ledger video was prominently featured on its homepage within minutes. These days, many Hollywood insiders, as well as North American gossipers, frequently check out TMZ, often finding a big, sweet melon. It's definitely a delight to savor. News spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, Bruce finished his meeting with Ivan, sent him off, and drove back to the Four Seasons Hotel, heading straight upstairs to find Martin. He swiped his room card to open the door, and upon entering, Martin turned around and suddenly grinned. It was a creepy grin, filled with cruelty and weirdness, like a pervert. Bruce muttered to himself, this guy is a pervert to begin with. Martin sat on the sofa in a weird posture that was totally inconsistent with his past style and said, old Bruce, don't be so serious, smile. Bruce raised the corners of his mouth with both hands and lifted them above his ears. Is your smile good looking? Martin laughed. So handsome, he asked. Any good news? Bruce said. Jody brought the TMZ people and took the video they wanted. It has been posted on the TMZ website. Martin stood up. And the way he walked was a bit weird like Scott, and his voice was very evil. Let me think about it. How should I explode next? Well, I thought of it. It's time for the guarantee company to appear. He came to the floor-to-ceiling window and stretched out his hands. Before the audition begins, I want to eliminate the biggest threat. Chapter 361 Kicked Out. In a conference room at Legendary Pictures, a group of filmmakers, including Christopher Nolan and Emma Thomas, convened to discuss their next priorities. Howard, a representative from the Fireman's Fund Insurance Company, a crucial component of the Hollywood film industry and indeed every production, was also in attendance. The company served as the production's completion bond. Completion bonds are crucial to Hollywood's ability to attract investors from around the world. They provide insurance to investors, guaranteeing the completion of production. In the event of an unforeseen situation, the insurer even has the right to take over the crew and recruit new crew members to complete filming. If production fails, the insurance company will pay a heavy price. Therefore, during the early stages of production preparation, the insurer will eliminate any unfavorable factors. As each task was discussed, Howard remained silent, believing that a completion bond ensures smooth production, not intrusion. Charles Roven, who chaired the meeting, quickly touched on a crucial aspect of the film, the casting of the Joker. The film follows a similar format to the two-man showdown in Heat, and the role of the Joker is crucial, Charles Roven said, standing at the head of the conference table. Several actors have passed our initial rounds. He introduced them one by one. Martin Davis, one of the hottest young actors in recent years, has immense commercial appeal. Robin Williams, an Oscar winner who can handle a wide range of roles. Adrian Brody, a recent Best Actor Oscar winner. Heath Ledger, a leading young actor with 10 years of experience. One by one, the actors who passed the initial rounds appeared on the projection screen. Charles Roven said, "We will be sending auditions to these actors." Nolan replied, "We'll make a decision after the makeup auditions." Warner Brothers and DC Comics supported Nolan. Another producer questioned, "Heath Ledger isn't right." Heath Ledger is a good actor," Warner Brothers' Alan Horn interrupted. "His gloomy demeanor is perfect for the role. Life and work have always been separate in Hollywood. As long as the character is strong and the film is well made, those personal issues don't matter." Louise didn't say anything, but checked her watch. She had just received a short text message. Done. She had known that Martin, that jerk, would eliminate his most threatening opponent before entering the ring. In the break room next to the conference room, Howard's assistant, Phil, received a call from someone claiming to be from the Fireman's Fund. The caller told him to check TMZ immediately, as the success of the company's partnership with Warner depended on it. Phil opened his laptop, connected it to the nearby network cable, and logged onto TMZ, seeing the news and videos pinned to the front page. After a quick scan, confirming it was significantly related to the company's project, he hurried out of the break room and gently knocked on the conference room door. The company has a rule that when encountering a similar situation, the relevant person in charge must be notified immediately. The door of the conference room opened, and the interrupted meeting was temporarily suspended. Phil apologized, quickly came to Howard, leaned close and whispered, "Something happened. The crew's casting, TMZ." He spoke quickly and concisely. Howard nodded, motioned for him to find a place to sit temporarily, straightened his tie, rested his arms on the conference table, and said, "Something has happened. I suggest that the meeting be temporarily suspended to take a look at the report on TMZ." He had not seen the relevant report and would not express his opinion easily. He simply said, "It is directly related to the crew's subsequent work," Charles Roven said to an assistant, projected on the screen. The assistant immediately performed the relevant operations, and the homepage of TMZ's website soon appeared on the screen. Everyone in the conference room saw Heath Ledger's name. Alan Horn frowned slightly, feeling not so good. Nolan was thoughtful. Emma Thomas immediately remembered the bad things Heath Ledger had done before. The success or failure of this movie is too critical to the careers of the couple. Once it fails, there may be no chance of recovery. Charles Roven said, "Open it." The news opened, and 3 videos were played one by one. There was only one person in them, Heath Ledger. The most recent video was shot today. The meeting room was full of Hollywood practitioners. They were not unfamiliar with certain things. Just a glance and they knew what was happening. Howard's job was to control risks. He was thinking while watching the video. After the video was played, he said directly, "Heath Ledger was once on the Brooklyn set in New York. Because of his personal behavior, he endangered the lives of others. I didn't object before, thinking that he had changed his ways, but at present, the situation is not optimistic." He concluded, "From a crew safety perspective, I have reason to suspect Heath Ledger could endanger the safety of other actors. If he's used, it would jeopardize the film's production and completion." Charles Roven looked at Alan Horn. As they worked together, he hoped Alan wouldn't do anything foolish. Alan Horn remained silent, as if none of this had anything to do with him. He'd mentioned that while Alan Horn was fine with Bale's request, he wasn't willing to take on too much risk. Charles Roven exchanged glances with DC Comics director Orlin, and they quickly reached a consensus. Cancel Heath Ledger's audition invitation. He's not right for this crew. Emma Thomas immediately followed suit, saying, "I agree." Nolan remained silent. Bale had made him a promise, but it was clearly unreliable. With no one present objecting, Heath Ledger was removed from the audition invitation list. At the end of the meeting, Howard met with Charles Roven alone for a brief discussion. "The crew didn't do a thorough job on this matter." Charles Roven gave the proper attitude. "I promise, nothing like this will happen again," Howard reminded. "Charles, We have worked together many times, but this time the budget is too high, $180 million in production costs. If an accident happens in the middle, even if the actors are replaced, the losses will be as high as tens of millions of dollars, and then we will both be finished," Charles said. "Don't worry, the crew will definitely choose the most suitable actors." Howard really felt the pressure this time. "I hope that the actors selected by the crew will not only have excellent acting skills, but also not be too bad in terms of professionalism and work ethics." "No mistakes," Charles agreed. Howard immediately left Legendary Pictures and, upon returning to the company, discussed a matter with his superiors, proposing that Heath Ledger be temporarily blacklisted by the Fireman's Fund Insurance Company. This insurance company provides completion guarantees for nearly 80% of Hollywood film projects. The news that Heath Ledger hadn't been invited to audition reached Martin immediately. In his suite at the Four Seasons Hotel, Martin put down his phone and picked up a glass of wine. He gulped down the wine, which flowed from the corners of his mouth, a bright red like blood. A playing card fell from his hand. Martin had dug holes in the card with his fingernails, and it landed on the carpet. The holes in the card, against the white of the card, made the dark carpet stand out, like the face of a demon. Blood-red wine dripped from the corners of Martin's mouth. Tick, tick, it fell on the demon's face, staining it blood-red. Bruce suddenly took a step back, thinking that this bastard's head was not filled with stinky dog shit, but human blood? Huh. Martin wiped the wine stain casually and opened his blood-red lips. "Old Bruce, we have achieved the first goal. We got rid of the biggest threat in a fair and square way." Bruce couldn't help but say, "We are so damn fair and square. Everything we did is like justice from heaven." Martin laughed happily and unscrupulously. All the things that suppressed him were thrown away. He said, "We didn't do anything. We just gave them a small push from behind." Bruce said, "That's right. If Heath Ledger didn't have serious problems himself, how could he be kicked out of the audition list? But this result makes me very happy." Martin stood up and danced with joy. "That kind of heartfelt comfort is something I have never felt before." Hearing this, Bruce suddenly put away his smile and asked tentatively, "You are not too immersed in the role and really become a pervert?" Martin laughed. "How is it possible? I'm just enjoying it all. This feeling of letting go of all that baggage, of truly relaxing, both mentally and physically, is truly captivating." Bruce's phone rang, and he picked it up. It was Thomas. They chatted for a while, discussing some film projects. Bruce hung up and said quickly, "David Fincher called Thomas personally and said auditions for The Curious Case of Benjamin Button wouldn't be until the second half of the year. He hopes you'll wait and audition then." Martin replied, "No problem." Having recently let go of his inhibitions, some words came naturally. "Tell that crew I don't like Cate Blanchett." There was news recently that the crew of Benjamin wanted Cate Blanchett to audition for the female lead. Bruce made a note of it and would inform Thomas later. He left the word link to Thomas. He added, "Rory's First Kiss has been renamed The Dark Knight, and auditions for the Joker are taking place in 3 weeks. The crew has officially extended your invitation." "Very good," Martin said. "Find a stylist and costume designer, absolutely reliable." "As per my instructions," Bruce replied. "Thomas is looking," Martin said. "Time flies. Time to move on to the next plan. Remember to remind that idiot Leo next week." Bruce understood what was going on. "Did everyone on the crew see your efforts?" Chapter 362, a third-party intervention. At the Sunshine Hotel, Heath Ledger was stunned when he heard the news, bewildered. Bale had promised him his all, but he couldn't even get the final audition, let alone the role. To see hope, only to find despair, a crushing blow. Heath Ledger picked up the phone and dialed Bale's number. He wanted to question Bale, but thinking about all Bale had done for him, the only words on his lips were, "Why did it come to this?" Bale sighed. "Your story was on TMZ." He could only say, "Sorry, Heath, I called you all the way from New York. I didn't expect this to happen." Heath Ledger, who had already opened his computer and seen the TMZ news, said, "It has nothing to do with you. It's my own fault." Bale urged, "Quit it. Only by working hard can you get your career back." "I'll try," Ledger said, quickly hanging up. At this moment, the depression in his heart was unbearable, and there was only one way to relieve it. So, Heath Ledger decided to put his withdrawal off until after he returned to New York. Since he'd already lost his role, it wouldn't be too late to do it back there. 10 minutes later, a frantic Heath Ledger stormed out of the hotel. Because of the TMZ report, paparazzi and reporters were waiting outside the hotel. Someone immediately surrounded him, asking, "Heath Ledger, what's wrong with you?" Heath Ledger seemed oblivious, simply yelling, "Michelle Williams left me because Martin Davis was the one who got involved." The reporters and paparazzi erupted in excitement. Late in the night, the game of landlord finally came to a halt. The three of them showered and ate a late-night snack to recharge. Aniston looked at Martin and said, "I always feel like you've changed. You're thinner than before, and your temperament," Jolie responded, "like a pervert." Martin confessed, "Ever since we played landlord with you guys, I've been a complete pervert." Aniston thought about what had happened in the past 6 months. Martin had stolen Pitt's woman and his treatment. Could anyone do such a thing? But she and Jolie, their former enemy, playing landlord with Martin together also seemed unnatural. Or was it that perversion was contagious through the stuff that came out of that thing? Julie suddenly asked. Today, there was a scandal in the tabloids. Heath Ledger broke the news that he and Michelle Williams broke up because you were involved. Me? Involved? Martin knew perfectly well whether he had been involved or not. How could that be? They're in New York, and I haven't been to New York in a long time, Aniston asked. Really not, Martin grinned. Am I that perverted? Julie and Aniston exchanged glances and said simultaneously, "You are. Good." Good? Martin's face was strange, his lips curled upward in a sinister smile. "You said I was perverted, and I won't let you down." Julie and Aniston continued to argue. "Are we wrong?" Martin reached behind the sofa and found a nearly 10-centimeter long clown figurine in each hand. These were newly carved mahogany upright clown figurines, specifically carved by Lily according to his instructions, in the shape he had described. Martin's large hands gripped a clown's legs like the handles of weapons. Julie and Aniston were not afraid at all and continued to shout. "Come on, who's afraid of who? It's just your statue, isn't it?" "We've used it before," Martin said sinisterly. "Let's see if your words are tougher or my statue is tougher." Before dawn, Jolie and Aniston quietly left the Four Seasons Hotel. Martin had a feeling that his understanding of the character had advanced a step further. This wasn't just some frivolous joke or some hedonistic pursuit, but rather a serious study of how the Joker should approach beautiful women. To win the audition, Martin not only competed fairly but also paid hundreds of millions for sparring partners. He truly worked hard. In front of the production office building, where the Dark Knight plaque had officially been hung and a Batman statue had been erected in the lobby, Lily, her long hair tied in a ponytail, showed the security guard Lois's business card, who let her in. Entering the lobby, Lily waited for a moment before Lois's assistant, Nikki, came down from upstairs. She had met Lily before and remembered her beauty and the special gift she had given her. She recognized her immediately and beckoned. "Come over here." Lily, bag on her back, trotted over, offering a small gift. Nikki quickly declined. "I made this myself," she said. "Take it, thank you." Nikki looked through the glass case and saw that it wasn't a saltwater crocodile tooth pendant or a clown statue, but a small trinket carved from beautiful green stone. She accepted it. She led the way, explaining the situation as she walked. "Ms. Mel has contacted the props team, but the production team has extremely strict requirements in all aspects. You'll only be given a chance if you meet the requirements." Lily nodded. "I understand." She had heard from her teacher that the director was a real-life shooter and had very high expectations for the props team. After establishing herself in school in Los Angeles, Lily began to plan for tuition and living expenses for the next school year. Her teacher recommended that she try her luck in the props or art design department of a Hollywood production, so she contacted Louise. Nikki brought Lily to the props department's interview area. After a brief wait, she led her inside and addressed the three interviewers. "This is Lily Carter, recommended by Ms. Meyer." The interviewers nodded slightly. If someone recommended by Louise Meyer wasn't qualified, they could reject them. But if someone was capable, they would definitely give them a fair and just outcome. The middle-ranking Edgerton, who was nearly 60, noticed Lily's youth and asked, "Are you still studying?" Lily replied, "I'm studying sculpture at the California Institute of the Arts." Without further questioning, the interviewer handed her a box of black clay and said, "I want a batarang." "Okay." Lily got to work. The clay seemed completely tamed, and with a flick of her fingers, the black batarang took shape. The interviewers nodded silently. They knew the recommended person was capable, so they wouldn't make things difficult for her. Nikki looked at Lily curiously, having never expected this girl to possess such exceptional craftsmanship. Not long after, a quickly dried batarang was placed on the table in front of the interviewers. The three interviewers exchanged a few words, and Edgerton, the middle one, said, "Leave your agent's contact information. Have your agent negotiate a contract with the crew." Lily then remembered and said, "Sorry, I don't have an agent." The female interviewer to her left reminded her, "Find one as soon as possible." "Okay." Lily washed her hands and followed Nikki out. Nikki knew her relationship with Martin and said, "You can call Thomas." Lily said, "That's the only way." She had Thomas's contact information and immediately called him. Thomas worked within WMA and didn't handle matters other than acting. With Martin's permission, he contacted a female agent he knew and came with her to the Dark Knight studio to discuss the relevant matters. As Lily was on the phone, Christian Bale and his agent, Parker, passed by. The sudden appearance of the beautiful young woman made Bale turn his head and take a second look at Lily. Even though he had seen many beautiful women in Hollywood, his eyes lit up at this moment. Bale didn't stop, but curiously asked the staff member leading the way, "Was that girl from the crew?" "I don't know her," the staff member said honestly, "but she looks familiar." "I can't remember where I've seen her before," the staff member said. "Director Nolan is waiting for you at the training area." "Thank you," Bale said, heading that way. His agent, who was following him, reminded him, "The Heath Ledger incident is over. Don't bring it up again." Bale, helpless, replied, "I know." Entering the training area, Nolan waved Bale over and introduced him to the new action director. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and the action director left for a while to attend to something. Nolan summoned Bale to a quiet window and said, "This project has a production budget of $180 million. Do you know how important it is to me?" Bale understood immediately and said, "I'm sorry about Heath Ledger." Because of his strong recommendation of Heath Ledger, Nolan no longer considered Bale reliable. He said, "If anything goes wrong with this project, you, me, and the rest of the creative team will be ruined." Bale, hearing the seriousness in Nolan's words, said, "I promise it won't happen again." Such promises, if they go wrong once, are no longer reliable. Nolan seemed not to hear him and instead instructed, "You're one of the two male leads in the film. You should focus on preparing for the role and put everything else aside." Bale replied, "I'm fully committed to preparing for the role. Train well and give your best." Nolan ended the conversation and walked away. Bale could sense that Nolan had formed a prejudice against him. Chapter 363, Roll Them to Death. In the Cody neighborhood of Sherman Oaks, Leonardo DiCaprio and Barbara Fili each rode a bicycle to Martin's door. The paparazzi following them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Following two slow cyclists in a car or motorcycle to film them was a torture, like a slow car race. Leonardo got out and rang Martin's doorbell. The bell kept ringing, but no one answered. Bang! Bang! Impatient, Leonardo simply pounded on the iron door, kicking and hitting it, even shouting, "Martin Davis, you bastard, come over and open the door." Open the door, the paparazzi were filming frantically. Was the trio's relationship about to fall apart? Was Leonardo and Martin at odds? This was big news. Leonardo kicked the door for a while, then took out his phone to call. No one answered, and his brow furrowed. Barbara Fili asked, "Can't find Martin." Her voice was high, and the sharp-eared paparazzi caught it, keeping their attention. Leonardo yelled, "Where'd that bastard go? Why's he gone missing?" Barbara Fili, completely clueless, asked, "Did something happen?" Leonardo, looking anxious, shouted, "Let's go find him." The paparazzi, with their keen sense of smell, sensed that something big was happening. Regardless of their usual rapport with the celebrities, they gathered around, eager to get to the bottom of the matter. Their eyes fell on a long-legged blonde woman, motioning for her to ask questions. Anyone else might have infuriated Leonardo, but the blonde might have gotten the answer. The woman shouted, "Leo, did you have a problem with Martin? You're just banging on the door." Leonardo paused, his face etched with undisguised anxiety, his brow furrowed. "Martin's gone." Gone, the paparazzi sensed a major news event. "Yes, he's missing," Leonardo said. "I can't find Martin. I can't reach him. It's been almost 20 days, and I can't get through on the phone. I went to his house today, but it seems no one's home. I just contacted his agent, and he's trying to reach him, too," the female paparazzi asked. "So, Martin Davis is missing." Leonardo nodded and said, "You're well informed. Please help me find out where that bastard Martin is." The paparazzi didn't bother asking any more questions, but fumbled to find their phones. Since Leonardo, a close friend, couldn't reach Martin, It seemed something had happened to him. Leonardo stopped riding his bike, called a cab, and headed straight to the WMA in Century City. That afternoon, news of Martin's disappearance spread across the internet via entertainment blogs and gossip websites. Reporters even contacted Jolie and Aniston, who said they hadn't heard from Martin in a while. The next day, Leonardo bought space in The Hollywood Reporter and the Los Angeles Times, publishing a missing person notice. Looking for Martin Davis, the media frenzy quickly intensified, and paparazzi across Los Angeles were on the move, searching for any information about Martin. This kind of thing couldn't fester for too long. That morning, Martin posted a message on his blog, assuring everyone that he was fine, confined to the Four Seasons Hotel preparing for a new role, and didn't want to be disturbed. At noon, Leonardo's car pulled up at the Four Seasons Hotel under the gaze of countless reporters and paparazzi. Bruce went out to greet him and took Leonardo upstairs. "Brooke, I heard Martin's hooking up with Heath Ledger's fiancée, Michelle Williams," Leonardo asked as they walked. "Isn't that true?" Bruce said. "It's probably not," Leonardo disagreed. "Doesn't he just go for beautiful 30-year-old women who already have boyfriends or husbands?" Bruce thought about it, and it didn't seem wrong. The two took the elevator upstairs. Bruce opened the door, and Leonardo saw Martin as he entered, unconsciously taking 2 steps back. The door slammed shut behind him. Leonardo instinctively reached for the door. Martin, grinning from ear to ear, looked like a pervert. He radiated evil and madness. "Haha, Leo, long time no see." Martin flicked a card, and it flew out of his hand. "Here's a gift for you." Leonardo caught it and saw it was Zangdagi. He said, "I posted the missing person notice for you." "You're so full of bad ideas." Martin's voice remained the same, but his tone shifted, making it creepy. "Don't you think it's fun to play tricks on them?" Leonardo put away his cards. "I only play with you if it's fun. If it's boring, I wouldn't even bother helping you, even if you pay me. Rich people are all about fun." Martin offered another nice guy card. "Leo, you're a nice guy," he chuckled. "Don't you like a good game? When this job is done, I invite you to blow up Washington. You should invite Jack, he'd love it." Leonardo shrugged. "I'm more suited to bombing supermodels." Martin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, after all, it can be launched every 11 seconds. Leonardo gave him a middle finger. "I'm leaving," Martin said. "No need to see you off." Leonardo left, patted Bruce on the shoulder, and said, "It's hard for you not to be pissed off." Bruce's face was filled with sorrow. "Life is really hard, especially when you have to protect people like Martin." Leonardo sympathized with Bruce. "One day, you can be the insider, and we can do something terrible to him together." Bruce fell silent. Leonardo went downstairs, deliberately exiting through the main entrance where reporters and paparazzi gathered, standing in the most conspicuous place. Reporters and paparazzi swarmed around him. "Is Martin in the hotel? Has he been threatened or coerced? Can anyone tell me what happened to him?" Facing the heated reporters, Leonardo raised his hands and pressed them down. When the noise subsided, he said, "Martin is fine and hasn't encountered any accidents. Please rest assured," he further explained, "the reason we can't reach him is that Martin is preparing for a role in a new film. He needs to understand and analyze the character's psychology and doesn't want to be disturbed by anyone." Immediately, a reporter asked, "What kind of role is this?" "It's a very complex one, and I'm not very clear on the details." Leonardo continued, "Martin has been holed up in the hotel researching the role for nearly 20 days, and it may continue for another 2 weeks. I hope everyone won't disturb him. Martin is completely immersed in the role." I only said a few words to him and then left quickly. The reporter and paparazzi wanted to ask more questions. The driver had already driven over. Leonardo said nothing more, opened the door and got in. After the car left, the reporters and paparazzi couldn't enter the hotel and quickly dispersed to report the incident. Martin and Leonardo were involved, so it was definitely big news. Inside the hotel, Bruce saw Leonardo off and returned to his suite, saying, "Leo's gone downstairs to face the reporters." Martin nodded. "What about the competition?" Bruce continued. "Ivan photographed Adrian Brody, Josh Brolin, and Robin Williams, and the news was sold." Martin thought to himself, efforts must be made with comparison. The next morning, news of Martin's long-term isolation in the hotel, devoting himself to studying and researching sexual roles, appeared in the entertainment sections of various newspapers. Warner Brothers Studios, The Dark Knight. Producer Charles Roven finished a busy day, took a few newspapers from his secretary, and began to read them quickly. This was his way of relaxing after work, a habit he had long cultivated. Charles Roven flipped to the second page of The Hollywood Reporter and quickly scanned the pages, his eyes fixed on a piece of entertainment news. Martin Davis has been found, and Leonardo DiCaprio has withdrawn his missing person notice. The newspaper published Leonardo's interview in front of the Four Seasons Hotel verbatim. Charles Roven skimmed the section about Martin, then read it again carefully. He actually hid away in the hotel, immersing himself in the role for so long. He nodded slightly. Sure enough, the rumors in the industry about Martin Davis's dedication and hard work are not false. Warner Brothers had worked with Martin many times, and Charles Roven had heard about him from other Warner Brothers producers. He was a troublemaker, but also a deeply dedicated worker. With a production budget of $180 million, Charles Roven, as the most powerful person on the crew, held the primary responsibility. He naturally expected the lead actor to give his all for the role. There was a knock at the door, and Charles said, "Come in." DC Comics director Arlen pushed open the door, pulled out a chair, and sat across from him. Seeing the newspaper in front of Charles, Arlen said, "I heard Nicholson and Scorsese mention that, while preparing for the audition for The Departed, Martin Davis went to the Boston Police Department and shadowed them for nearly a month to experience real life." Charles Roven said, "So it's not his first time. A hard-working actor, it's a good habit." Both Batman and the Joker were his treasures, and Arlen felt comfortable being treated so seriously by the actors. He said, "Martin's dedication is impeccable." He then shook his head. "The others aren't quite as good." Charles Roven had extensive discussions with the Nolan brothers. The Joker is a very complex character, even more complex than Nicholson's 1989 version, so the more prepared the actor, the better. Arlen added, "Compared to Martin, the other actors just treat our project and roles like regular movie roles." He reminded Charles, "Check out the TMZ report." Charles opened TMZ and saw a photo of Adrian Brody. Clicking on it, he discovered it was a weekly street-style column featuring Hollywood celebrities, many of whom were shopping and relaxing on vacation. For example, Sylvester Stallone was enjoying the beach with his 3 daughters. Mike Tyson and his 3,000-pound tiger. Adrian Brody was enjoying the bright Mediterranean sunshine in Spain. Tom Cruise was shopping with his wife and daughter. Josh Brolin had a yacht party. Robin Williams was enjoying his family on his farm, enjoying himself. Despite the numerous celebrities, Charles Roven discovered 3 actors with ties to the crew. This is all perfectly normal. Celebrity is human, after all, but compared to Martin Davis, it felt like they didn't take the Joker role seriously, nor did they put in as much effort. Their attitude was vastly different. And the professionalism couldn't compare to the young Martin Davis. Chapter 364 Leonardo's Enlightenment. Taking a break from her busy work schedule, Emma Thomas left the studio and headed to a nearby pastry shop for afternoon tea, a must-try for the British. Mean was waiting for her. Emma ordered some tea and sat down at the table. Mean smiled and said, "I ordered a cake for you, with double sugar." The tea and cake were served together, and the sweet aroma brightened Emma's mood. "You understand me, after all. Afternoon tea with you is always the most wonderful experience." Mean also ordered a cake. "After all, we have the same taste." He endured the discomfort and took a big bite of the cloyingly sweet cream cake. When Emma had enjoyed most of the cake and was in the best mood, Mean picked up the teacup. "A cup of English black tea will calm my fear," Emma asked with concern. "What happened?" Mean said, "The missing person notice issued by Leonardo scared me a lot. I thought the boss was missing, but it turned out that he hid in the hotel." Emma had been busy today and had not paid attention to this matter. She asked, "What happened?" In order to figure out and study the role of the Joker, the boss locked himself in the Four Seasons Hotel and cut off all external contacts. After Mean explained the specific situation in detail, he praised, "The boss worked so hard. Last year, for the role in The Departed, he went to the Boston Police Department to experience life. He also followed the people from the Detective Bureau to catch traffickers and gangsters." Under the influence of Mean, Emma already had a very good impression of Martin, and now she was even more convinced. The project investment is so large and the pressure is so great. "I always believe that the main actor must be a reliable candidate." Why has Emma met with Mean frequently recently? The pressure was overwhelming. With $180 million invested, even the slightest mishap could ruin her and Nolan's future. Emma and her husband, Nolan, talked mostly about work, the double pressure weighing heavily on her shoulders, making it difficult to breathe. Eating or having afternoon tea with Mean, on the other hand, was relaxing and a way to temporarily forget about the worries of work. I think so too. Compared to Martin, the others are too unreliable. Mean recalled the relevant reports on TMZ. I saw media reports that Adrian Brody, Robin Williams, Josh Brolin and others are either on vacation or playing, but my boss is working hard. Emma ate the remaining cake, took a sip of black tea, and said, Martin likes to make trouble, but he is well known in the industry for his professionalism. Mean agreed, my boss works very hard. When he was wanted, he practiced shooting and fighting. If he hadn't practiced his skills, he would not have been able to save people at Burbank High School. After the two finished their afternoon tea, Emma ended her slacking time, returned to the studio and waited for a while, and then went home to Los Angeles with her husband Nolan after get off work. In the car, Emma talked about Martin. Have you heard? Martin Davis has locked himself in the Four Seasons Hotel for 20 days in order to figure out and study the Joker. His best friend Leonardo once issued a missing person notice. I heard about it from Orlin. Nolan thought of Bale, whom he didn't like very much recently, and said more objectively, Martin Davis's level of professionalism is almost as good as Bale. Emma recalled Bale, who had gained and lost weight in a short period of time, and said, Bale is very dedicated, but Martin is not bad either. Most Hollywood stars have fame and status, and they only know how to enjoy themselves, such as the other audition candidates. After hearing what his wife said, although Nolan's heart leaned towards Martin, he was still cautious. After all, it involved an investment of $180 million. He said, the audition is about to start. Let's wait and see the results of the audition. Emma was more optimistic about Martin, but she didn't say much, because her husband had already made up his mind. When a person develops a crush on another person, not to mention their abilities that are already above par, even their farts smell good, and they can even provide a reasonable excuse for killing someone. In the living room of the Four Seasons Hotel suite, Martin leaned forward, his stature seemed to be shorter, and he danced as he walked. His lips, painted red, looked like an abyss ready to devour anyone. My acting skills may not be better than the others, but for a $180 million project, the audition score is much more important than at other times, he emphasized. So, this is a fair audition showdown. From the moment we enter the audition room, we will never do any tricks. Bruce exposed him, because you have already done all the tricks. Martin turned around and stared at Bruce with his head tilted. Old Bruce, I just want to ensure the fairness of the audition. Thomas on the other side saw Martin's expression and said as if he had seen a ghost, the audition will definitely be fair and just. Martin laughed and pointed at Thomas. Look, my agent sees it so clearly. I will defeat all opponents in a fair and just audition. As for some opponents not being able to participate in the audition, and some opponents leaving a bad impression on the crew before the audition, what does it have to do with us? Thomas is an agent. Martin is his biggest client, and there are other clients. He thought of more and agreed, that makes sense. This is the true meaning of the audition. Auditions only last a few minutes, but the preparation can extend beyond the audition room for months. Martin laughed again. Mr. Agent also agreed that this was a fair audition. Bruce said, it was indeed fair. You didn't use any violent means. If it involves higher pay, guns, bombs, etc., it's not impossible to consider. Martin pinched his chin, and his smile was faint and evil. The true meaning of a fair duel is that before entering the arena, all opponents are hit by a dump truck and win without fighting. Right. Thomas thought Martin's thoughts were very dangerous. Are you sure you are acting? Not something else? You can't get out of the role because you haven't entered it? Martin tilted his head at Thomas. Of course, so I'm just thinking about it, not doing it. He turned and asked, how is Lily doing on the crew? She has strong adaptability and knows how to communicate with others. Thomas said simply, everyone in the crew knows that she was specially introduced by Louise, and no one dares to bully her. He scratched his head. I heard from the crew that she is not easy to mess with. When she joined the crew, she used a carving knife to demonstrate how to poke people without dying. Martin was very satisfied. Very good. She is a smart girl. Bruce took the initiative, taking over. Don't worry, we've got Mean on board. He's convinced key figures in multiple departments with his persuasiveness. Even Martin was deeply impressed by Mean. Thomas reminded him, the auditions for the Joker are coming up soon. Martin said, have the signed stylist and costume designer come over before the auditions. Despite all the work, Martin still gave his all during the auditions. No one dared to risk their careers on a project this big by casting an actor who underperformed in the auditions. Thomas added, Everything's ready. They'll be here on time for the auditions, Bruce asked. What else? Martin thought for a moment and said, Nicholson and the contract negotiations will be discussed after the auditions. We won't be popping champagne at the halfway point. Thomas was curious about what Martin and Nicholson had discussed. I'll let you know if the auditions are successful. Martin had agreed to with Nicholson last year. Nicholson, who had so much time and money that he was bored, was willing to play a game with Martin to play tricks on people. With money and free time, the main thing was to have fun. Thomas quickly said goodbye and left. Bruce reminded him, you owe Leonardo and Nicholson a big favor this time. I know, the favors owed to that trio of bastards must be repaid. Martin's tone suddenly changed, and he asked, Old Bruce, who do you think I should give them as a gift? 2 big, black men? Or a short, poor, black woman? Although he knew Martin was joking, Bruce seemed to see Leonardo and Nicholson silently crying, and said, be a human being. Martin knew what the other 2 bastards were thinking. They must be thinking about how to mess with me, so before they do, I'm going to let them take a dirt plane and enjoy the ultimate happiness in life. Leonardo and Nicholson were drinking at the Avalon bar. The latter asked, Martin invited the 2 of us to help him this time, so we have to charge some interest. Leonardo swirled his glass gently. How can we really get him this time? Nicholson lowered his voice. He told me some ideas last year. If he could pass the audition and get the role, we would kill him. Leonardo glared. No matter how bad Martin is, he's still our brother. At most, we'll let him die among women. That's not what I mean. Nicholson waved his hand. Let him die of depression. Leonardo leaned closer and asked, do you have a plan? Nicholson said, some preliminary ideas, but it depends on the situation at the time. He lowered his voice and spoke for a while, then asked, isn't it nice to see someone who plays a role like the Joker become a villain and die depressed? Leonardo was in a good mood and slapped the table. I think Martin would like this ending. 3 bastards together can turn the crew upside down. These 2 bastards together think they can drive someone into depression. Leonardo drank a glass of wine, then spotted his enemy and said, Jack, Orlando Bloom is here. Nicholson, a shrewd old man, pressed down Leonardo's arm and warned, our force is not here. Let him go today. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him later. Let me tell you something, Leonardo said mysteriously. You know I have a lot of friends in the modeling circle. After returning from Miami, I specifically asked around. Miranda courted accept Orlando Bloom's advances after last year's Victoria's Secret show and became his girlfriend. He laughed. Martin may have gotten some information about this and focused on getting her on the island. But when Kerr saw Orlando Bloom the next time, she turned her back on him. After the bar that day, she even ran to Martin's room. Nicholson said, it's Martin as expected. He loves to steal other people's women. Leonardo completely agreed. That bastard Martin is a pervert, he sighed. Aren't ordinary women fragrant? How can stolen women be special? Nicholson was alert. Luckily, I don't have a wife or girlfriend. This made so much sense that Leonardo suddenly realized, for the sake of our brotherhood, I have decided not to get married in the future. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 Chaos Brings Fairness. At Warner Brothers Studios, Martin, draped in a long cape, accompanied by Thomas, arrived at the Dark Knight studio and entered a dressing room. Thomas had already made arrangements with the crew. An assistant approached, saying, please wait a moment. I'll be here to let you know before the auditions begin. Martin bowed his head, remaining silent. Thomas replied, thank you. As the door closed, Martin suddenly looked up and smiled at Thomas. Thomas's heart tightened, and he quickly turned around, sitting with his back to Martin. Lately, he'd been having nightmares. A white-faced, red-mouthed monster had shoved a large bomb under his butt. The bomb exploded, sending him flying into the sky. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't land, only to wake up in shock. Bruce, holding Martin's phone, leaned against the wall. A text message alert suddenly rang, and he took it out, glanced at it, and said to Martin, Robert's ready. Martin chuckled, my high priest has once again initiated the blessing ceremony. Thomas, confused, looked at Bruce in surprise. Bruce shook his head and said nothing more. The fewer people who know about this tried and true thing, the better. Besides, Martin's already a bit of a jerk. It's best if he doesn't become a cult leader or something. In the other audition room, the crew's producers, director Nolan, and others gathered. Oscar-winning actor Adrien Brody's makeup audition had just concluded. His acting was passable, but Nolan felt something was missing. It left a rather unsatisfactory impression. Emma Thomas said, "Thank you for your wonderful performance. We'll let you know the results as soon as possible." "Okay," Adrien said, leaving the audition room. Nolan looked at Charles Roven and Orlin. The latter said, "I can't put my finger on why. It's similar to Josh Brolin's performance. I felt like his performance was lacking something." Charles Roven replied, "He didn't have that reckless, fearless energy." Emma Thomas bluntly said, "They weren't well prepared, so it's normal for them to be average at the audition." Louise, sitting in the back row, didn't comment, but she knew their minds had been affected to some extent. Even a 10% initial psychological bias can have a multiplier effect. Emma Thomas said, "Send Martin Davis over." An assistant immediately went to notify them. Not long after, the door to the audition room opened, and a figure whose presence and demeanor were both unfamiliar walked in with an odd posture. The moment he turned to face the producer and director, Nolan's heart skipped a beat. He flicked a shot at the cameraman, who had already turned on the camera. Martin leaned forward, his white face covered in scarred lips that seemed to reach his ears. He grinned with unbridled abandon. He deliberately lifted one corner of his mouth with his tongue, the scars accentuated by makeup, and combined with his eerie smile, he looked incredibly deranged. Nolan stared intently at the Joker before him, seeing no trace of Martin Davis. He simply felt that this was the role he had chosen. Even though Martin Davis hadn't spoken a single line, every look, every subtle movement, every smile, every breath, even his invisible yet palpable aura, was perfect, without a trace of excess. Martin suddenly opened his suit, pulled out a statue, and placed his finger on the Joker's mouth. "Gentlemen, you're so rich," he said, pulling up his worn suit jacket. "And the people outside are so poor. It's so unfair." He walked towards the camera and spoke with a forceful tone. "I've planted a bomb here, ready to cause a little chaos. Do you see the statue in my hand? If I press it, it'll explode." Martin laughed maniacally, a laugh that was strange and unbridled. "Disrupt the existing order, and everything will become chaos. Do you know the benefit of chaos? It brings fairness." He chattered on and on. "Now I'm counting to 10. If anyone doesn't strip naked, there's no chance of fairness." Nolan then said, "That's enough." Martin continued counting. 1, 2, his voice was strange, filled with a maniacal force. He counted to 8, then stopped, smiled a creepy smile, and said, "Sorry, I'm too immersed in the role." Nolan said, "Wait a moment." Martin said nothing more, and staggered out of the audition room. Orlin stopped Martin. "What's that in your hand?" Martin casually tossed it to him, chuckling, "This is the key of chaos. Press its mouth, and boom, it explodes." Orlin was about to touch the clown's mouth when he stopped. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether Martin was telling the truth or not. He stared blankly at the statue, modeled after Martin's Joker. The sculpture was lifelike and the carving was intricate, like a fine piece of handcrafted art. Martin walked unstoppably, twisting and turning his way out of the audition room. As soon as the door closed, Nolan couldn't wait to deliver his opinion. "That's the Joker I want. Uncanny, arbitrary, and terrifying." Emma Thomas, understanding her husband's meaning, said bluntly, "I suggest Martin for the Joker. He auditioned better than the others and is more dedicated and hard-working." Charles Roven reviewed the audition tape again and said, "My choice is Martin Davis." Louise raised her magazine. "Martin Davis." Orlin was still pondering the Joker statue. Should he press the button? With his hands at his side, the face emitting evil and chaos kept flashing through his mind. He was worried about pressing it. Louise reminded him, "Who is your candidate?" Orlin picked up the statue and pointed. "My choice is him." Alan Horn, who had been silent the whole time, also nodded. "I agree." All the bigwigs were of the same opinion. Charles Roven said simply, "I will now announce the results of the audition. Martin Davis passed the audition and won the role of the Joker. No mistake in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum." He looked around. "Does anyone have any questions?" "I do." Orlin held up the Joker statue. "Look at this thing. It looks very similar to the Joker we just saw. Can it be made into merchandise?" Nolan, a fan of live-action photography, took a look and made his own judgment. The workmanship is quite good. Charles Roven also took a look and said, I feel like this thing has other uses besides just being a decorative ornament. Others might not know, but Louise knew it all too well. Many people in Hollywood who have worked with Martin's Joker statues have received similar souvenirs. The casting director, who had almost no say, said, I've seen it from quite a few people in the industry. Orlin realized the commercial value and immediately said, hurry and negotiate with Martin to temporarily stop giving it away. We'll add a clause to the actors' contracts and develop this as a movie merchandise. This thing was different from the Joker in DC Comics, so there was no infringement. He asked Louise, do you know who the sculptor is? Louise said, Lily Carter, Martin Davis's neighbor's sister. She's currently working as a temporary worker in the props department on the set. Orlin suggested, transfer her to the creative team and have her and her agent participate in the three-way negotiations. Charles Roven reached for the Joker statue, but before his hand could touch the head, Orlin turned and offered his legs. Don't touch the head, Orlin thought instinctively, remembering Martin's sinister expression. If it explodes, we're all doomed. Charles Roven examined the Joker statue and spotted the signature on the bottom of the foot. He handed it to Lois, saying, we can come up with some targeted marketing strategies for this thing. Maybe it can become a hit. Lois offered Martin a helping hand. High-end, handmade merchandise, like the high-end, handmade Darth Vader merchandise, the most popular movie action figure in Hollywood history is undoubtedly the Black Lord. Charles Roven said, that depends on the impact of the movie and the character. The Nolans were confident. After some further discussion, Charles Roven said, I'll inform Martin Davis and his agent. After today's audition, Nolan's attitude completely changed. No matter what the conditions, I want Martin Davis. Charles Roven considered, he's already had 4 films that have grossed over $100 million in North America. His salary couldn't be less than $13 million. Orlin stated realistically, the film's initial investment is too high. Excessively high production budgets will further increase investment risk, Nolan warned. To achieve the desired effect, the filming and post-production budgets cannot be cut. Alan Horn casually suggested, how about a portion of the initial salary plus an appropriate share of the post-production to reduce the initial investment risk? Charles Roven also felt that using such a clause in a sequel would result in losses for the investors' future profits. But Martin Davis's box office appeal, in addition to the audition, was also what they wanted. These investors' representatives were eager to cast the star actor at a minimum salary. After a brief discussion, the auditions were complete. Charles Roven left the audition room first and had someone call Martin and Thomas to inform them that Martin had been awarded the role of the Joker. In the dressing room, Martin had already removed his makeup. Upon hearing Thomas's report of the audition results, he chuckled and exclaimed, see? As long as the audition was fair and square, we're the winners. Bruce thought to himself, this audition was damn fair and square. Thomas, in a bubbly mood, said, it would be wonderful if every audition was this fair and square from now on. The audition results are in, Martin said with a smirk. Now it's your turn to fight for a fair treatment for me, Thomas said, I'll take care of it. The three of them left the dressing room and arrived at the studio lobby, where Louise was waiting. They went to a nearby ice cream shop, where Louise briefly explained the clown sculpture. Martin wasn't surprised, as using the sculpture as a prop was his intention. The details of their future collaboration would be discussed with the crew and Warner Brothers. Chapter 366 Box Office Share. At the Four Seasons Hotel, Louise followed Martin into a suite. The floor was strewn with crumpled paper, and the walls were covered in eerie, terrifying images that left a lingering sense of unease. Some of the portraits depicted subjects who were clearly not human, possessing tentacles and other forms. One seemed to be Martin's self-portrait. Martin's drawing skills were limited. He cut out a poster of the leader of the Coca-Cola cult and used the poster's head as the character's portrait, creating a graffiti-like painting. The figure was shrouded in smoke, a chaotic mess that made the viewer dizzy and disorganized. I didn't have time to clean it up, Martin said, speaking in an eerie voice after over a month of intense character research. It's a little messy, but I like it. Hearing this and looking at the images around her, Louise shuddered, feeling a sense of eeriness. She hurried to the floor-to-ceiling window and drew back the curtains. Bright sunlight streamed in, but it couldn't dispel the gloom that gripped Louise. She turned to look at Martin, understanding where this feeling came from. As long as this man was here, he was constantly influencing those around him with his gloomy and crazy temperament. Louise adjusted her black-rimmed glasses and warned, be careful, Don't get too deep and can't get out, Martin chuckled. No, I can always put my disguise back on. Louise felt something was wrong. What do you mean? Martin changed his words. The false disguise can be discarded at any time. Louise saw a thick notebook on the coffee table with the clown's diary written on the cover and asked, "Can I read it?" Martin didn't care. Whatever. Louise opened it and found that it was full of Martin's notes on his character's experience and insights, as well as many crazy ideas, such as forming an army of beautiful women to march to Washington to attack the White House, forcing the president to grow mushrooms on American soil, and let the flower of fire bloom on the North American continent. She couldn't help laughing. Your ideas are really weird. Martin patted the seat beside him on the sofa and said, I don't like reading comics, and I don't understand the Joker in the comics. I think about the character more from the Nolan brothers script, combined with my own characteristics. A lot of ideas come out unconsciously, so I wrote them down. Maybe I can really use them someday. After Louise sat down, she leaned on Martin and joked, if you want to grow mushrooms for fun, go and be the president first. I will definitely make this country a big deal. Martin laughed. Then there will be a lot of people coming to assassinate me. Louise browsed the notebook and said, I thought you were hiding in the hotel for fun, but I didn't expect you to really be preparing. Martin pinched Louise's chin. What? Don't you believe that I am a dedicated actor? Without waiting for Louise to answer, he said, you dare not believe me. I must punish you. At the beginning, Louise had a natural psychological advantage over Martin, but now, there is little left. Wait, I'll call someone over. Lois wasn't afraid of Martin, but rather felt a madness hidden beneath his gloom today, and she worried he couldn't handle it all alone. Carrie's bringing the crew to Atlanta for filming, and she's also here in Los Angeles. Martin sneered. Call Carrie. And put your phone on speaker so she can listen carefully on the way. Lois turned on her phone, dialed Carrie's number, removed her black-rimmed glasses for gold-rimmed ones, and said, you can think of me as Harley Quinn. As the Joker battled Harley Quinn and Catwoman in Atlanta, Thomas began a difficult negotiation with the crew of The Dark Knight. Hollywood Productions had well-established systems for everything from insurance to food, clothing, and shelter, making the negotiations relatively straightforward. Martin's additional terms were modest. Bruce would join the crew as a gunsmith, and the crew would fully cover the salaries of 2 bodyguards. The main disagreement between the two sides was salary. Not wanting to further increase the production budget and risk, the crew proposed a base salary plus a share of the net profits. Martin didn't object to similar payment methods, but he wanted a more guaranteed method for profit sharing later on. The next morning, after hearing Martin's story, Louise said, just like you can't trust the integrity of Hollywood stars, you can't trust the integrity of Hollywood studios either. Kelly asked, what about the net profit share of the North American box office? Martin said coldly, the North American box office is first shared with the theaters. The distribution company deducts a distribution fee of at least 25%, plus publicity and administrative fees. The remaining portion is then shared with the producers, who then deduct various expenses to form the net profit. How much is left? Kelly replied, the North American box office is losing money. Martin asked Louise, what do you think? At any other time, Louise, as one of the investors, would definitely not have sided with Martin. But at this moment, Louise's position was completely under Martin's control, and she said naturally, Nolan said you have to play the Joker. She panted for a moment, then warned, don't push it too far. Warner executives sometimes get a brain cramp when it comes to DC superheroes. Martin agreed, asking, what are Warner Bros.'s box office projections? Louise, now acting like a traitor, said, Warner Brothers' most optimistic estimate is $300 million in North America and $750 million worldwide. After all, the first film only grossed $370 million worldwide. During a break, Martin called Thomas and said, my bottom line is either $14 million or $5 million, plus a percentage of the box office revenue above the benchmark. Since Nolan had set his sights on him, the negotiations wouldn't fall apart easily. With 4 films that had grossed over $100 million in North America as leverage, Martin had the financial resources to demand such a price. Beyond the salary, Thomas also had to negotiate with the crew about the rights to his image and related merchandise, including the copyright to Lily's statue. A prime example of this is Johnny Depp. Thanks to his role as Jack Sparrow, Johnny Depp has earned tens of millions of dollars in royalties from figurines and toys alone. Of course, the 45% royalty clause Depp signed for in the Pirates sequels is something Martin wouldn't even consider at this point. It's simply impossible. Martin had a vague recollection of reports from a previous life claiming Johnny Depp netted $300 million from the Pirates franchise, a large portion of which came from licensing royalties. This aspect of the negotiations was also a difficult point. Lily's agent also weighed in, hoping to secure even a single percentage point for a newcomer, on top of her normal salary. Even before the casting negotiations were complete, Nolan was already eager to meet privately with Martin to discuss the role. Unrelated sentence fragment removed. As Martin walked into the cafe, he caught Nolan sizing him up. Nolan felt that Martin's every move resembled the Joker he'd created. Then, he dismissed the idea, believing the person he was meeting was the Joker. Nolan said, "Except for the paint on your face, you are no different from when you auditioned." Martin smiled strangely and said in a weird tone, "There is a difference. At least I don't have any crazy ideas now." Nolan knew that some outstanding actors will maintain the state at all times once they get into it, so he immediately got down to business. "For this role, I not only want him to become Gotham's nightmare, but also bring nightmares to everyone." Martin laughed and slapped the table. "I like it. I like and am best at doing things as I please." "As I please?" Nolan nodded. "That's right," Martin continued. "Bad guys always have reasons and motives for doing bad things, but I don't. I don't have any purpose or motive. I'm not doing it for money or power. I just like chaos and want to turn the world into a playground of joy." Nolan thought for a moment and asked, "You have a unique insight into the role. Very good. How do you plan to interpret the duel between the two heroes with Batman?" Martin said, "Batman, who prides himself on being righteous, always resorts to violence. I'm different. I'm not as vulgar and boring as Batman. I reason with people, reason well, and give them choices." This aligns perfectly with Nolan's approach. Batman uses violence to maintain order, while the Joker promotes chaos through reason. "Director, you're a genius," Martin invited. "Can we go to Buckingham Palace together someday to set off fireworks?" Seeing the genuinely evil smile on Martin's face, Nolan's eyelids twitched. He said, "When the film becomes a big hit, we can set off fireworks together in the square in front of Buckingham Palace." Martin asked, "Can we invite an old lady to join us? By the way, is there a crown prince who has lived for 50 years? Nolan decisively ended the meeting, saying, "Go back and continue your preparations. Make sure you're in good shape. The crew will be leaving for Atlanta to shoot soon." Martin swayed to his feet. "Goodbye, director." Nolan was a little worried that Martin Davis was getting too caught up in the role. Then he thought, this is a good thing. He's like a real-life Joker. As for an actor's mental health issues, they're not as important as his work. Martin's joining the cast was a done deal. Thomas quickly negotiated Martin's salary with the crew. With sufficient star power and the strong performance of previous films, negotiations with new crews are naturally more confident. This salary consists of a $5 million base salary plus a tiered share of North American box office revenue. The base share threshold is $250 million. Going forward, as long as the film reaches $250 million at the North American box office, Martin will receive a 2% base share. Starting from $250 million, for every $50 million increase in box office revenue, Martin automatically receives 1% of the increase. For $100 million, the share increases to 2%, for $150 million, 3%, and so on, up to a maximum of 6%. Risk is shared with the crew. The better the film's commercial performance, the higher the actor's income. Thomas also negotiated a 2% share of offline DVD profits, similar to Christian Bale's. Hollywood pay and box office share are incredibly complex, involving project approval bonuses, distribution bonuses, net profit share, gross profit share, and so on. I've outlined the simplest possible version, but it gets this idea. Chapter 367 Nicholson slams Martin. In the press room of the Warner Brothers building, numerous reporters gathered. The main cast and crew of The Dark Knight had gathered to witness the official signing of the film between Martin and Christian Bale. Martin was once again his sunny, handsome young actor. After the ceremonial signing, he and Bale posed for a photo with director Christopher Nolan. Under the flashing lights, the two smiled brightly, and the atmosphere was harmonious. During the question and answer session, a reporter suddenly asked, "Martin, Chris, there are rumors in Hollywood that you two have a heated conflict." Martin immediately retorted, "How could that be? Chris and I admire each other and have been friends since last year." Bale, noticing the crew's producers sitting below, turned to Martin and, even more shamelessly than Martin, said, "Martin got this role because of my recommendation." Martin's smile widened, almost perversely, as he looked at Bale. Calm and composed, Bale reached out for Martin's fist bump. In front of countless cameras, the two fists bumped, like close friends. Bale had strongly recommended Heath Ledger to Nolan and had also expressed his dislike for Martin, and Nolan was aware of their feud. But he didn't care. Batman and the Joker were supposed to be mortal enemies. From a production standpoint, there was no problem extending their rivalry from film to real life. Nolan, also a director with a knack for marketing, had recently discussed with his wife, Emma Thomas, whether the film's promotion could leverage Martin and Bale's relationship. They even had a scenario in mind. Martin and Bale were originally close friends, but Martin became too absorbed in the Joker's role, and the Joker's relationship with Bruce Wayne affected their real-life relationship, leading to a falling out. After the press conference, Martin and Bale left the press room hand in hand and entered the back lounge. Bale smiled and said, "I never thought we'd have the opportunity to work so closely together." Martin laughed and said, "The film is filming in Atlanta, my hometown. When we get there, I'll take you on a tour of Georgia's beautiful scenery." Bale then remembered that Martin Davis was from Atlanta. Never one to shy away from a challenge, he said, "I'll need your help leading the way." Martin had an idea that Bruce had mentioned. After filming Wanted, Jolie traveled to the Middle East and Africa, embarking on a journey of sainthood. Bruce had suggested that if something happened to Jolie there, Wanted would have a bright future commercially. What about Batman in Atlanta? Martin quickly shook his head as he watched Bale retreat. Lately, he's been having more and more crazy ideas. Bruce approached and asked, "Any ideas?" Martin shook his head and sighed, "Some awful ones." "It's all your fault, you're such a jerk." Bruce was puzzled, wondering what he'd done. "Luckily I was able to hold you back, or you'd be in danger." Martin saw Nolan and Emma Thomas and greeted them. "Chris, Emma," Nolan said, "let's chat." Martin nodded slightly, left the crowded lounge, and entered an adjacent meeting room. Nolan slammed the door. Martin was startled, his eyes flicking from Emma Thomas to Kate and Sam, and he wondered, could it be, "I know you and Bale have some issues," Nolan said bluntly. "But don't let it affect work," Martin said. "Don't worry about that," Emma Thomas asked. "I heard you always have some ideas for publicity and marketing." Martin smiled and said, "I'm just offering some advice." "Chris has some ideas for publicity and marketing that he'd like to discuss with you," Emma explained. Martin didn't object, but the specific implementation would require detailed discussions between the crew and Thomas. After a short chat, the two sides parted ways. Martin glanced at Nolan. The British director was a master of filmmaking and production, but he was also a master of publicity and marketing. He had even repeatedly hyped up the open ending of Inception, much like Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. He always brought it up during promotional events. In Martin's past life, he described Nolan as the beginning of the director's fandom. After 2015, anyone who said a Nolan film was bad would be immediately subjected to a frenzied online attack. Martin left the building and joined Thomas and Bruce, exiting the back door. Thomas had recently negotiated a deal for a share of the Joker merchandise, with Martin receiving 20% of the gross profit. Behind them was the studio area, where Lily was waiting. The girl, beaming, immediately ran over upon seeing Martin, her face brimming with relief. "Next year, I won't have to pay for Elena's tuition," Martin said. Elena can breathe a sigh of relief, too. "Yes, she can truly relax," Lily said, lowering her voice. "So can I." Elena can't raise her fist all the time, Martin chuckled, a bit unnaturally. "Do you think you can escape your sister's iron fist by not paying for Elena's tuition?" Lily's relaxed expression instantly fell. Clearly, she couldn't. After Martin finished criticizing people, he asked, "Have you signed an agreement with the crew?" Lily cheered up a little. The crew invested $200,000 to buy out the copyright and several large bags of carvings I made, and planned to sell them as high-end handmade customized peripherals. In addition, they hired me to work in the crew and continue to design and produce related Joker and Batman handmade carvings. In addition to the basic salary, I will also get a 3% profit share. Do a good job. Martin finally stopped criticizing people. "If this movie sells well, it will be enough for you to earn tuition and living expenses for the entire college period." Lily reached out, grabbed the corner of Martin's clothes and shook it. "Thank you." Martin raised his fist, shook it in front of Lily, and reminded her, "Don't let others bully you, but don't mess around." No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum. Lily muttered, "Am I that kind of person? Do you think I haven't heard the rumors about the crew?" Martin glanced at her and said, "I heard last week that you used a carving knife to poke dozens of holes in a proportional dummy in front of a group of people." Lily argued, "This is to prevent bullying incidents in advance. It's good for both them and me." She looked for allies. Old Bruce, am I right? Bruce felt that this was a common thread and praised, "Well done." When they arrived at the Dark Knight studio, Lily pointed to the door and said, "I'm going back to work." Martin nodded, watched her run away happily, and said to Bruce, "Give her a car from Cadillac and give her the key to the house." Bruce asked, "Why didn't you say it in person?" Martin expressed his true feelings. "Maybe I was infected by Elena. I saw Lily was so happy that I wanted to give her a fist of care." Bruce took out the things he had prepared long ago and went to the Dark Knight studio. Martin called Thomas and went into a nearby ice cream shop, shouting to the counter, "Maya," the same as usual. Maya smiled and replied, "Okay, sit down and wait." Martin sat by the glass curtain wall and said to Thomas, "I told you everything I discussed with Nicholson yesterday. For the next stage, you should make a complete plan. You don't need to leave any traces, just know what's going on. Find reliable candidates for clinics, hospitals, hotels, and related caregivers as soon as possible." Thomas asked, "Do you really want to do this?" Martin said, "I will first play an extremely crazy role, and then I will play a role from an old man to baby. It is normal to have problems. Don't underestimate the public's sympathy and curiosity." Thomas pointed to the Dark Knight studio. "Don't say hello to the crew, no need." Martin said, "Both Nolan and Warner Brothers have a keen sense of smell in this regard. They will never miss the opportunity for publicity and hype." Thomas said, "It's not easy to be a star." Martin couldn't help laughing, and his laughter was almost crazy. "Can it be harder than when I was in Atlanta? Can it be harder than ordinary people working under the scorching sun?" Thomas couldn't help but think of himself. Although his forehead was bald, his current difficulties were infinitely better than the agonizing struggle of being at the bottom of the corporate ladder. Maya brought over a cold drink. "Thank you," Martin said, noticing the ring on her finger. "Congratulations." Maya smiled and said, "I accepted Sebastian's advances and we're now boyfriends." Martin said, "Sebastian's a lucky guy. He managed to win over the cold drink princess of Warner Brothers." Maya smiled sweetly and laughed. She was a smart girl. There were at least 100, if not 200, actresses working part-time at the studio. How could she have struck up a conversation with Martin among so many? For one thing, Martin had been a frequent visitor to the shop since she was a minor star. For another, beyond a casual greeting, she had never even asked for a favor. It wasn't that Maya didn't have any ideas, on the contrary, she had a lot of them. At this crucial moment in her career, if she could get Martin to say a word, it could have a profound impact. She saw clearly that this could only happen once, not a second time. After chatting with Thomas and finishing a cold drink, Martin called Nicholson and said, "Jack, are you ready?" Nicholson said, "Is it finally my turn for such a fun thing?" Martin replied, "I'll forget anyone else, but I'll never forget you." Meanwhile, Nicholson put down his phone, picked up the phone next to him, and called a reporter he knew well. "Rick, come to me. I have something to expose. I want to criticize someone." The next morning, The Hollywood Reporter published an interview in which Nicholson angrily criticized Martin and the Dark Knight crew. As the previous Joker actor, and a very successful one at that, Warner Brothers didn't even ask for my opinion when casting the new Joker. "No one, not even Martin. I don't think this role is right for Martin. The Joker is too different from his usual image and style. It's too dark and troubling. I know Martin too well. He's too young to handle." Chapter 368, Enemies. Ever since Martin Scorsese thanked them for Best Director at the Oscars, the shambolic trio of young, middle-aged, and old has become a household name across North America. Countless people, like Cate Blanchett and Christian Bale, have been eager to see the trio turn on each other. Nicholson's rant against Martin, which also touched upon Warner Brothers and DC Comics' blockbuster project, The Dark Knight, immediately garnered significant attention. Martin, after discussing the situation with the crew, quickly responded, "Jack's Joker remains a classic. I believe he perfectly captured Tim Burton's vision for the Joker, but the Joker in The Dark Knight is completely different. Compared to Jack's version, this one has so much more to offer, and I'm confident I can handle it." This response stirred up a hornet's nest. Nicholson, acting like the trio's boss, once again asserted his authority, the aura of a 3-time Oscar winner. Success comes from hard work, effort, and talent. Acting isn't just about putting on a beard, a wig, or gaining or losing weight. With my years of experience, I remind my little brother, you have to endure the truth that requires hardship. Martin, through the media, engaged in a verbal exchange with Nicholson. You told me that when things get tough, stop complaining, don't hesitate, muster up the courage, and do it. Nicholson responded through the media, go for it when you're ready, but be careful what you say. Countless gossip outlets frantically interpreted the exchange, believing it was a mockery of Martin, telling him to be more careful with his words. In just 2 or 3 days, the exchange between Martin and Nicholson became the focus of American entertainment gossip, captured by nearly every entertainment outlet and even trending on Google. The media and the public not only rejoice in the return of a prodigal son, but also in the rift between brothers. Martin and Jack, a pair of friends regardless of age difference, are over. Because of a clown, the two have officially broken up. The Joker is so powerful that he has already brought down the Hollywood trio of bastards before appearing on the screen. Be careful of the clown, it can make people's hearts collapse. The large-scale media coverage and the active attention of the onlookers made The Dark Knight and the Joker spread quickly and became the hottest gossip topic in the United States. Are the three bastards really having a falling out? In the hotel room, Blanchett, also enjoying some gossip, asked Bale, are Martin Davis and Nicholson going to break up? Bale, who had been enjoying a good gossip lately, said with a smile, they're probably going to turn into enemies. It's dog eat dog, Blanchett said bitterly. I really hope they get into a fight, Bale pondered. Once we officially join the crew, I'll have someone secretly instigate them. Maybe they'll actually fight. Blanchett leaned forward and said, great. Seeing Blanchett pressing against his arm, Bale suddenly stepped back. And Leonardo, they're all damn bastards. Blanchett grabbed Bale and said, shouldn't we celebrate? Bale thought of the sponge that Blanchett had torn apart at Pinewood Studios, and he was still terrified and bored. He no longer had much interest in this matter. Well, some other time. I have things to do. Without waiting for a reply, Bale broke free, grabbed his phone, and ran off. Blanchett fumed, useless man. Bale genuinely had something to do. After leaving the hotel, he went to the Santa Monica Sunshine Hotel to take Heath Ledger to the airport for his return to New York. Brothers are more important than women. Martin and Nicholson's altercation inevitably spilled over into the trio's other member, Leonardo DiCaprio. Reporters rushed to interview Leonardo, and he promised to invite Martin and Nicholson out for dinner to discuss the matter. On an ordinary spring morning, Leonardo was the first to arrive at the Los Angeles Country Club. He was followed by over a dozen reporters and paparazzi, with more arriving from Los Angeles. Within half an hour, 50 or 60 reporters and paparazzi had gathered at the country club entrance, cameras set up. Even more outrageous, 2 television stations, unknown to whom, each sent a television van. It wasn't long before a stretched Lincoln pulled up in front of the club. Jack Nicholson got out, glanced at the reporters gathered outside, and entered the country club. 7 or 8 minutes later, a Cadillac drove through the crowd. Martin, expressionless, got out and pushed open the club door alone. Too bad we can't get in. Anyone with an informant in the club? Go get some information. The reporters were eager to see Martin and Nicholson come to blows. The scoundrel trio met in the lobby. Martin and Nicholson exchanged glances, neither saying a word, their faces etched with displeasure. Leonardo said, let's find a place to talk. The three of them entered a separate lounge. Several of the club's staff immediately sent out messages. The two were extremely dissatisfied with each other. They got angry and almost came to a fight. In fact, as soon as the door of the lounge closed, Martin burst into laughter. Fun. So fun, Nicholson said. It feels so damn good to tease the media. Hey. Be serious. Leonardo was unhappy and emphasized, have some professional ethics as an actor? You are in conflict and are about to become enemies. Martin sat on the single sofa and crossed his legs. Leo, do you want to join? Leonardo shook his head and said, don't you think the job of mediating is more suitable for me? Nicholson asked in return, like the U.S. president mediating Israel and Palestine. Martin laughed. That's too bad of an image. Leonardo said, there's no way, I appeared too early. Nicholson also laughed. Did you find that what happened later was more interesting? Martin was a little more serious. Didn't Warner and DC contact you? No mistake. One song, one post, one content, one book, one forum. They came to me, Nicholson said mysteriously. Do you know what they said? Martin, a master of hype and marketing, could easily guess what Warner and DC were thinking. He said, Nolan and Emma Thomas have been fanning the flames in front of me, asking me to fight back against your attacks. It's not difficult to infer from this that your old acquaintances at Warner and DC must have asked you to lash out at me even more fiercely. You are worthy of being the one with the most bad ideas among the three bastards. Nicholson gave Martin a thumbs up. Those bastards, for the sake of attention and commercial gain, deliberately tried to sow discord between you and me. They want us to really turn against each other. Martin nodded. That's normal. The investment in this movie is too high. Including publicity and promotion costs, it's estimated to be between $270 and $300 million US. Without enough hype, how can it attract people? Leonardo reminded him. Batman is the second most popular superhero in the United States. Nicholson had appeared in Batman movies and saw it clearly. If it can't attract enough support from casual audiences, it will be difficult for the film to make a huge profit. Don't forget, Batman movies have been the subject of huge tragedies, Martin said. What Jack and I did, to a certain extent, was to attract the attention of passers-by, Leonardo asked. It's more than that, right? Martin revealed something. Jack is actually a weather vane. All the negative criticism in the early stage is to pave the way for the evaluation of my role after the film is released. If I hide him hard now, the praise in the future will attract more attention, especially for a super acting school like Jack, Nicholson said. If you mess up, I will never change my direction. I will only bombard you more fiercely. Martin had no objection. Jack Nicholson is a typical representative of Hollywood acting. I can't let him joke about his reputation of decades. He didn't seem to be joking. Jack, if I really mess up, you can set up artillery and bombard me. I will never fight back. Leonardo immediately said, I want to give Martin a blessing. I hope your film and role will collapse together. Martin was in great pain, as if making a decision. I treat you as brothers, but you treat me as an enemy. Nicholson raged, his voice rising. Who kicked my ass? Who is it, bastard? A waiter pretending to pass by heard this vaguely, but didn't dare to linger, and hurried on. Turning into a deserted corner, he pulled out his phone and typed a text message to the reporter outside. Martin kicked Jack's ass. The reporter who received the message couldn't help but laugh. The two bastards had turned against each other, confirmed. In the lounge, Leonardo checked the time and said, It's about time. You should all leave one after another. Act up, Nicholson said. Of the three of you here, you're the least impressive. Martin looked at Nicholson, who had plenty of money and free time, constantly finding ways to have fun, and said, Old Jack, I envy you so much. You have endless things to do and endless joy to enjoy. Nicholson laughed heartily. When you get to my age, you'll understand that you have to live life to the fullest. Life is too damn short. You have to live it to the fullest, Leonardo said. That requires money. Martin ignored Leonardo, already in character, and was the first to open the door and leave the lounge. Many waiters who were watching the scene cast their gazes over. Just by looking at Martin's gloomy face, they knew all was not going well. Then, the faint sound of Leonardo and Nicholson arguing could be heard from the lounge. Not long after, Nicholson, who always had a smile on his face, left the lounge, his face devoid of a smile. At the same time, Martin left the club. Reporters and paparazzi swarmed around, loudly demanding, How was your conversation? Did they get into a fight? Martin raised his head, his expression sinister, causing many to shut up. Without another word, he simply got into his car and left. Before the reporters dispersed, Nicholson emerged, and reporters also gathered around to ask questions. Nicholson casually remarked, There's nothing much to say. Young people these days are too arrogant. Martin's demeanor, combined with Nicholson's words, was enough. The reporters and paparazzi dispersed, hurrying back to their stories. It was foreseeable that the news of Martin Davis's battle with Jack Nicholson, and his subsequent kicking of his ass, would dominate the entertainment pages of every newspaper tomorrow. Chapter 369 Maintaining Ecological Balance. Brothers turned against each other, love turned to hatred, satisfying the psychological needs of many onlookers. There is no such thing as true friendship in Hollywood, only fake brothers and sisters. Media reports also revealed that Martin and Nicholson had a long-standing feud, with the latter once bombarding Martin's house with homemade fireworks, even attracting the LAPD. The latest issue of Vanity Fair magazine, featuring the DC Comics Joker on its cover, devoted an article analyzing the Martin-Nicholson feud. Jack Nicholson's Joker has become one of cinema's classics, universally praised. Jack has never been one for his generosity, and his criticism of Martin's Joker is inevitably driven by this. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if Martin's Joker surpassed his own Joker? Reporters and paparazzi frantically gathered at the Warner Brothers studios, surrounding any members of the Dark Knight crew and asking for their opinions on Martin and Nicholson. Before filming even began, Martin and the Joker were already dominating the headlines. Nicholson had so much fun that he even dressed up as the Joker from the 1989 Batman film while watching the Lakers' first playoff game of the season. According to media reports, Nicholson was trying to tell Martin that there is only one Joker in the movie. Look, are we lacking attention? Standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office in the Warner Brothers building, Charles Roven pointed to the swarm of reporters at the entrance to the studio complex and said to Orlin, even without the crew putting in any effort, the actors alone have generated enough buzz to grab most of the entertainment headlines. Orlin, who had recently been enjoying the melon, remarked, Martin is a fantastic casting choice. How do you say it in Silicon Valley? He brings the traffic, Charles Roven said. Warner Brothers has been working with Martin for a long time. He's brought Warner Brothers significant profits in recent years, and judging by the current situation, he'll create even more in the coming years. Orlin still offered a reminder, no matter how high the hype is, the work is key. Without quality work to support it, it's all illusion, Charles said. You saw Martin's performance during the audition. His acting is definitely not a problem. My biggest concern is Nolan's side. Will the audience accept such a dark, heavy, and realistic story, where the Joker plays a role equal to, or even more than, Batman? Orlin added, the script is based on The Dark Knight Returns, a highly acclaimed comic. There was a knock on the office door, and Nolan walked in. Charles smiled and asked, did the crew get disturbed much? Most of the crew went to Atlanta for pre-production, so there aren't many left here. Nolan had come with an idea. The Martin and Nicholson thing is really hot right now, but it's going to be hard to sustain later. Orlin asked, what are your ideas? Nolan was good at more than just filming. When the film reaches a certain stage, Warner Brothers and DC can invite Nicholson to visit the set and see how Martin's Joker is doing. Charles nodded. Okay. Before Nolan could finish his words, he suggested, then we can continue to work on Martin Davis and Jack Nicholson. His voice suddenly lowered. Or maybe keep stirring up the conflict between them and keep their verbal battle going. Orlin smiled. Good idea. The production cost alone was a staggering $180 million. Nolan shouldered this multi-billion-dollar burden, focusing not only on the film itself but also on other aspects. In the past 7 or 8 years, there have been too many good movies that have underperformed at the box office. Marketing and publicity are becoming increasingly important. Nolan added, I think Martin's buzz and ability to generate news are far greater than Bale's. Martin should be the core of both the film and the promotion. He grew increasingly excited as he spoke. It's not just Martin and Nicholson, but also Martin and Bale's relationship. We can also make a splash. They've cultivated a harmonious image in public now. When conflicts arise during filming, we can use the narrative that they were too immersed in the role and were influenced by it. Charles Roven looked at Nolan with admiration and said to Orlin, see, I was right. If Martin is the most marketable actor, Chris is the most marketable director. Nolan smiled and said, that's an exaggeration. Orlin said, the investment is huge, like a mountain. Nolan continued, one more thing. I plan to have a member of Jonathan's writing team follow Martin around the set and record his words and actions. I've discussed this with Martin, and he agrees. However, any published reports must be approved by him. Charles understood Nolan's intention. Martin is always in the news for something that attracts public attention. He nodded to Nolan and said, okay, I'll send someone to discuss the matter with Martin's agent. Orlin left. With such a director and actor who were so adventurous, the film would surely attract attention. A van drove into Warner Brothers Studios, turned onto a side road, and stopped next to the Dark Knight Studios warehouse. Lily followed in her newly acquired red Cadillac, parked, and ran to the van. Linda, the crew's handover officer, had already opened the warehouse door. Lily said, boss, the goods are all in the van. I've moved them all in. The crew offered good terms, so she cleared out all the Joker carvings at once. She would get a share of the sales, but giving them to Martin wouldn't earn her a penny. Lily felt that if she wanted to truly stand up to Martin and her sister Elena and reject the iron fist of care, financial foundation was crucial. She had to work hard to make money. Linda had the cargo unloaded from the truck and discovered it was packed into several large boxes. Opening one, she inspected it. Every clown carving was vivid and lifelike, a true masterpiece. She looked at Lily. No wonder the sharp carving knife, in her hands, was as nimble as a finger, moving wherever she was told. "Supervisor," someone asked. Linda said, "Hurry up and count everything. Put everything into storage." Several workers bustled into action. Linda remembered clearly that Lily Carter was a relative of Martin Davis, a notoriously difficult figure in Hollywood. She smiled and said, "Lily, you carved so many." Lily, recalling the horror of being dominated by a vast amount of buffalo horns, felt a lingering fear. "For the past 6 months, I've spent all my spare time practicing. Even the birthday presents I received were piles of carving material." I want to cry. Linda wondered what bastard could be so cruel as to torture such a beautiful girl. She carefully examined the material she was carving and asked, "Where's this raw material from?" "It looks good," Lily, knowing full well that she was being paid, said. "It looks like Australian cattle horn." Linda asked, "Where do you get it from?" Lily didn't dare go to Martin, fearing repression. She said, "Let me ask someone." Linda nodded. "Okay." Lily called Bruce, and within a few minutes, Bruce came over. Lily briefly explained the situation. Linda volunteered, "Do you have a source for these materials?" Bruce nodded. "Yes, the crew might need a large quantity later." Linda thought for a moment and said, "Leave me your contact information." Bruce gave Linda his business card and suddenly thought, Martin couldn't wipe out the Australian bison by himself, so how could he bring in a crew? Linda went to help inspect the goods. Lily came over and quietly asked Bruce, "Are there a lot of bison in Australia?" Bruce wasn't entirely sure. "They shouldn't be extinct, right?" Lily, not an environmentalist or interested in animal protection, said, "As long as they're not extinct, that's fine." Bruce called Martin about the matter. After a moment's consideration, Martin offered a solution. "Hey, Bruce, you team up with Elena and her brother to register an import-export trading company. Harris should be knowledgeable about this. Let him handle the details. If the crew needs it, he can supply them with Australian specialties, with bison and saltwater crocodiles overrunning Australia. This would help maintain their ecological balance." After hanging up the phone, Martin looked at Kelly and Louise in the office and said, "I just received a call from Wu Maoding from Asia tonight. He doesn't plan to continue investing in our project." Louise thought of what happened some time ago. "Warner Brothers has contacted him," Martin said. "Yes, Warner Brothers invited him to invest in Terminator 4 and made a lot of promises that we can't give." "Promises?" Kelly couldn't help laughing. "Didn't you tell him that all the promises in Hollywood are bullshit?" Martin shrugged. "I told him, but others won't listen. Hollywood is famous. Wu Maoding thinks he can make more money by cooperating directly with big companies without us middlemen." Louise said, "Maybe. Everyone has their own ambitions and you can't force them." Martin nodded. "I'm going to Atlanta soon. Lily is on the crew. Please take care of her for me." "Don't worry, leave it to me," Louise deliberately said. "You have to give some compensation for using the things made by Lily." She pulled Kelly. "Slut, am I right?" Kelly leaned on Louise's shoulder and laughed. In May, the crew of the Dark Knight chartered a plane to Atlanta. Even though most of the crew had already arrived, the crew still filled a passenger plane. The director, a real-life shooter, had packed 2 cargo planes with all sorts of cargo. An IMAX camera was a top priority. Although Hollywood already had some 3D films, Nolan refused to let The Dark Knight be a part of them. Upon arriving in Atlanta, Martin secluded himself in his hotel, devoting himself entirely to preparing for the role, not even visiting Elena. He only emerged from the hotel 2 days before filming began to meet with old friends in Atlanta. Chapter 370 Even God Can't Save You. Atlanta, Gray Studios. For the filming of The Dark Knight, the crew rented 7 sound stages, 3 large and 4 small, for set building. Gotham Street scenes were mainly filmed on Highland and Peachtree Streets. Nolan had originally wanted to shoot in Chicago and London, but Warner Brothers and Legendary had signed long-term contracts with Gray Studios. In Studio 6, the crew had already begun filming. On the set, Martin sat on a mountain of banknotes, picked up a few, and tore them into pieces, throwing them down from above. The colorful shreds of paper looked like flowers scattered by a fairy. Several men came over and poured prop gasoline on them. Martin clicked on the lighter in his hand, then turned it off and turned it on again. He kicked a large bundle of bills away, spread his arms, and declared, "This stinking city is disgusting. I'll make it fun." The gang leader entered, seeing what was happening, and shouted, "You promised me to return the money. Don't worry, I'll keep my word." Martin laughed, spreading his arms. "Half of this is mine." The gang leader tried to grab the money. With incredible speed, Martin's lighter transformed into a gleaming silver pistol. With his other hand, he raised a finger, shook it, and said, "One thing I like about me, I keep my word." The gang leader looked at the mountain of money, his face filled with greed. Martin leaped down, sliding down the pyramid of bills, and the piles of money scattered like quicksand. The gang leader said, "I don't care about your half, you must give me mine." Martin laughed maniacally, "Of course I will. I'll cleanse your soul with it. You've been contaminated by the stench of this city, and your mind has become distorted." The gang leader tried to move, but Martin pointed a gun at him. Martin backhanded the leader and smashed the butt of the gun on his head, sending him collapsing in a pile of bills. Without waiting for him to get up, Martin backhanded him, shooting him once in each leg. "I mean what I said. You will live with your half of the bills forever." The gun vanished from his hand, and a lighter appeared. "The flames will bring freedom to the city. The exploding fireworks will herald the city's rise to a higher level of taste." Cut. Director Nolan called a halt to the filming, saying, "Martin, that's good. I ask you to do better. Do it again." Martin twirled the lighter between his fingers and smiled. "No problem." His laughter was sinister and chilling. Martin stood still on the set. The crew and the other actors all avoided this man who exuded a mad and gloomy aura. Half an hour later, the set was reset, and Martin climbed to the top of the pile of money again, resuming filming for the scene. 3 takes were required before Director Nolan gave the green light. The scene then concluded in a blazing fire. Martin returned to his break area, took the canteen Bruce offered him, took a sip, and said, "Burning money is so damn satisfying, but it's a shame it's fake." Bruce suggested, "You're worth tens of millions of dollars now. You could convert it all into cash and burn it in the yard for fun." Martin said, "Let's go burn the Federal Reserve. You could blow up the White House or kill the president, and you might survive." Bruce said sincerely. "But if you attack the Federal Reserve, you're doomed. Even God can't save you." An elderly black man with his step-granddaughter came over to greet him. "Hi, Martin, long time no see." Martin turned and grinned at Morgan Freeman. He had another scene coming up, and he hadn't even taken off his makeup. He'd gotten used to it over the past 2 months, and his grin was particularly terrifying. Idina was so scared that she stepped back, grabbed Freeman's hand, and hid behind him, not daring to show her head. Freeman was knowledgeable and calmed himself down. He said, "Martin, you scared her." "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Martin's smile became even wider and more terrifying. "I just want people to feel happy." Freeman said, "Your way of bringing happiness is very special." Martin put away his smile. "It's better to enjoy life than to be sad." Freeman agreed with this, glanced at his step-granddaughter, and said, "Someday, teach me some experience of enjoying life." Martin smiled slightly. "You are my teacher in this regard." Freeman automatically changed the subject and asked, "After a few days of filming, I found a problem. The Joker has more scenes than Batman." Martin said, "2 protagonists, but Batman represents justice, and I am chaos and evil." Freeman reminded, "It's the Joker." Martin replied, "Yes, it's the Joker." Freeman participated in the filming of the previous film. Not only the role, but even Batman's martial arts value seems to have been reduced, because they want to highlight, the Joker. Martin said casually, "If Batman's martial arts value is too high and he does things without scruples, how can the Joker survive?" Hearing this, Freeman's doubts from reading the script suddenly vanished. He understood. The director and screenwriter have confined Batman to a myriad of constraints, restricting his actions in the name of justice. The Joker, as the villain, can act with impunity, free from any scruples, not even having to worry about Batman killing him. That's about right, Martin thought. Director Nolan had given Batman a reverse-engineered version of himself to highlight the Joker. Perhaps this was the ultimate clash of good and evil. Soon, Martin resumed filming, mostly involving the Joker's struggles with the gangs. In the Joker's eyes, the Gotham gangs, who committed crimes for money, were simply too lowbrow. After wrapping up their day's scenes, Martin, before removing his makeup, waved to the screenwriter who had been accompanying him and held out his hand. "Take notes. Hand it over so I can see." The screenwriter quickly placed a notebook in Martin's hands. Martin flipped through the book and glanced through it, saying, One more thing, Martin, so engrossed in his Joker role, suddenly felt annoyed by Bale, dressed in formal attire, acting like an angel of justice. It felt like he was bringing the character's grudges into reality. The screenwriter took out a pen and quickly wrote it down. When he looked back at Martin, he had already walked away. He was puzzled. Martin was clearly not lost in the role, his mind was clear. It seemed as if he could clearly distinguish between the character and himself. Martin, after removing his makeup and getting ready to get in the car, saw Christian Bale. As a good friend on the crew, Martin took the initiative and invited him. "If you're free tonight, I'll take you to a nightclub in Atlanta." People from the crew came and went, and Bale seemed very friendly. "Any good places?" Martin smiled brightly. "Let's go to a club." Hart, Carrington, and others had achieved success and rarely performed on stage, but they had taught many students. A few days ago, at a dinner party, Martin heard them mention in advance that there were homosexuals among their students. Bale decided it was best not to take any risks. This was Martin's hometown, after all. He said, "Let's do it some other time. I've got an appointment with Michael Caine today to discuss roles and scenes." Martin didn't force him. "You can come anytime you want." They both left. Bale entered the studio. Martin left the studio and headed for the Northville neighborhood. Cadillac had sponsored the crew's car. A black Escalade parked in front of the Carter family's house. Martin didn't rush in, but stood there to take in the green, grassy, flat yard. It didn't seem unusual. He called out, "Hall, come out." The door creaked open, and Hall, nearly as tall as Harris, emerged. He said, "Come on. Elena has prepared a wonderful dinner." Martin pointed in front of him. "You idiot, is there a fuckerth?" Hall said, "I'm not that bored anymore. If there's a hole in the ground." Martin chuckled sinisterly. "You know the consequences, having been raised under many iron fists." Hall, the least powerful in the family, quickly retreated at the sight of Martin's eerie smile. Martin walked on, and surprisingly, he entered the house without any incident. "I didn't expect an idiot like you to have brains." He placed the gifts he brought on the table and asked, "Where's Elena?" Elena popped up from the kitchen, like the head of the family. "Dinner will be ready soon. You two idiots, go wash your hands and faces." Just as Martin was about to leave, she said, "Your smile is so ugly. Put it away, or I'll be hurt." Hall muttered, "He smiles like a pervert." When Martin came out after washing his hands, Elena had already placed dinner on the table. It was mainly meat, supplemented by vegetables and fruits. Hall said, "You haven't cooked in ages." "It's so different with Martin here than without." Elena, her usual style, said, "Shut up." Hall sat down to eat, muttering as he ate, "Lily's the best. She's free in Los Angeles." Hearing Lily's name, Elena looked at Martin and asked, "That idiot didn't call either. Is she okay?" "Fine," Martin said as he ate a piece of barbecue. The taste was familiar. "No one dares to bully her," Elena said. "I've never worried about her being bullied," Hall replied. "She's kind-hearted enough not to bully anyone." Martin nodded repeatedly and said, "Lily's got a job as an engraver on the set. She'll make a lot of money. I guess you won't have to worry about her tuition for next school year." Elena said, "Let her come back during the summer. If she doesn't, you can force her onto a plane." Martin responded casually. The two sisters were constantly swearing and using forceful tactics. It was best for him to stay out of it. Elena went to the refrigerator, fetched a cocktail, and placed it in front of Martin. "I made a new cocktail. Try it." Martin took a sip and said, "It's quite popular." Elena said, "A manufacturer under Coca-Cola is planning to launch a new bottled cocktail. Popular flavors will help it sell." Martin finished his drink and said, "You know more about this than I do now." Not long after dinner, Martin sent Paul to a room on the first floor to do his homework. He took Elena's hand and went upstairs together. The leader of the Coca-Cola cult wanted to check on the saints' homework. Chapter 371 Good People and Good Deeds. Under the cover of night, Peachtree Street was completely closed off. Several specially built Batmobiles, including two peculiarly shaped Batmobiles, rolled onto the streets. A fan of live action, Nolan demanded that all nighttime street scenes be filmed at night. Martin, after applying his makeup, emerged from the trailer and wandered onto the set. Nolan called Martin and Bale together and gave them some instructions. "There will be a lot of action today. Don't be stubborn when it comes to using a body double to prevent any accidents." Martin, conscious of his own safety, immediately said, "No problem." Bale said, "I'll follow the crew's instructions." Nolan looked at Martin and asked, "Are you proficient in using any weapon?" Martin, looking at Bale, said, "Pistols, rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, sniper rifles, I'm familiar with them all. My marksmanship is decent, and I've won a community championship," he added, including bazookas. At this last remark, Bale's eyes widened and he stared at Martin. He remembered vividly that the British police had informed him that Nicholson and Streep had set off fireworks at Pinewood Studios using homemade rocket launchers made of welded steel pipes. Nolan nodded. "The Joker had a rocket launcher during filming, no problem." Martin grinned at Bale. "I even made one myself and gave it to Nicholson." Bale felt a pang of discomfort, as if it were ripping apart again. The anger he'd been pent up since Pinewood Studios suddenly erupted. "You bastard, I want." Nolan's gaze shifted to Bale. Bale's tense muscles instantly stiffened, and he stood frozen like a stone statue. Nolan frowned. What was wrong with Bale? He'd imagined the two protagonists going from character to reality to create marketing hype, but Martin hadn't said anything. Was Bale going to lose control? Bale's strong recommendation of Heath Ledger had left a bad impression on Nolan. At that moment, Nolan felt for the first time that his judgment of people was flawed. Bale was unreliable. Just outside the three of them, the screenwriter was furiously writing. Martin, who plays the Joker, has always been friendly, often discussing issues with the director and Bale with a smile. Director Nolan has great trust in Martin, but Bale is moody and often gets angry at Martin over the smallest things. Their relationship is deteriorating. After finishing his scene, Nolan left first to prepare for filming. Bale stared at Martin, who smiled at him, much like the Joker at Batman. "You did it, asshole." Bale was furious. Martin spread his hands and said with a smile, "I don't understand you." The others looked over. Compared to Martin, whose face was covered in clown paint, Bale still had some dignity. He said nothing, gave Martin a cold look, and left. Martin followed suit. The screenwriter then noted, "Martin always smiles at Bale, but Bale's attitude towards Martin is getting worse." Martin approached a car and briefly familiarized himself with it. Bruce and the prop masters arrived with prop guns and distributed them to the actors. Martin took a well-maintained shotgun, an old-fashioned weapon. Bruce said, "I've checked all the guns carefully, and they're fine." Martin nodded slightly. "I feel at ease with you around." "Did you tease Bale just now?" Bruce asked. "I saw he was furious and ready to hit someone." Martin grinned. "I just gave him a little push. People always face many choices. If you subtly seduce him, he'll take a good path." Bruce said, "Be a decent person. Be careful not to anger him." Martin's smile widened. "Can he beat up the Joker like Batman did?" Bruce felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. "Isn't that what you were hoping for?" "You're such a jerk." "Hoping for a beating?" Martin didn't reply, only laughing heartily. Filming quickly began. Engines roared, cars chased through the streets, gunfire rang out intermittently, and fireworks erupted from time to time. Martin frequently got in and out of cars during the shoot. Howard, the representative of the completion bond, was watching closely on the set, determined not to allow the main actors to take any unnecessary risks. The film's investment was so substantial that if it fell behind schedule, the Firefighters Fund insurance company would face substantial claims. Martin, unwilling to be blacklisted by third-party insurers, fully cooperated with the crew's safety procedures. Before dawn, the main crew departed, and a professional cleaning company arrived to quickly clear the street of debris. By daybreak, Peachtree Street was back to normal traffic. The crew shifted to a daytime-nighttime work schedule, with most exterior scenes filming at night. The noise from filming on Peachtree Street each night quickly drew complaints and police reports. This proved challenging to manage. Atlanta and Georgia were developing their film and television industries, and they dreamed of attracting such a massive production. Meanwhile, most of the extras came from Jerome's Marietta agency, but many of the production directors' roles came from APDs. Lately, the APD's greatest joy has been coming to the set after get off work to act as background actors. Some people have also visited, especially Martin, who has so many friends in Atlanta. That same evening, Sophia, who had invested in the production through Pacific Pictures, also visited Peachtree Street. With Pacific Pictures investor credentials, Sophia entered the set during a break in filming. Dressed in shorts and a short-sleeved t-shirt, her muscular figure caught the attention of many on set. Standing at the edge of the set, the female actor's gaze swept across the set like radar, quickly landing on Martin. Martin's face was smeared with white paint, a grotesque grin etched across his gaping mouth. His oversized suit, draped over his forward-leaning neck, was a truly unattractive sight. Martin's looks weren't to Sophia's taste to begin with, and now even less interest. Sophia noticed that the guy playing opposite Martin might have a good physique, and with his custom-made batsuit, he looked like a bodybuilder. Scott, with his legs slung, followed behind, handing Sophia a pink water bottle. When the director called for a stop in the distance, Sophia took a sip from her straw and said, "Let's go meet Martin." The two of them headed to the crew's rest area. Martin saw Sophia and greeted her. "Hi, Sophia, good evening." Behind him, Bruce quietly backed away, unable to find a wall to hide his butt. "You look so ugly," Sophia said to Martin, then turned to Bruce. "Bob, if you back up any further, you're going to hit the camera." Bruce glanced back, seeing the IMAX camera right behind him. He quickly stopped and gave an awkward smile. Martin laughed heartily. "Bob will always remember how good you were to him." Sophia laughed too, but her face was covered in fat. "Martin, I'm good to Bob, so why shouldn't I be good to you? Tell me, and I'll be good to you." Martin's smile froze, along with the white paint and the crazed expression. Clowns were nothing in front of the clown. Sophia then asked, "Was that Christian Bale you were acting opposite?" Martin immediately realized Sophia might be interested in Bale. Martin, ever willing to help, naturally wanted to do something good. "Yes, that's Bale," he said without hesitation. "He's been preparing for the role of Batman for over 4 months, actively gaining weight and working out. He's an absolute muscular hunk." Sophia listened intently to Martin's words, her eyes also busy, scanning for any sign of Bale. Martin added, "Bale has another extraordinary ability. He can lose weight if he wants to, gain weight if he wants, and become a muscular hunk if he wants." Sophia nodded with increasing interest. Martin's mad smile returned. "One person can do several things, and they can even be customized. Isn't that fun?" Bruce found a metal chair and sat down, thinking to himself, what a jerk Martin is. Sophia couldn't wait any longer. "Come on, introduce Bale to me." Normally, someone would have introduced Sophia to Bale, but Martin's relationship with Sophia was no secret, so he simply took Sophia to Bale's resting place. Bale was on the phone in the dugout. "Honey, are you coming to Atlanta next week?" "Okay, I'll pick you up at the airport." "You want to come to the set and watch me film?" Of course, his wife, Sibby Blatchick, was coming to Atlanta to visit. After hanging up and putting his phone away, Bale noticed the intimidating pale face staggering over, followed by an exceptionally muscular woman. This woman must be a fitness enthusiast. Her muscles were far more exaggerated than his. Martin approached, his pale face a wide, blood-red grin. "Hi, Belle, my friend is a fan of yours. We'd like to meet you and take a picture." Belle frowned. "I don't think that's necessary." The screenwriter following Martin immediately took note. Whenever anyone on the crew, including Belle, brings in fans for photos or autographs, Martin always obliges. But when Martin brought a fan in for a photo with Belle looked displeased and flatly refused, and the conflict between them escalated. Sophia, who didn't care about Belle's behavior, simply walked over and introduced herself. "Hello, Belle, I'm Sophia." Belle nodded. "Hello." Martin said nothing more and quietly left the place. He was used to doing good things, so he wouldn't be a third wheel. When he returned to the lounge and sat down, Sophia was already chatting with Belle. Belle said no, but his body was honest. Perhaps bodybuilders have a lot in common. Martin watched with interest. Now the seeds had been planted, and he wondered if they would blossom. For example, flowers bloom and bleed, and the ancients are kind-hearted. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Pushing from Behind. After the Peachtree Street scenes concluded, the crew returned to the Gray Center for filming. Lead actress Maggie Gyllenhaal also joined the shoot. "Stop, this take is done." Behind the director's monitor, Nolan watched the set up as a cocktail party, as Maggie Gyllenhaal walked out clutching her chest, as if startled by Martin's performance. Nolan's brilliance extended beyond directing. He immediately called the screenwriter over and said, "For the record, during filming, Maggie Gyllenhaal was so nervous about Martin that she urinated frequently. At one point, she was afraid to speak or even look at him." The screenwriter quickly wrote down the details. Nolan expertly fabricated a behind-the-scenes clip with hype. After a moment's thought, he said, "Call Michael." Not long after, veteran actor Michael Caine arrived and asked, "Chris, what do you want to talk to me about?" Nolan continued arranging the behind-the-scenes footage. Back in Los Angeles, he had agreed with Orlin and Charles Roven to use Martin, known for his potential for drama and commercial appeal, as the focal point of the promotional video. "Michael, when we're acting together later, you need to be so frightened by Martin's performance that you forget your lines." Michael Caine, having worked with Nolan many times, understood his intentions and said, "No problem, I'll go along with you." A few minutes later, filming began again, this time with Martin and Michael Caine acting opposite each other. As Martin's manic, cruel smile unfolded before him, Michael Caine was so frightened that he momentarily forgot his lines. "Cut," Nolan called a halt. Caine backed away repeatedly, waiting for his assistant to bring him some water. He took a sip before saying, "Sorry, my bad." He looked at Martin, still terrified. "Young man, you're terrifying. I just saw a real clown appear before my eyes." At the edge of the set, the screenwriter recorded another behind-the-scenes clip. Michael Caine was so frightened by Martin during filming that he forgot his lines. Martin walked up to Caine and asked, "Are you okay?" Caine forced a smile. "Much better now." Martin was surprised. Could his acting be that good? Bruce, who had been paying attention to the crew, waited until Martin sat down in a lounge chair and whispered. Nolan just called Caine over for a few words. Martin turned his head to glance at the director's monitor and suddenly realized Nolan was indeed the one, actively creating stunts. Morgan Freeman, an old acquaintance, came over alone and sat next to Martin, saying, "This crew is very interesting." Martin pretended to know nothing and said, "Nonsense, am I too scary?" "No." Freeman showed his signature smile. "On and off the set, on and off the set, it's all drama, very exciting." Martin grinned. "Don't you think it's interesting? It adds a lot of fun to the boring filming." Freeman said, "I'm old and can't stand the tossing and turning. I'll just watch quietly." Before he finished speaking, his step-granddaughter came over. Freeman stood up to leave. "I'm going back to the hotel. We'll talk later." A man and a woman, one old and one young, left the studio. Martin asked, "Old Bruce, when I'm old, will I still have this kind of charm?" "As long as you have enough money, you can still have charm even when you're old," Bruce reminded him. "You forget that Jack Nicholson was able to attract 17-year-old Jennifer Lawrence?" Martin nodded and glanced at Sophia again. "Does she have a lot in common with Bale?" Bruce whispered. "I asked Scott. Sophia also goes out hunting for something new, but she'll soon return to him." Martin sighed. "So the real winner in life is Scott, a complete win without any effort." During lunch in the restaurant, Martin chatted with Sophia for a while. "Did you get it?" he asked. Sophia shook her head. "It's a bit difficult. While I was discussing fitness with him, I also asked about his family situation. He said he loves his wife very much." Martin confided a little. "That's probably not the main reason. I understand he's had a sponge tear. Looks like I need to change my strategy." Sophia thought something was wrong with Belle. "Should I be more proactive and assertive?" She remembered something. "Belle's wife is coming over. Let's talk about it in a few days." Martin asked, "Come visit the set?" "Yes." Sophia's hand fell on Martin's shoulder like an iron clamp. "How about doing me a favor? Aren't you good at breaking up couples and boyfriends and girlfriends?" How could Martin refuse? After all, he was the financial sponsor. The next morning, Martin met Belle's wife, Sibby Blatchick, on the set. She was a tall, brown-haired woman who looked to be in her early 30s. During a break, Martin saw Maggie Gyllenhaal coming over to say hello and called Bruce. "Let's go talk to our good friend Belle and meet his wife," he reminded him. "Bring a gift." Bruce opened his bag and pulled out a long box. He followed Martin and asked, "What do you want to do?" Martin, wearing clown makeup, turned around and grinned wickedly. "Just meeting a friend's wife." Bruce sensed something was wrong. Before they even reached the other side, Martin had already extended his arms, his most enthusiastic expression, and said in a loud voice, "Chris, is this your wife? Won't you introduce her?" Hibby turned her head and saw a strange-looking person with a white face, red lips, and head tilted forward approaching. Her heart tightened, and she instinctively grabbed Belle's arm. After all, being British, Belle wasn't above being a gentleman. Despite his dislike for Martin, he introduced him. "Sibby, this is Martin Davis." "Martin, this is my wife, Sibby Blatchick." Martin was unfazed. "Hello, Sibby, welcome to Atlanta," he said with a hearty smile. "I'm from Atlanta, and Chris and I are good friends." If you need anything here, feel free to call me. Sibby smiled and replied, I'll be there, thank you. Martin's previously empty hand suddenly folded down, then, as he brought it up again, found a business card between his fingers. My card. Sibby put it away, then, out of politeness, handed Martin hers. Bill's face flickered with displeasure, but with so many people around, he had to be considerate of his wife, so he said nothing. Martin took Sibby's card and invited, Chris, anytime you're free, I'd like to treat you. And Sibby took Atlanta cuisine. Bill stared intently at Martin. His evil face, smeared with white paint, looked even more sinister to him than the clown in the script. Hebe, sensing her husband's displeasure, said, let's talk about it later. I just arrived in Atlanta from Los Angeles and I'm tired. I need a few days rest. Martin turned, took the gift box from Bruce, and handed it to Hebe. Please accept this gift. Hebe took it and said, thank you, I'll be fine, Martin said, bowing slightly to the Bells and their spouses before leaving. Bell led Hebe to his lounge, saying, on the set, keep an eye on Martin Davis. He's got a mental problem. He's a lunatic. Hebe, sensing her husband's disapproval, took the gift box and asked, is it okay to accept this? Bell took it and opened it. Let's see what it is. Hebe examined it, took it out, and held it in her hand. It turned out to be a clown sculpture that resembled Martin's makeup and appearance. Bell said, it's a high-end handmade product from the crew. The statue was over 30 centimeters long, and Hebe held it just enough to fit the legs. She shook it a few times and said, why does it feel weird? Bell was surprised. What's weird? Hebe suddenly thought of a used item. No big deal, Bell suggested. If you don't like it, just throw it away. Keep it as a peripheral product from the crew. Hebe was thinking of something else. Ever since her husband's sponge was injured, his interest in that area has seriously declined, and she still had some use for the statue. Bell ignored the statue and emphasized again, be careful of Martin Davis. Back in the lounge, Martin sat in a chair, temporarily sending away the screenwriter who always followed him. Bruce was very self-aware and asked, what's up? Martin asked, I remember that time at Pinewood Studios, when Bale tore his sponge. He's recovered now, and how's his relationship with his wife? Bruce didn't answer. Instead, he asked, is it really like Leonardo said, that you're only interested in beautiful women over 30 with regular male companions? Have you been infected by jelly? Martin scoffed. How could someone as noble as me do something so vulgar? It's so unrefined. Don't forget, I'm a truly noble person now. His words had a certain clownish quality. Bruce asked, what are you going to do? People make their own choices, Martin said, already having an idea. Madness is as ubiquitous as gravity. All we have to do is give people a gentle nudge from behind, and they'll naturally make their choice. Bruce, full of sympathy, observed a 2-second silence for Bale, then completely sided with Martin. Martin looked around and saw no one. He said, go find Robert and ask him to find some reliable extras from Atlanta. I remember many of the extras on the crew are from Marietta companies. Bruce nodded and said, I'll make an appointment with Robert later. Martin whispered for a while. Bruce completely understood Martin's intention and just gave him a gentle push from the back. When the crew finished their break and resumed filming, Bruce left the studio, found a deserted place, and called Robert. At noon, the two met on the street outside the Gray Film and Television Center. Robert was wearing a suit and had his hair combed back, revealing his big head. He looked like a high priest of the Coca-Cola cult. After hearing what Bruce said, he laughed and said, this is easy. Many of the extras on the crew were taught by me personally. They are also firm believers in the Coca-Cola cult. They are willing to give everything for their faith, Bruce reminded him. This is their spontaneous behavior. Robert nodded, of course. Chapter 373 Bat Beats the Joker. That afternoon, the crew began filming the action scenes. Batman was to torture the Joker. It was a one-sided, violent brawl, something Bale, donning the batsuit, had long anticipated. Martin sat upright in a chair, as calm as the clown outside McDonald's. Bale approached, his bat helmet obscuring his face, revealing only his chin. No one could see the face beneath the mask, which was filled with long-awaited anticipation. Bazooka, corpus cavernosum, Heath Ledger, these words flashed through Bale's mind, flowing down his nerves to his fists. Black gloves masked the bulging veins in his fists. Bale's face drooped. This idea wasn't new. When the crew arrived in Atlanta, he had been inspired by Martin Davis's best friend, Leonardo DiCaprio. During the filming of Gangs of New York, Daniel Day-Lewis was a complete jerk both on and off screen. During an action scene, Leonardo accidentally broke Lewis's nose. Bale didn't know if it was an accident, and he didn't bother to find out. He just knew it was normal to have some mishaps during an action scene. Even the insurance company couldn't say anything. Even in a New York gang, even intense action scenes can have accidents, let alone this kind of action film. Martin looked at Bale, his face calm yet prepared. The two had been enemies. When Heath Ledger, driving under the influence, nearly hired him in Aniston, and Bale and Blanchett pressured them to make it a minor matter, they weren't already on opposite sides. Bale was waiting, and Martin could roughly guess. As the script manager slapped the board, filming began. Bale strode toward Martin, his masked jaw muscles pulsing rapidly. The bat helmet, which covered 4/5 of his face, couldn't hide the blazing fury. In this moment, Bale's acting was on full display, on par with Edward Norton's masked performance in Kingdom of Heaven. Or rather, this wasn't acting. For this role, Bale had spent 4 months in the gym and over a month in action training, toning his muscles and agility. A black fist came crashing down on Martin's face like lightning. In a typical action shot, the punch was merely a bluff. Martin simply had to tilt his head back. But Martin had been targeting Bale since filming began, not just because he'd created a Heath Ledger character, but because he'd sensed his intentions. This was Atlanta, and the hundreds of extras and crew members on the set came from Jerome and Robert's Marietta agency. He knew everything. Martin, a constant trainer, always worried about the threat of the Russian mafia hanging over his head, even used real weapons in his training with Bruce. Bale's arm moved, and Martin dodged sharply. The black fist, unrelenting, struck Martin over his shoulder. Martin heard a whirring sound. Bale's other hand grabbed Martin's collar, preventing him from dodging again. Martin ducked his head and headbutted Bale's hand. Bale raised his foot to kick, but Martin's legs unleashed a powerful counterattack, sending him flying, his back slamming into the cushion wall. He opened his mouth wide, his face a maddened expression. Come on, you piece of shit. You're really soft and can't get hard." Behind the director's monitor, the voice of cinematographer Pfister rang through Nolan's earpiece. "Director, keep going." Nolan didn't call for a stop. This action sequence was so effective. Batman's rage temporarily overwhelmed his usual rationality, and he resorted to direct, violent means to interrogate the Joker. Bale and Martin's movements were powerful and natural. Nolan was well aware of many of the crew's circumstances, but as a commercial director, these were precisely what he wanted. The set was under control, and he wasn't in a hurry. With a bang, Martin took the initiative and flew out again. Bale's fist seemed to strike, but the force was completely lost. "Tell me, you bastard," Bale raged. "Why did you do this?" "Why?" Martin didn't answer, only letting out a wild, manic laugh. Bale couldn't control himself anymore and picked up a nearby chair. At the edge of the set, Bruce tensed, poised, like a leopard about to pounce. Martin continued to laugh wildly. "Stop," Nolan's voice rang out, "this one's a pass." Bale, lifting a chair, didn't put it down. As if unable to stop due to the sheer continuity of his movements, the chair flew out of his hands and crashed down towards Martin. Martin rolled over, easily dodging to the side. He seemed completely absorbed in his role, pointing a finger at Bale. His pale face split open into a blood-red mouth as he laughed maniacally. "You piece of shit, you're soft." He rolled on the ground with laughter, like a madman. Others assumed Martin hadn't finished his scene, but Bale knew what he was talking about. Standing 5 or 6 meters away, Bale towered over him, his eyes twitching wildly, his jaw muscles twitching. Batman was irritated to the point of exploding with the Joker. Martin waited. As a professional actor, he held back from responding to Bale's actions during filming. But filming stopped, and Bale struck again. Not far away, Elena and Hall, who had come to visit the crew after noon, remained silent. Hall clutched a glass bottle of Coca-Cola. At Northville Private High School, Hall was the starting pitcher for the school baseball team. If he wanted to, from a distance of less than 20 meters, he could toss Martin with his Coke, or even hit someone on the head. Bale took a deep breath, his clenched fist slowly unclenched, his tense body gradually relaxing. He turned and walked off the set. Passing the director's monitor, Bale casually said, "Sorry, I lost control." Nolan warned, "Control your emotions, don't get too caught up in the performance." It was as if he saw all of this as an extension of the performance. Martin picked himself up from the ground, and the makeup artist came in to touch up his makeup. Nolan waved, and the screenwriter immediately trotted over. Record the latest behind-the-scenes footage. Nolan suddenly felt exhausted. He had to film, manage the conflict between his two leads, and fabricate footage for future promotional marketing. Being a director was incredibly demanding. Unrelated text follows. His screenwriting skills were equally exceptional. Martin Davis is an incredibly dedicated and hard-working man. For the film's cinematic effect, he let Bale go all out, unapologetically hitting him with brutal force during Batman's interrogation of the Joker, creating a remarkably realistic fight scene. The screenwriter marveled at the director's unpredictable inspiration while quickly recording it. Because Martin was the core of the promotional marketing, Nolan added, Martin Davis endured the physical pain while still performing. It's truly admirable. The screenwriter, a member of Nolan's brother Jonathan's team, meticulously documented the crew's filming. After wrapping up work that afternoon, Martin joined Elena and Hall and left the studio together. In the car, Elena asked, "Are all action scenes this dangerous?" Martin smiled and said, "The director is a real-life enthusiast, striving for realism." Hall muttered, "That guy has bad intentions." Martin pointed to Bruce, who was driving, and said, "With Bruce here, it'll be fine." The four of them went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Back on the set, Bale didn't leave immediately. As he did these days, he removed his makeup and returned to one of the studios to continue his physical and movement training with the help of two members of the stunt team. Hibby could only stand by and watch her husband sweat in energy. Bale had been keeping in shape since joining the set. Afterward, one of the stuntmen said, "Chris, you're so dedicated." Bale just smiled and went to shower and change. They met up with Hibby and got in the car to return to the hotel. "You're working so hard," Hibby said. Bale replied, "I have to give it my all." Today's events had made him realize that he had to be faster and more ruthless if he was to turn that bastard Martin into the next Daniel Day-Lewis. "You have to be careful when filming the action scenes. Don't get injured like you did at Pinewood Studios," Hibby said. "No," Bale replied. Of course, the crew of the Prestige wouldn't publicly claim that Bale was injured while frightened while having sex with Blanchett. The public explanation, of course, was that he was startled by a fireworks explosion during filming at Pinewood. Few people truly knew the inside story of this incident. Later, it was overshadowed by Emma Watson's diaper scandal, and the story went silent. After returning to the hotel and having dinner, Hibby and Bale took a stroll in the hotel garden before returning to their suite. After showering, Hibby changed into Victoria's Secret angel outfit she had brought with her, and with a mannequin-like gait, she entered the master bedroom. Bale was startled by her outfit and groaned inwardly. Hibby, with a mannequin-like gait, drew closer. Bale felt a faint tearing pain again, a nightmare he couldn't shake. Honey, Sibby, having come all the way from Los Angeles, was incredibly enthusiastic. Bale had no choice but to reluctantly decline, lying down sideways and pulling the covers over him. "We've been shooting all action scenes today. I'm so exhausted. Let's go to bed early." Sibby's face instantly filled with resentment, but she refused to give up. She threw herself on top of Belle. Belle helplessly said, "Honey, can you give me some time? I'm so stressed out right now." Sibby rolled over and lay on the empty space, tears streaming down her face. She stared blankly at the ceiling for an unknown amount of time, the fire within Sibby not only not fading, but burning even more fiercely. She came to her senses and was about to check on Belle when she heard a thunderous snore. Belle seemed to have fallen asleep. Sibby glanced at his slightly trembling eyelashes, pretending not to notice, and left the bedroom alone. The door slammed shut. Sibby was about to go to the other bedroom when she saw the gift she had received, and suddenly had an idea. The clown design was quite unique. Hibby came to the side, opened the gift box, held the clown's legs together, and took out the statue. Chapter 374 The Tenderness of That Push. With the arrival of summer, Atlanta's weather grew increasingly hot. Mid-morning, Hibby left the studio and headed to the Gray Center's commercial district, where she frequented the ice cream parlor. She ordered a non-fat ice cream, found an empty seat, and slowly began to eat. In the booth behind her, a woman was discussing celebrity gossip. When the crew of Raiders of the Lost Ark was filming here a few months ago, Spielberg's godson wanted to hook up with a heroine Blanchett. The middle-aged woman with a clear voice continued, "Big stars have all undergone professional training to liberate their nature. They are all emotionally extroverted, more easily aroused than ordinary people, and always liked to mess around. The woman who spoke at the back had a hoarse voice. That's normal. You stay in Atlanta all year round and have limited experience. I've been to New York and London with the crew, and I've seen too many male and female protagonists in the crew getting together. The rough voice was dissatisfied and said, I saw Martin Davis enter Angelina Jolie's rest trailer with my own eyes, and heard Jolie's hearty roar with my own ears. The outside world thought they got together last year, but in fact they got together when they were filming Wanted Here. Another person asked curiously, did Aniston join at that time? Probably not. Martin is amazing. He got together with those mortal enemies by himself. The two men were obviously from Atlanta and were quite proud of themselves. Sibby had been enjoying her ice cream, nibbling on the gossip of Blanchett, Martin, and Jolie. But at that remark, her grip loosened, the spoon dropping into the tub, and her ears perked up. Another person covered their mouth with their hands and laughed, whispering, Is Bale done? The words made Sibby's face darken, and a fire began to blaze within her. She had briefly worked as Winona Ryder's personal assistant in the 1990s, and it was Winona Ryder's introduction that had brought her together. She had heard and seen plenty of Hollywood stars breaking up and getting back together, or on-set couples. If Bale had only been with Blanchett, Sibby would have been furious, but not to this extent. But Bale had deceived her. Sibby remembered clearly that Bale had said the tear was caused by a filming accident. She had doubts at the time, but she chose to believe him. The stories these people told didn't seem to be false. Besides Blanchett causing the tear, Sibby had heard everything else, and they were almost identical. What these three people said was true. Don't talk nonsense. Bale is at the studio. Be careful or he'll find you and tear your mouths apart. It's because Bale is here that there are so many rumors about him. If he weren't here, who would want to discuss him? A gruff voice said. On the set of The Dark Knight, where I was working, Bale and Martin clearly had a conflict. Martin was a nice guy and easygoing with the crew, but Bale had a sour face all day long and was displeased with everyone, especially Martin. Even when Martin smiled at him, he gave him a stiff face. The duck-voiced man said, It's because of Heath Ledger. You all heard about Heath Ledger's drug driving incident in New York, right? It is said that Bale put pressure on Martin and Aniston at the time, and the two sides had a grudge back then. The gruff voice said, Yes, I was on the set of The Dark Knight, and I heard a lot of people say it. And there's more to it than that. Bale couldn't stand Martin because he strongly recommended Heath Ledger to the crew to play the Joker. However, Heath Ledger was rejected by the crew due to his drug addiction, and the crew hired Martin. Bale felt that Martin had replaced his good friend, so he has always been at odds with Martin. Although Sibby was furious, she remained rational and could tell the gossip the other person was saying was very reliable, because that was exactly what she had learned about the conflict between Martin and Bale. The man who seldom spoke asked at this time, Why does Bale help Heath Ledger so much? Aren't there many such cases in Hollywood? The rough voice said, Not a few. Leonardo and Tobey Maguire, Mel Gibson and Stallone help Robert Downey Jr. The man with the duck voice lowered his voice a little. I have been on the crew of Indiana Jones 4, and occasionally heard Blanchett's assistant mention one thing. The relationship between Bale and Heath Ledger is very unusual. The man who seldom spoke understood what she meant. Rainbow. It's not a simple rainbow, it's a two-way rainbow, the man with the duck voice said. What one of Blanchett's assistants said should be correct. Think about the circle. Similar gossip spreads out and all becomes true, such as Martin having a threesome with Jolie and Aniston. The rough voice responded, No wonder. The man who seldom speaks asked, Who is active and who is passive? The duck voice said, In Brokeback Mountain, Heath Ledger seems to be one. Ugh. Suddenly, a retching sound erupted. The three glanced at each other in surprise, then continued their gossip, their focus shifting to Morgan Freeman and his granddaughter. She'd covered her mouth, the ice cream she'd just swallowed churning wildly in her stomach, making her want to vomit. For some reason, she hated homosexuality more than anything else. Finally, unable to hold back, she rushed to the bathroom and vomited into the toilet. The gossip circulating on set was inherently true. For example, rumors in the 1990s circulated that Winona had a kleptomania. Most people, including many in the media, dismissed it as nonsense, but Sheeb knew it was true. Sheeb had heard a lot of that gossip and believed it to be true, so she also believed the part about Bale and Heath Ledger to be true. Whether Bale was a 1 or a 0, Sheeb couldn't stand it. She vomited violently, not just the ice cream she'd eaten, but also her stomach juices. The three gossipy middle-aged women finished their ice cream and continued discussing gossip about the crew and the stars before leaving the ice cream parlor together. The parlor was overflowing with people like them, chatting and gossiping while eating. It was human nature. In the studio area, where people gather, the conversation naturally turns to celebrity gossip. The three of them left separately. The duck-voiced woman took out her phone and made a call. "Teacher, it's done." Meanwhile, Robert was chatting with Andrew from Grey Pictures in the lounge at Grey Studios. He whispered, "I got it." He sent a random one-letter text message to Bruce, unrelated sentence fragment, "No mistake, 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look." The duck-voiced woman returned to her crew. She had work to do later. Robert and Andrew chatted for a while about Martin. They were both old acquaintances of Martin, and their conversation was quite emotional. Not long after, Robert said goodbye and left. As he left the studio, he happened to see Bruce. He rolled down his car window and nodded. The two exchanged a few words. Bruce understood that the work had already been done, and the effectiveness of the results depended on the people involved. Robert drove the Cadillac away from the Grey Studios. Bruce bought some groceries at a convenience store and returned to the studio on his electric scooter. The Joker was holding a meeting with Gotham's mob bosses. Martin's performance was becoming increasingly sophisticated, reaching peak form. Although several takes were required before approval, it was mostly because the director requested multiple takes to facilitate selection in post-production. During a break, Martin entered the dugout. Bruce went over and saw the screenwriter had gone to Nolan's desk. He said, "That one got pushed out." Martin asked curiously, "Any reaction?" "I asked someone to find out." Hibby briefly worked as Winona Ryder's assistant and has a strong dislike for homosexuals. Bruce's strategies were all targeted, so I made up a rumor about them being gay, and spread it as if it was 99% true and 1% false. He finally answered Martin's question. Hibby retched and ran to the bathroom. Martin wiped the paint off his face and said, "I see." Bruce reminded him, Hibby's first love was stolen from her by a homosexual, so she hates homosexuals. "I don't think she can stand it." Martin smiled and said, "Keep an eye on Bale. We need to be kind and get the crew to watch the fun." Bruce quickly left. When the crew was wrapping up, Martin suddenly saw Bruce at the studio entrance and hurried over. Someone ran in, whispering in the ears of those they knew. Many crew members headed outside. Martin followed them. The screenwriter, with remarkable acumen, immediately joined the crowd. Outside the studio lot, several trailers used by the crew were parked. A heated argument erupted from one of them. It was Belle's Rest trailer. "It's fake. Those rumors are all false," Belle quickly retorted. "It's not true. I've had enough of your lies." Hibby opened her bag, pulled out the statue she'd been using for the past 2 days, and threw it out. With a thud, the statue hit Bale on the head. Chapter 375 Gag Order. The violent argument attracted dozens of onlookers, including Martin, who was delighted with Bale's melon. It was truly huge and sweet. The messages conveyed during the argument were each more explosive than the last. Because of the Brokeback Mountain film, no one was surprised. Instead, they thought it was perfectly reasonable. Morgan Freeman sidled up to Martin and said, "You should be more respectful of your reputation." Martin agreed, "It's better to like women." Freeman agreed with both hands, "In that respect, we're in the same boat." Martin couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't the only one. The crew members around him were laughing as they devoured the melon. Such a delicious melon was truly delightful. With a bang, the trailer door opened from the inside, and Hib emerged, shoving a Joker statue into his bag. Seeing so many people outside, he thought of the disgusting bastard in the trailer and shouted, "Your Batman is a disgusting troublemaker." Bale stood in the trailer, his head aching from the statue's blow, and the anger he felt at the insults kept him from coming out. He had never been one for good temper. Despite his dedication and hard work, he could lash out at anyone on set for 10 or 20 minutes straight if they pissed him off. Hibby pushed through the crowd and headed outside. Bell slammed the trailer shut. Freeman shook his head. "They're screwed." Martin, in a good mood, asked, "Want a drink back home?" Freeman, feeling achy and weak, thought it would be better to return to his room later. "Good idea," he replied, "a nightcap. It'll help you sleep." Nolan and Emma Thomas appeared. Not far from the latter was Mean, who had just arrived in Atlanta. "Don't leave yet," Emma Thomas called out to the crowd, silencing them. "No one is allowed to tell the news media about what happened today." Suppressing private discussion was impossible, so she was pragmatic. Don't forget the contracts you signed when you joined the crew. We have a sufficient budget and a well-staffed legal team. While the crowd wouldn't speak to the media, they were all winking and amused. With Emma Thomas's blessing, they eagerly began discussing the situation. This was such a big piece of gossip that it was almost impossible to keep it private unless we brought in some Gatling guns and shot everyone in the face. Martin called out to Freeman, "Let's go back to the hotel." Freeman had a granddaughter to take with him, so he said, "You go ahead, I'll be right there." Bruce drove up in an electric scooter, and when Martin got in, Mean joined him. "My first day here, and this is such a big piece of gossip." He laughed heartily. "Boss, Belle's in trouble," Martin whispered. "Isn't that normal?" Mean, a man with a sharp mind, immediately asked. "Boss," without waiting for Martin to reply, he said, "I understand." Bruce, who was driving, said, "Do you understand how to lose weight?" Mean suddenly felt like vomiting and dry heaved. "Pregnant? Whose?" Bruce teased Mean. "It's not Emma's, is it?" Mean retorted. "Old Bruce, don't slander me. Emma and I are just friends." Martin looked at Mean's fatter figure and said, "No need to accompany her to eat sweets. You can withdraw at any time if you want." Unexpectedly, Mean was reluctant to leave. "Emma and I get along well, and we can talk very well." Martin nodded. "It's up to you." Mean reported to the crew today, which was considered a formal joining. She was ready for battle and asked, "Boss, our opponent is Bale. What is the goal?" Martin said lightly, "Make Bale as manic and angry as Batman." Bruce continued, "He is a pervert. He wants Bale to beat up the Joker like Batman." Mean was confused and said simply, "Bale has been our enemy for a long time. To hold back on the enemy is to be cruel to yourself." Bruce said, "Your awareness has improved." Mean boasted, "I'm Uncle Mean, the one who even Paris Hilton has to pay to get my hands on." Martin patted Mean on the shoulder. "You're the epitome of a successful man." Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. "Brooke, how are you and the Kardashians doing?" "Sisters." Mean immediately grasped the key point. "Brooke, why didn't you ask me for this kind of thing?" Bruce said, "They're all under 30. Mean shook his head and sighed. "Not my type." Martin asked, "What's going on?" "Kim found out about me and Chloe and made a deal." Bruce seemed distressed. "If I agree to it, she'll stop interfering with me and Chloe." Martin had a bad feeling. "Sure enough," Bruce continued, "Kim asked me to film a video with her without showing my face." Martin patted Bruce on the back and said nothing more. Bruce had been making his mark in Hollywood for years, and no matter what he chose, he always handled it well. Mean muttered, "I'm just afraid of becoming Paris Hilton's new leading man." Arriving at the hotel, the three of them went to the bar together. After a short wait, Morgan Freeman arrived. Martin, knowing Mean aspired to be an actor like Morgan Freeman, introduced him to Freeman. Recognizing Mean's skin color, Freeman offered some advice on how to survive as a black supporting actor in Hollywood. Martin also helped Mean connect with more resources. Over the past 2 years, Mean, thanks to Martin's introductions, has established a network of connections and strong relationships with several female casting directors over 50. Gray Film and Television Production Center. No mistakes. After the crew wrapped up, most of them left. Some extras were slow to change, lingering over their clothes. Several of them fixed their eyes on the rest trailer where the crowd had just dispersed. After Nolan knocked on the door, Bale opened it and exited. Looking at Bale with an ice pack on his head, Nolan suppressed his impatience and asked, "Are you okay?" Bale forced a smile and said, "I can handle it." Thinking of all the messes surrounding Bale, including Heath Ledger, Nolan's frustration with him grew. He warned, "Don't let your personal affairs affect your work." Bale could sense Nolan's displeasure. This was the first time he'd heard Nolan speak to him in that tone since their collaboration on Begins. It was clear the director's patience with him had reached a limit. A good actor needs a great director, just like Martin Scorsese and Leonardo DiCaprio. Bale, still wanting to continue working with Nolan, quickly explained, "There must be a misunderstanding. I'm not gay. Heath and I are just friends, nothing more." Nolan raised his hand to interrupt him. "That's not important. Emma has a gag order on the crew. You have the day off tomorrow to sort this out." Bale could only respond, "Okay." Nolan waved his hand and turned to leave. Bale could see that his relationship with Nolan was deteriorating. But saying more at this point might cause even greater resentment. Nolan was impatient, and anything he said would be wrong. When Nolan was gone, Bale lowered his raised hand and slammed the ice pack to the ground. The bag burst, sending shards of ice flying everywhere. Belle roared wildly, climbed onto the trailer, slammed the door shut, and like Batman driven mad by the Joker, he picked up a folding stool and began smashing everything inside. He felt he might go mad if he didn't vent his anger. Finally, the car quieted down. Belle sank down on the sofa, burying his head between his legs. He rubbed his hair vigorously with his fingers, forcing himself to calm down. But his restless heart was beating wildly, his eyes red. After a while, Belle felt calmer and took out his phone to call Hippie's number. The other party didn't answer and simply hung up. He called again, and the same thing happened. Belle's emotions, just calmed down, lost control again, and he picked up the phone and slammed it down. The phone hit the metal floor, shattering into pieces. Belle buried his head between his legs again. Elsewhere, Nolan reunited with Emma Thomas. Before getting on the electric scooter, he spotted the screenwriter. He waved, calling him over. Director, don't record Belle's story, Nolan pondered, his brilliant business acumen once again generating an idea. Write it this way. The screenwriter quickly pulled out a pen and notebook. Nolan explained, Bale was so immersed in the role of Batman that he was deeply affected by the character's emotions. He had a conflict with his wife, who came to visit him on set. He took out his character's emotions on her, causing her to leave the set in anger. The screenwriter quickly wrote it down. As he recorded more and more of the real-life behind-the-scenes footage, he gradually grasped the core of the production's marketing strategy for this part. The actor's intense dedication, the character's unconventionality, promises to deliver a tremendous emotional impact. Nolan got on the car and said, "That's all for today." The screenwriter made way and waited until Nolan drove away before he put away his pen and notebook, muttering to himself, "This director can write and direct, and he also knows how to create news and hype. He will definitely become a top-tier Hollywood director in the future." On the electric scooter, Nolan frowned and said, "Bale is getting into more and more trouble. Don't worry, these are all minor matters. They won't delay the crew's filming." Emma Thomas first comforted her husband, then said, "Apart from Batman, don't use Bale again. He's too conceited." She was extremely dissatisfied with Bale's behavior of tying himself to Heath Ledger. "Think about all the trouble Bale has caused since the audition." Nolan nodded slightly. "Unless we are filming Batman, Bale will not be on my list for other projects." Seeing that he was receptive to advice, Emma Thomas took the opportunity to say, "Try to use those people from the Australian gang as little as possible. Not only are their salaries too high, but they don't have the corresponding box office appeal." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.